Hey, thanks for dropping in. I'm Carol Jennings, the Director of Content here at Blue Ridge PBS. Back in the 1990s, Blue Ridge PBS began captioning the best of Joy of Painting for distribution by APT, American Public Television. We had a larger staff back then, and so we took turns captioning the program from existing transcripts. In 2007, I became the sole captioner for the project, and I figure that at 1 episode per week, 52 episodes per year, I've done somewhere over 725 episodes, and if you add in the ones from the 90s, I'm probably well past 800. That's a lot of Joy of Painting. The technology has changed tremendously since we first started. Those original shows were done on 1-inch tape like these. We had 2 big old reel-to-reel machines side by side. One was record, one was playback. We eventually shifted to beta tapes, and we used a mix of beta SP and beta SX. Again, it was a machine-to-machine system. These days, the shows are digital video files, which are great to work with. I love it. The closed caption guidelines have changed too. These days they need to be mixed case, they need to be word for word, spelled properly, and have good punctuation. A lot of the early captions done by TV stations were all uppercase, and in today's text world, that's the equivalent of being yelled at. We were a little bit ahead of the curve on that, and that we've always done mixed case because we thought it was a little bit easier to read. Early captions would also streamline the verbiage a bit and take out extra words and excess words. And in Bob's world, that meant you lost some of his personality. The content was there, but the personality wasn't. You missed out on the maybe, or shoot. Well, that's all back in there now. I've also added in phonetical representations for the sounds that he makes. So when he paints that big old tree at the end and goes, choom, that sound is in there. Or when he's painting a wave, ch, that sound is there. Or even when he's putting stones in a creek, bloop, 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 that's there too. I typically watch each episode twice. The first time for closed captioning, the second time to take care of audio and video. In addition to working on the best of Joy of Painting, I also help to coordinate and create local program content for Blue Ridge PBS, everything from documentaries to weekly series. I also help direct in the studio. I do research, writing, editing, videography, editing, graphics, you name it. It's a one-stop shop here. But you know what? In this crazy world, when I come in here to work on Best of Joy of Painting, it's an oasis in that crazy world. And I so appreciate Bob's calming voice and his positive attitude to assure me that I can do anything. Almost always when I finish working on an episode of Best of Joy of Painting, I have the itch to grab a glass of iced tea and go paint. I haven't had the time to do that yet, but I want to make the time to do that. And the very first thing I'm going to paint are going to be some of Bob's mountains. The mountains here where I live in far southwest Virginia are old, they're rounded, and they're very different than what Bob paints. So I didn't fully appreciate his mountains until a couple of years ago when I had the opportunity to go to Alaska. And I'll never forget opening the curtains to my hotel room that first morning and seeing those mountains outside my window. They were absolutely fabulous, and I got it in that moment why he painted those mountains so frequently. So I have to thank Bob for giving me a calming oasis in this nutty world, and for helping me see the world through different eyes, for seeing happy trees, happy clouds, and happy mountains. And on that note, happy painting, and stay with us for some happy trivia and giveaways.
few highlights in these little grassy areas. Just a few. And with our knife, little waterline here. This is just liquid white. Put us a little waterline right in there. That'll push all that back. Okay, now we'll take a 1-inch brush and I'm going to dip it right into the liquid white. And remember our golden rule, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So the liquid white first and then into titanium white, pulling the brush in one direction. Okay, now then, let's just go up here and begin creating all these little snow-covered bushes wherever you think they should live. That's where they ought to be. Okay, do one bush at a time. Just one at a time. Don't get in too big a hurry. Just drop them in. See there? But now, because that dark's back here, these will stand out. Otherwise they just sort of fade right into the background. Tell you what, right here's a nice place for a little cabin. We'll do a quick little cabin. Just scrape out a basic shape with a knife. See, that's all you have to do.
House.
I just want to highlight this just a little bit.
I've never seen anything like this.
I am getting excited.
It's amazing.
All you need is a dream in your heart and a desire to put it on canvas.
new house.
I just want to highlight this just a little bit.
I've never seen anything like this.
I am getting excited.
It's amazing.
All you need is a dream in your heart and a desire to put it on canvas.
paint Bob Ross's Happy Little Accident painting. So first thing I want to say is happy birthday, Bob.
Happy birthday, Bob!
Yay, we love you. All right. So I have a pre-stretched canvas here. Eileen, you need to tell us about yourself. I'm sorry, should have done it.
Oh, sure. I apologize for any echoes that are happening. Faye, if you have any headphones, that might help solve that. But I'm a comedian. I also help Pluto TV with a lot of their social media, and I'm an art appreciator. Yeah, Faye, if you have headphones, I think that's going to make people stay on track with us, because I think there's an echo where I play twice.
I don't have headphones. I have an earbud, so I hope it'll
if you have earbuds.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll work.
All right, let's see here. All right, so I'm going to get us started. And am I still echoing?
It's me that echoes on your end, or the audience's end.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to get started, and I'll see what I can do to get these to connect. All right. Okay, so here's what I have got. I've got a pre-stretched Bob Ross canvas here. Get my label off. And I have some liquid white here. Okay. Now, you don't usually get to see Bob Ross do this on his shows, so you get to see that today. And I'm going to have Eileen do this with me. This is pretty easy. You're going to put the tip of that 1-inch brush in the liquid white. Just get a little bit on there. See that? Just very, very little. And go in and just touch. I'm going to put a little bit more, and you don't want a lot of this. Just want a little bit. Okay. And once you get that on there, I might put a little bit more, just a little. Okay. Then you're going to go in and do little XC strokes and blend them all together. So you'll get a super, super thin coat. You do not want a lot of liquid white on there. Okay. Just go ahead and blend that all around. You want to still be able to see some of the gray through the liquid white. So do those little XC strokes. Like Bob said, he got a lot of X's on his paper, school papers. So, la, la, la. Yeah, we've had some technical difficulties this morning, but for today, it's afternoon over here.
Morning over here.
Yeah. All right. A little bit. And grab my paper towel. Wipe the excess off my brush. I'm just going to kind of smooth this on here. And then I'm going to come in here and touch very lightly, because that is about all I want. Just a tiny bit. So I have 2 devices going here, and one is the only one that will pair up with my earbuds.
It's okay. It's all that matters.
Okay.
Yeah, trust me.
Just.
And turn the sound off on the other device.
I did do that.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay. All right. So let me know when you have that covered. Y'all see my cup? I love it.
Oh. That's so cute. Okay.
James says you're fine. There's no echo.
Phew.
There's another happy accident.
Yay, happy accident number 3.
Okay. All right. Tell me when you're ready. You got it?
I'm ready. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. So I've got the same colors on my palette that you do. And I'm going to show you what to go into here. I have some phthalo blue, okay? That's blue. I spit when I say phthalo blue, so I try not to get close to somebody. Phthalo. All right, so just going to get a tiny bit on my brush. It's really strong. I know Bob says that I think it's Prussian blue that's strong enough that one drop will color the ocean. All right, so I'm just going to tap somewhere. And what we're going to do is kind of try to recreate Bob's happy accident painting, okay? So I'm holding that brush that I put that color in. I'm holding it like this, and I'm going to start in the corner and do these little X's and really put some pressure on it because I want to push that color down into the canvas. All right, and then I'm going to go get some more the same way. I just reload my brush the same way every time. And watch how I'm going to come down. I'll leave a little bit of a light area, maybe just a little. And I'm going to come right down the middle here. Okay. You can do the whole thing if you want. But see how by doing that, it's got a little variation in the sky. It's not all one shade. I'll go like this, maybe soften it a little bit so you get a little bit of light stuff in there.
Oh my God, it's happening, everybody.
It's happening. Look at that. It's looking good.
I have a sky.
Woo! I love it. I love it. The best part of my job, making people happy. Look at her go. Look at that. Keep on keeping on.
I feel unstoppable.
You are. Okay.
So cool, Faye.
Yay. Okay, I'm going to pick up my palette again and get a little bit more.
Okay.
Same color. Tap, tap, tap. All right. I'm going to come right about here. Just go across like this. I'm doing these horizontal strokes, and look at the streaks and look at that strong color too.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a good thing to have a few soft streaks and then that strong color. All right, and just slap that in there. Have fun. This is the wet and wet technique, and you can just blend it right there on the canvas, which is so awesome. It makes it so forgiving. Hi, everybody.
Painting!
She's doing it. She's doing it. All right, so I hope y'all are enjoying birthday week. We're having lots of trivia and stuff, and on the YouTube channel and stuff on all these platforms. I think it's really awesome. Lots of cool treats in store for y'all. Okay, let's see. That looks good enough. All right, so we're gonna mix a color real quickly, and you've got your happy little knife.
I do.
You've been excited about painting with a knife.
I have.
Okay, so what you want to do, I already piled mine up, but you want a pile of some sap green and a lizard and crimson, also known as a lizard and then some in my classroom, or a lizard and crimson. But sap green and a lizard and crimson kind of equal portions, and just scoop it up and mash that down. Scoop it and mash it. We're going to make what I call, or what CRIs call Christmas brown. Just scoop it. When you mix those two together, it's going to make a chocolatey looking brown. I told you earlier, I speak in chocolate.
It's true. She was telling me to dab all the colors of paint in the size of a Hershey Kiss. And I was like, say no more. I understand.
I have found a few guys that didn't understand the size of a chocolate chip and stuff. But usually women understand. Nice and brown. And I did make quite a bit of that because we're going to use it a lot. So we're recreating Bob's happy accident painting, where when you actually started watching that, he was painting already. He had already had some on the canvas. So we are jumping in and doing that. All right. So what we're going to do with our 1-inch brush, you got that mixed?
I do, yeah.
You're so fast. She's like a natural.
I want to keep up.
Yeah. I'm over here giving you time and you're like, I'm done. Now, same brush. I want you to kind of pull through this brown. I'm not trying to do it any particular way right now, because basically what we're going to do is go up and sort of make a mess. And then we're going to kind of blur it out and paint on top of it. So I put that brown on here. I'm going to come in like this and turning it this way. And you really can't hardly go wrong with this, okay? All right, I'm going to get some more. I'm going to come over here. And so what I'm doing is making sort of tree, like forest shapes. And we're going to throw a few other colors in here as well. We're kind of starting with this. See how irregular it is? It's not real pretty or anything right now.
Just lumps.
Draws. Yes, and it's the name of it. I'm even going to come down a little ways with it. Okay. I'm going to come this way. Kind of looks like a really wonky bow tie.
It does. Like one of those like Rorschach tests.
Yeah, so go. And I have a bristle on mine. So if you get a bristle, you just go in there and go whoosh like that and take it off.
Oh.
So when I was watching Bob do this, he was talking about talking to possums. So I haven't spoken to a possum lately. Have you?
No.
Possum? I
tried. They never respond.
They are so rude sometimes.
Yes.
They're not as bad as an armadillo though. All right. You about got it there. You might want to bring it down a little bit more, maybe on the side,
sure.
just a wee bit more.
This side or this side?
On both, you can kind of come in a little here.
Okay.
Here. Just a wee bit.
Just a wee bit.
And I am wiping my brush off. You're really fast.
I'm just so excited, Faye.
You know what? It's good though, because Bob would say if you just keep playing with it, sometimes it can make mud. We've all been mud mixers. Okay.
A little more.
Okay.
Hold on.
Now I'm being fast.
Second?
Okay, that's good. So what I'm going to do now, I wiped the excess off my brush, but I've still got plenty on there. I'm going to get some of this sap green and maybe a little cad yellow, just a little. And I'm going to go in here and just kind of smoosh that in here and in here. See how I'm just changing it up a little. This is going to end up being background. So don't worry about it being pretty. Okay.
I need to grab another paper towel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you'll need a few.
Happy accident number 4.
You'll need a few. All right. So once you get that thrown in there, I have another thing to throw at you.
Yes. Throw as much as you want.
Okay. I'm going to grab a little bit of even a tiny bit of crimson, even though it's still like there's some of that on my brush. I'm going to come in here and tap into that and maybe right in here put something that's kind of a crimson-y flavor. It's getting a little overpowered, but that's okay. I'm trying to get as close to Bob's, as I can. Bob was the master. No one is like Bob, but we try.
Mm-hmm. Especially on his birthday.
That's right. Happy birthday, Bob.
Happy
It's
birthday.
his birthday week. And this is your first time ever painting?
This is my first time painting since high school.
Oh, okay. Well, that was just last year.
I'm 5,000 years old.
That makes me older, so hush.
Okay. Just kind of looking at what you did. Okay.
Okay, I mean, you really can't hardly mess this up, so you're good. Okay. I'm going to grab that same brush. I'm going to get a little bit of my blue and mix it in with some of it because that's going to make it more of a black. See how I'm not trying to change all my brown into black, but I need it to be darker a little bit here and there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll do just a little bit of that and then I'll come in and tap that. I got ahead of myself a little bit, but that's okay. Happy accident number 5.
Number 5.
Number 5. If I hadn't told you, you wouldn't have known. Okay, I'll go ahead and put a little bit down here too. And then we're going to put the brush down and we're going to scrape. See how I'm putting a little bit right here too, just because I can. Just because I can. I'm sorry, y'all, that my camera on Instagram is a wee bit on the crooked side.
It looks good though. You can see the painting.
Okay, good. All righty. So what I'm doing, oops, sorry, I don't mean to go so fast.
I'll throw in a little more dark.
Okay. So I've got my happy little knife, number 5, Bob Ross painting knife. I'm going to come in here and just scrape.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, isn't that fun?
This is the ASMR portion of this live. You scrape up.
Do a little scrapey, scrape it. You can do it this way.
Okay.
Or this way. And then after that, wash the brush really well.
I was basking. What did you just say?
Oh, okay. After that, wipe your brush really, really well. Same brush.
There's a lot of interesting angles I have to do because I'm a lefty.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That is quite challenging. I'm just wiping my brush. Now, if I had a paint thinner and all that, I would come in and wash it and go, and beat the devil out of it like that. But we're not doing that. The devil's getting a pass today on this. Okay, so wipe my brush really well, and I'm going to come in now, and I'm just going to do some little X's. I don't want to go up and gobble up my sky, so I'm not going to go crazy with it. We're not washing a brush, but see how I'm doing some little X's? And so what happened is Bob had this, he went in and he just kind of made this into a nice background, okay? It makes it kind of dreamy looking. So wiping your brush, you come in and you do some little X strokes and be careful not to kill all your blue sky, and wipe your brush pretty often and see how I'm holding back here with my brush, and go in there and soften it and just dance around in the sky.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. La, la, la. And then you want to come across here and you just do this very lightly, just so you kind of blur it, okay?
Okay.
We want it to look out of focus. And then we'll go in and we'll put some bushes in.
Wipe my brush.
Okay. So Eileen was telling me she waved at some horses this weekend.
I did. I live near the Burbank Equestrian Center, and there's a lot of horses just living their best lives.
That's awesome.
And there's just cute little walking trails. So I was like, let's go say hi.
Yeah, very neat.
Also, I want everyone to see the mess that's happening.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
I thought that came from the horse at first.
Stop.
Like you got kind of close to him, didn't you?
I did. I pet one's nose.
Oh, how sweet.
Faye, how long have you been painting? Like, is this been your whole life, or is this something you discovered later in life?
No, I mean, I'm 28, so no.
Yeah. I know. You're 28, I'm 5,000.
Actually, you know what? I picked up a paintbrush to paint, really paint 20 years ago this month.
Oh my gosh.
Then I got certified 6 months later because I had to be able to pay for my habit. And then, I mean, I love it. I love teaching it. I love sharing the joy of painting. I'm so thrilled. It's such a blessing. Okay. So you got it all blurry?
I'm going to kind of add a little more blur over here.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I've got the white brush because I wiped it really well after I did that. And I'm going to go in to where I've got some black, and this is where I got ahead of myself. We're going to put a little bit more black in and just go in and block in some. Let's get a little bit more specific now. Holding my brush kind of like this, I'm going to go and block in or tap in to where I have a nice little bush shape. So see how that's still back there. So you want to leave that. You don't want to cover all that. And then I'll come in here like this. I'm using mostly the corner. You can use this corner. You come in like that, and you can see it'll already start to look like a happy little forest.
Oh my God.
Okay. And then I'm going to come up here. I don't want to make it look exactly like that over there. That's just kind of one of those things I tend to do sometimes. I'm going up above that now on this side, up above the blur. And I'm going to go in, get a little bit more, cover that, make it nice and dark, mix that, make it nice and dark. All right, so then I've got that nice little blurry stuff back there, and just tappy, make it nice and dark. And I'm even going to come down here and do horizontal strokes of some dark. Okay, see like this.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And that'll help us out later because you have to have the dark to show the light. That's what Bob always said. So true. Okay. But yeah, I cracked up when he was talking about that he talks to the possums, he talks to wildlife stuff. So all right.
Just kind of comparing what you're doing. I'm a very visual learner.
Yes, that's good. That's understandable. Okay, I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. If you've never tried to paint before, you should so do it. You should jump right in and give it a shot. We're using the contents of the Bob Ross Basic Kit today. I've got a box somewhere.
Oh, I got it right here. Hold on.
Okay.
It's this box.
Oh, yeah, that's it. And so it'll show you what you can do even with a basic kit with just a few colors. It comes
with like a little kit.
Yeah. All right. You ready?
What do you think? How's that look to you?
Maybe a little bit like here. Have one that kind of it looks like you have like a gap there, maybe fill in just a little. Don't fill it totally in. Just plant a bush there.
You're so right, Faye.
I was taught by some good instructors. So when you take a certification course, there's like 3 weeks of intense training, but you just meet awesome people. You learn some wonderful things. And so, and then I've learned over time how to fix people's happy accidents. And I love this painting because it's a perfect example of how you can recover from a happy accident and maybe be glad later you made that accident. So, aww. Bob would make a really good life lesson out of that. All right.
Okay. I'm satisfied.
I like it. Okay, you're good. I'm wiping that brush again, and I want to make sure that we get it nice and fluffy. Okay. And I'm also going to have you pick up your knife in a moment. So why don't you can just kind of be wiping your brush while I use my knife. I'm going to go in, and Bob calls doing this with your little one-haired brush. I'm going to go in with my knife and put in a few little twigs. See how I kind of scratch that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and just see how I'm kind of turning it. This is one of my student knives. I dropped mine or something. All right. And you just go in there and touch. Because I mark them at the bottom so they don't walk out with them. No, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do it to me. But you just go in and scratch just a few sticks and twigs. Try to do them in a cluster to where they kind of make sense. You don't want to kind of make a pattern. But a lot of that's going to get covered anyway. So don't worry about it. If you think, ooh, I don't like that stick, well, that just happens to be where a bush lives. So you're in good shape.
Okay, I'm going to go to my knife.
Okay.
Kind of compare what you're doing. Okay.
Can you see them okay? They're not that easy to see.
I can sort of make it out.
Okay. All right. Yay.
How am I doing, Faye? How's this?
I can't see it. But
just lie. Just say it's great.
We're good. Okay, so now what we're going to do, you got your brush nice and white here. We're going to go in and put foliage, and this is where we're going to create individual little bushes, okay? So I have my liquid white handy, and I'm going to get a little bit on the end of my brush like this. Same brush, like that, okay? And I'm going to come right over here into my cadmium yellow, and look how I'm just kind of pulling that through on my palette like this. I pull it, and that mixes it a little bit. I'll get a little bit of green also. And then I get this texture on my palette, and that is what you're going for. You want to get that texture on your palette, because then that means you've got happy little leaves and stuff on the end of your brush.
Oh.
Okay. Just kind of push that in. You can pull it, and then you just kind of touch that. Bob says like to kind of get a little ridge. All right, let me get a little bit more. I want to mix plenty. All right, and then this is going to be pretty bright here, but we can change it up as we go. All right. So I think I'll do this one first, and I'm going to hold my brush kind of horizontally like this, but I'm going to paint mostly with the corner and go in, and I angle the brush like I'll do this because I'm thinking about making that tree there. All right, and I'm going to load up, and maybe I'll highlight this one here. I'm kind of starting with my the lighter green, and then we'll do, we'll go in a little browner type. All right, so see how I'm just kind of jumping around, and then I'll put a little bit right here. All right, today I did about 4, but you know what, while I'm at it, and since we have a little bit of a time constraint, I'll plant some here, and I'll plant some here. It's all going to make sense here in a little bit.
It's going to come together.
It'll all be worth it, Eileen. Don't sweat it. I know you're not. I'm teasing you.
That's my secret, Faye. I'm always sweating it.
Are you? All right.
A little lighter.
Okay.
It's starting to look like nature.
Woo! That's what it's all about. I love it. Bob loved nature. I love it. He would talk about Alaska, and he'd say, God was having a good day when he made Alaska. I want to go to Alaska one day. You ever been there?
No, that's on my bucket list.
Yeah. All right.
I want to go to Alaska and I want to see like the whales because there's always whales that migrate there.
Oh, okay. I want to see the Northern Lights.
Oh, that'd be so pretty.
Yeah. There's a Northern Lights painting that Bob did. It's so good. All right. How you doing?
Sound for a second and now I'm back.
Okay.
What do you think?
It looks good.
Yay.
Yay. Okay. So what I'm going to do now, I'll just go, I think I'm going to get a tiny bit of this brownish. All right. And I'm going to pull it over here into my yellow. I want to make something that's kind of a golden yellow. I'll get a tiny bit of my liquid white again. So that brown color we made, and it got mixed with a little bit of, I'll get a little bit more cadmium yellow and liquid white. Going to kind of resemble maybe a little ochre. All right. And load it the same way. Nice little pieces of paint there. Those bushes live right on the end of your brush. And then you can kind of come in here and plant some right in between these. And I'm not going to do everything. I'm just doing a few because I still want to do some dark green. There's that. All right. And a little bit of this. And where else? Maybe right here. All right. Yep, I'm going to stop there. Let you catch up.
Thank you. Heck yes. Was that your dog?
No, that was, I can't believe you heard that. That was probably a rooster. Sometimes when I'm videoing or when I'm doing my online classes, they'll get in there and they'll crow like every 4 seconds. I kid you not. And I just want to stop.
They want to be part of the show.
Yes, they're so narcissistic. They think they should be right in the middle of everything. Strutting around, crowing every few minutes. And sometimes it's the goats.
That's so cute.
Yep, sometimes the goats are doing it. We love our critters, though. I like how Bob loves critters, and I've had some, what do you call it? Like fundraisers where I would like donate the proceeds to help some of my students that are wildlife rehabilitators.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah, the Bob Ross Company always helps me when I do that. They'll supply like canvases and stuff. I haven't done that in a little while.
Okay, how's that look?
That looks cool. Okay. Yay. All right. So I wiped my brush again. So you just want to wipe it really well. And you can just, while you're wiping it, I'll show you what I'm going to do next. I'm going to go into some sap green. I'll get a tiny bit of the liquid white again. All right, there we go. I like that. Nice and soft. And go in and just highlight some of these. I might put a little bit more. I want it to be a little tiny bit lighter. You can always put a little bit of titanium white in there too. Just want it to really show up good. And I'm getting the little bits of texture again. And going to come right in here and tap, tap. All right. And then where maybe I left a little spot, I might put a little baby green bush here and there. But you don't have to cover everything. You want to save some of the dark. Bob always says, save the dark is your friend, and layer this. It's important to have layers. Okay. All right, maybe some down here. So you should have a nice little array of some colors there. And then, of course, I'm going to wipe my brush again.
Of course.
That's how we roll. All right. I can't wait to see what else is in store during birthday week. Heard there's lots of cool things going on. Lots of my friends are going to be streaming.
Very cool.
Look at that. Oh, it's looking good.
I'm doing it.
Yay. You can do it. And that's the thing, you know, about painting, just makes you feel so good. And that's what I love about being, I'm still a CRI, but I love being a CRI because you can help people feel so good. And it can be a little, you know, it's hard work, but it is so rewarding. So rewarding.
Okay.
All right. Yay. Okay. All right. So let's see what to do next. Let's get our knife, and we're going to go in and put some land in there. All right. So this stuff, some of this dark brown and blue, that's kind of dark. I don't want it really as black. I'm going to throw a little bit more of that dark brown that we mixed into it. I want it just a dark brown, something like cat, as Bob would say. I love how he says like cat.
Like that.
Like cat.
So cute.
Uh-huh. Okay, so what we're going to do, even though this is like a U, when we load up our knife, we're going to do horizontal strokes this way, okay? All right, so here's my dark stuff right here. I'm going to hold my knife straight up and go at an angle here and come in, and right here, I'm going to put just a little bit across here. And I'm going over a lot of that brown that was still under there. All right, but you can go up into the bushes a little bit too to see how I load that up, and I'm just making the banks, okay? All right, just like that, like cat.
Like that.
The cat. And then I went ahead and covered like down here at the bottom. And then I'm going to do it on the other side too. So you go ahead and get started if you're ready. You don't have to wait on me.
I'm ready.
I know you know that. You're kind of fast over there anyway.
It's kind of like when you do an at-home workout video. I'm like, I want to keep up.
Oh, yeah. I gotcha. All right. And we can put a little bit out in the stream, but we don't have as much room as Bob did. So I'm going to put one of them out here for now. I just want to make sure we got time to finish as much as we can. Now, did you hear that rooster? Oh, my
did.
I shouldn't have said anything. All righty. They are so loud. So we live on a hobby farm in the country, and we have goats and chickens and a dog named Rufus.
Rufus, what kind of dog is he?
He is a Morkie, which is like a Maltese and a Yorkie.
Oh, that's so cute.
He's so sweet. He's been with me for 13 years.
Oh my gosh.
So. I'm just blown away.
It's like, so endearing.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, I don't know. Enjoy the chickens, everybody. Poultry in motion.
Okay, how's this? Oh, she walked away.
I did. I'm so sorry. I got
it's a, she's got her notes. She's got the chickens.
I didn't know you could tell I walk away. Let me see. Okay, cool.
Good. Okay.
I like it. You've got just the right shape of these down here. Okay. All right. So I'm going to grab my knife again. I wiped it off. Okay. I'm going to get a little bit of that homemade brown and put it down here. Ballad chocolate chip. Let's do 2 chocolate chips and then a couple of chocolate chips of my titanium white and come in here and I'm just going to mash that together and mash it again and see what I've got. Because it should be kind of swirly like that. Swirly, not squirrely. Or squirrely. Peapod would be welcome here. Peapod would love that forest. And we created that forest in a matter of minutes.
That is insane. That's so cool.
It's an awesome technique. It is so beginner friendly.
It is. Again, I haven't painted in like 15 years. And look at what I've made so far.
Yay!
Okay.
Okay. Oh, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Down here we say if you're waiting on me, you're backing up. All right. So this right here is what I've got. It's kind of swirly. And I'm going to hold my knife like this and go in and cut across and get a nice little roll. And watch how lightly I hold the knife. See, it's like you could almost do this and float across. Oops, I need more white in mine. Happens often. Get more white. I accidentally got some green, but that'll just look like some moss. All right, there we go. That's a little better. And I'm going to...
There were degrees.
Right across like this. See how like shoom, shoom. Really, really lightly. Very lightly.
Like a little feather.
Yes. Like do this. You make the sound shoosh. Whoosh.
Okay.
There we go. And that highlights it. It looks like a little sunlight is hitting the top of the dirt. All right. Okay.
I want to add one more highlight.
Okay. Okay. Now, remember when we put the little bushes in, we can get that brush again because like what happens with mine is when you put this here, it overlaps some. So you can get a little bit of your highlight color, like right here maybe, and go and plant a little bush right out there on the edge. Okay. And maybe like right here, plant it, let it come right on out over the top of that. It helps it to look more realistic. Okay. And right here, try not to use the same color and go in like a U shape though, because then that would That'll tell on you later. People will know you did it.
I don't want to be told on.
You don't want to be told. Don't be a tattletale.
My nightmare.
Don't want your painting to be a tattletale. Oh my goodness. I get in enough trouble as it is. I live on the edge.
I can tell.
So I'm really excited about the, what is it? I'm trying to tell you guys about the, oh yeah, okay. Anyway, in Muncie, where Bob used to film all of his, not all of them, most of his shows, there's something called the Bob Ross Experience, and it is so amazing. So if you ever get a chance to go, they have recreated the studio that Bob used to record in, and I've been in there, and it's like you can feel the Bobness.
Oh.
The Bobness just reverberates.
The Bobness is real.
It is. It's real. I had to plant another bush there. Okay, so now that you've got this, and it kind of looks like the water, I mean, the dirt's just kind of floating on top of the water. So, you know where we went into a little bit of titanium white? I'm going to take some of that green off of my titanium white, or maybe just kind of scoop some titanium white and put it here because I don't want it to be green. Okay. And I'm going to grab my fan brush and pull it, and flip it, and pull it, and just swish it back and forth and load it with plenty of white and come right under here like this. And I'm going to do these little sideways motions. I flipped it so I could get fresh paint. All right. But by loading it up, and if you need to, you can even put a little bit of liquid white because that'll help it to not mix so much, maybe with some of the brown you might pick up. But you just come in here and go. If you'll make that sound, Eileen, I can just about guarantee success.
Okay. Let me rehearse.
That is the best I've ever heard.
You all heard it. You all heard. She complimented me.
I did. Oh, my in-person students might be angry now.
Well, tough luck.
They'll be okay. That's right. You've got the beat. So see what I'm just kind of scooching in here, and putting water right under there. This is just not putting water. This is like a foam, but I'm sneaking that right under there. And I think it's so fascinating that Bob did these in 26 minutes.
Yes.
And
I feel like we're flying. And he would have done like 2 paintings by now.
Yeah, he would be sitting back like, would you guys hurry? No. Okay. Let's see how I'm just kind of coming under here. Scoochy, scoochy.
Scoochy, scoochy.
Scoochy, scooch, scooch. Okay. Yeah, he'll be kicked back yawning. Are y'all done yet? No, I would love to have met Bob. I didn't get to meet him.
I know, that's one of those like childhood staples for me that I wish I could have met.
Yeah.
My childhood from 5,000 years ago, because I'm 5,000.
Now, from about 5 years ago. Oh, I like it. Your foamy stuff is looking good. Your little ripples and stuff.
It's cool.
I like how you understand the concept of keeping it flat. Like water always sticks its level. Mm-hmm. I just saw where I probably need to put a little waterfall in, and I'll show you how to do that. I'm loading my brush the same way, and maybe I'll do it right here, and I'll come across here and go shh. And if you'll do the shh, it goes this way, and then it kind of drops off, and then you can put like a little bit of a splash, and then I just kind of blend the bottom a little bit.
Oh, cute.
But if you want a little waterfall, that's how you do it.
Oh, I do.
Okay. And then after that, I'm just going to wipe my fan brush. Okay. I'm so impressed. I just worried you're going to get, be a CRI and then take my job. I know what you're doing, Eileen. I know you're trying to take my job.
This is immunity.
She has a motive.
The jig is up.
All right, you ready? Are you ready for your bravery test?
Yes.
It is time.
I'm very scared.
Wiped fan brush. We're going to do this rather quickly. We're going to be like Bob, and we're going to put in a whole foreground in the last 30 seconds. Just joking. This is my really dark stuff here, loading it nice and darkly. I'm going to come right in here with my brush kind of vertically. My tree is going to live right there. And I'm going to touch it on this. This is what I call painting on the skinny. Come in like this. And then it lives right there. I'll get a little bit more like this. And maybe I'll start here and then I'll come along like this and like that. My God. I stop there. And if you want to go ahead and throw that in really quickly, I'll show you how after that to do some twigs and some bark, and then you'll sign that baby.
Wait, can I ask, did you use the feather brush for that or this little guy?
I used the feather.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll show you that again. Like come in and load it up really good. You need lots.
Stakes are high.
That's right. Food is expensive everywhere. I know that was lame. Sorry for everyone. I like a good pun. Okay. All right. Put you a tree in there, or have you? Oh, okay. I thought you'd already done it.
I was loading up.
Okay. You have. What was that?
That's me screaming while making my tree.
It was one of my animals. I was like, of all times, people.
I get that a lot. I just want to make this part a little darker.
We will use that liner brush in just a moment. That looks good. That looks good. Okay, so let's get that liner brush we've been talking about. All right. And get your liquid white. Okay. I'll probably just use my knife really quickly and dip up some, well, look at there. Just did it. Drop me some liquid white right there, because I want to thin some of that so it's not going to be quite as dark. All right. All right, but look how I'm mixing that and it's getting nice and soft. Ooh. Yeah. And then look how I'm rolling that brush. Roll it like that, okay? Twirl it like that. And you want to hold it. And then start in the trunk here and just come out into the air and wiggle it and just lift off. And wiggle it and lift off. I'm going to add a little bit more. But now Bob was he was the best, so he could start in the air and go out. But I always teach people to start in the tree trunks like this. Start here and then come out and lift off. Because I find out that's easier for people. Probably need to get better. Maybe I need to do it that way so I can show off. And I know that puts some of this light kind of in your trunk. But that's going to turn out to be a good thing. And I do like for my tree to just go off the canvas. It's a big tree. I mean, he's dead, but he was in his heyday now. He was really big. And I wonder if Bob talked to that tree.
Probably.
He talked to trees, he said. Okay. And I was told we could use 5 more minutes, so we can wrap this up in just a bit. We're almost done.
Oh my God.
I'm so excited. You're doing really good.
Thank you so much. I'm having a blast.
Yay.
This is the best start to a week ever.
I love it. It's the best job ever. Best career ever. Okay. All right. So now that I've got limbs on here and I want to highlight it, I'm going to use my knife. I'm going to wipe it off because I don't want that thin paint on there. I want to grab, well, I'll just use this stuff here that I have for the banks. Yeah, I'll just use that to save us some time. And I'm cut across like that. And I'm going to use my knife to lightly go right along here and highlight the side, the left side mostly of the tree trunk.
Very cool.
Okay. All right. And the cool thing, one of the cool things, there's lots of cool things about this is when it dries, there's so much texture. And it'll be so neat to kind of touch that. I'm going to come right on down. Yeah. There we go. So before I ever started teaching, I went to an arts and crafts store before I ever picked up a brush. And there was a lady there that had her paintings on display because she was a CRI. And she had these birch trees. And while no one was looking, and she wasn't there, she just had it on display. So no one was looking. I was over there like feeling of the painting.
I think I got in trouble at an art museum once for doing that when I was a kid.
Did you? Okay, so you get me.
I get it.
You get me. Yeah. So anyway, that is that was one of the things that kind of led me to want to do this, and I love it so much.
That's such a good origin story.
A good what story?
Origin story.
Oh, okay, good. Okay. I thought about it like that.
Oh my God, I have a tree.
It is so good too. Wow. So if he's floating at all, we don't want a levitating tree. It is Halloween time, but we still don't want a levitating tree. So what you could do is get a little bit. I don't see that he's floating, but sometimes mine will. So I go and plant a few little greeneries at the bottom with the just touching the brush. And now it's time to sign it. Are you ready?
Well, I just want to plant a little greenery.
Okay.
Because I think it's pretty.
Yes, it is. It'll be really nice. Okay. You may find that you like to be a landscaper. Never know.
New career.
Kind of like my origin story. Yeah. And so there's lots of cool things that's going to come on after this, guys. We're going to, oh, you're ready. See, yes, you said fast. Okay, I wiped my liner. And I'm going to put it down in my liquid white. I think I will make my signature. I'm going to make it. Bob does bright red. I don't have any bright red. I'm going to roll my brush in phthalo blue and white, liquid white mixed. And I'm going to come right here. Well, you can't see it. I'm very modest. No. All right. So anyway, this is a little darker. Come right here. You just use the tippy toes of that brush and go in there, and don't sign too far down because you don't want your frame to cover it. And I'm so excited that you took your first Bob Ross class with me.
I am too.
We have memories to last a lifetime.
Okay, signed.
All right. All right.
I'm gonna move it. Guys, look what I did.
Look at it. Woo! It's your world. Look at Eileen's world, everybody. Woohoo!
I'm swimming down there.
Very good.
This was so fun. Thank you for doing this with us.
Thank you for having me. And I hope you have a wonderful day. Happy painting and God bless.
Yes.
And unless you have something you need to say, I guess we'll turn it over.
No, on behalf of Pluto TV, thank you so much for dropping into our planet. And we're going to have Bob paint all day and stick around.
Yes. All right. Sounds great.
All right, almost done with these blues. The blues. I want to start to get in some more yellows. They'll be coming in and out on the mountain. And some down here as well. Art game show stream. Wow. That sounds interesting. That does sound interesting. What kind of game show do you do? Is it like history, trivia? Oh, wow. That's awesome. So it's like quick art and gestural stuff, I guess. Is it timed? Yeah, wait, what? Oh my gosh, it's happening. I guess it's happening right now. I can't see it. I didn't get a notification. Apparently they're here. All right, welcome everybody. Bob Ross stream. Welcome everybody. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much, Art Smackdown. We're bringing some landscape feels in honor, well, I do it all the time, but he is an inspiration. Honor the man himself, Bob Ross. Bob Ross stream, I'd like to welcome you all. Hope you're having a wonderful Monday morning. It's Monday morning up here in Alaska, land of the Bob. Painting the almighty mountain there. A bot, dang it. Thanks for the sub. Yeah, we can get a hype train going. Let's see some emojis in the chat. Welcome everybody. Oh my. A bot, dang it. Thanks for the sub. Moda Dust, thanks for the follow. Yeah, Firestarter, Almighty Mountains, just building right up. He's coming out of the sky. I'm gonna go into the sky pretty soon. I've got these blues working for me. Oh my gosh. I want to give a shout out to Yakum. Yakum's in the sub, or in the chat right now. You just got a gifted sub. Yakum's a cool artist on stream. Give him a follow. Check him out. He's in the chat. Just getting his feet under himself, just like myself. We're doing this for Bob though. Happy birthday, Bob. Tried to find the biggest mountain painting I could get, you know? If you own a big alizarin crimson, that's Bob's favorite color, isn't it? Firestar, thanks for the sub and the follow. Oh yeah, I'm doing some oil painting today. Oh yeah. It's actually, so the red base that you're seeing there it's an acrylic base. So I use acrylic base as my gesso. I covered up an old painting that had dried up completely. And put down this red oxide base. Now I'm working oil paints on top. I use a paint thinner that I get from the hardware store. Things are a little expensive up here in Alaska. We got to bring everything up on a barge. So going to the hardware store, it's a little bit more, a little less expensive. I try and give some tips for those artists out there that are strapped for cash. Instead of buying a $35 gallon of turpentine, I'll just get some odorless mineral spirits from the hardware store for about $15. Does the job, you know. Mine is clean strip green, so it's green. I tried to get the good stuff for the environment, you know. I'm using a linseed oil as well. That helps loosen up my paint so that I can paint a little bit better. It's not stand oil though. It's just a loose linseed oil. And then I have another medium that I've been experimenting with called Galkide. Galkyd. Galkide. Very interesting medium. So I'm a artist streamer up here in Juneau, Alaska. I have worked in art studios and within the public education sector within the United States, and I'm originally from Pennsylvania. Moved up here for good in 2016. Kind of pursue my passions, mountains, the outdoors, painting, and art. That's where the inspiration is, up here. So I brought it all with me, and haven't really looked back since. Just started getting into streaming recently, and I'm loving it. The community here is welcoming, wholesome. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun to be here. A lot of fun to paint for all y'all. Twitch Creative is awesome. Oh no! I don't know why it got deleted. I think it might have been an accident. I'm sorry about that. Oh yeah, Corpse Stomp says she's sorry. Holy cow, I gotta go back. DCK Boogers, Vertigo Nausea, Cadiz Itrama de Rizel, Gracious Patriot, Spartan, Eating Yummy, and Jeej. Thank you all so much for the follows. You too, Lucid Luminary. I do have a Alizarin Crimson on my palette here. He's down here in the bottom, by the way. Alizarin Crimson. Trying to bring out some highlight areas in my snow. Just changing it up. Changing up that snow color, blending it, but letting some brush strokes come through. I do plan on using a knife later on, but we're going to do it like the man himself. Let me see. Holy cow. Look at all of you. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll bring it up. My Twitch channel is at or slash Artruvian. Sorry, I just bring up the Bob Ross chat. I didn't have you guys up. Couldn't see what you were saying all to me. So now I've got both of you. Seeing everybody talking to me at once now. My Twitch channel is Artruvian. You can also find me on Instagram and TikTok at Artruvian. See a lot of work posted, sometimes some time lapses. I've been really digging the stories lately too. Oh my gosh. Cloud rubble, soggy waffle. I live here. Oh, Bob Ross is sending me messages. Where do I live? Oh, I live. Oh my gosh, we're on YouTube too, I guess. Oh my gosh, we're everywhere. This is an Alaskan scene, so this painting is up in Juneau, Alaska. It's part of our ski resort, as you would say. Our ski resort is very tiny. We have about 3 lifts on a good day. On a bad day, we might get none, or maybe one will run, but sometimes it gets too windy. This mountain here is called Mount Ben Stewart. It's on Douglas Island in Juneau, Alaska. Bringing some highlights in. Holy cow. All right, I'm gonna hold off on the notifications right here, right now, y'all. Getting a little crazy in here. I'll try to keep answering your questions and such, though. I'll look at all the chats going on. We're having some fun now. I gotta say, I was a little nervous. Juneau, Alaska is a little tiny town on the southeast panhandle of Alaska. We live in a somewhat temperate environment. It's a temperate rainforest here. Got a lot of snowfall, a lot of rainfall. If it gets cold enough, a lot of snowfall, I should say. But it doesn't always get too cold here. When you think of Alaska, you usually think of cold. Believe it or not, it doesn't get that cold here. Our lowest temps right around 0 Fahrenheit. Never really gets too much colder than that, except if the wind is blowing real hard. And that's why the list would close, is if the wind's blowing hard. I gotta say, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Bob Ross. I know it's not today, but gotta honor him, right? Still sounds a little cold. Oh no, it's not that cold. In the summertime, our maximum temperatures get up to around, I've seen 90s. I've seen close to the 100, 96 or so. Sure. Yeah, so you guys are with me up until 2:30 Eastern time. That's 10:30 Alaska time. And then the Bob Ross celebration will continue on the Bob Ross stream. You can make your way back there if you want. But I am so happy to have all of you here checking out, watching on stream. You can also check out my website, artruvian.com. I do have some work for sale up there, but we're in the process of getting that all updated. Yeah, no problem. You want a cake? I like your emojis. Leif and Arquette, thank you. My name's Dan. I'm Artruvian, not Bob Ross. I saw somebody say Bob Ross 2.0. I don't know. Those are big shoes to fill. He was a tall guy. I'm not that tall. Yeah, if you want to chat, go ahead anywhere, everywhere. Throw some Bob Ross emojis in your chat for the man himself. I know they're there. I know you've got them. All right, I'm gonna go to the sky now. Been playing around in the snow too much. Like these colors though. Sorry, I feel like I've heard that song a bunch of times today already. I had to change it. This is the linseed oil I'm using. It's Grumbacher. Yeah, got our beautiful almighty mountain. And you know, later, I do have some fun things in store for y'all. I hope to get to them. You know we're gonna be painting some. Some happy little trees. Oh, there'll be some trees. Don't you worry. My new Bob. You guys are funny. Okay. Just wanted to make sure my color was the shade that I wanted. Didn't want it to be too light starting. Can always get it lighter. I'm going in. I'm going to be doing most of my trees with a knife too. We're going to get real loose with it. I usually put down a coat, top coat, just a layer of blocking in, and then I'll finish with a knife, really bring in some details, but just I like to bring in all types of flavors of color in the end. All right, I'm just gonna go straight into the white. We're gonna mix it on the canvas itself. We're gonna bring that sky blue down. Oh yeah, especially mixing in mediums. Like those textures are, you start to learn, the more you paint, you start to learn textures are some of the most important parts of painting. There's a hair in my soup. I wonder how much hair Bob Ross got into his paintings. They usually edit that stuff out, I'm sure, you know. I mean, I got a whole head of it, and he, oh my gosh, he was on a different level. I want to give a shout out to Corb Stomp, James and Jesse for the behind the scenes communication for this collaboration. Thank you all so much for your time and effort. Kind of put the wheels in motion for this and bring some communities together. So as I bring this sky down, this light color down, something that you see in Alaska is that frigid sky. And this is something that I learned from another TV artist other than Bob Ross. There was a guy that was on Netflix not too long ago, Werner, I forget what his name is, but he said that if you add just a little bit of Viridian kind of close to the horizon, it creates this icy color that fits so well with a cold winter morning. If you blend it in nicely. Well, that's the whole point of making it your own, right? That's embracing your style, is leaving yourself on the page. I'm just going in loosely, blending some of my brush strokes. I was saying earlier before the madness started happening, but it's already taken a while for the sun to come up here. I started streaming at 8 a.m. Alaska time, and it was kind of dark. All right, almost done with the blocking in. Well, I'm running out of paint. Yeah, it's only getting worse, right? We're not even halfway there. I mean, yeah, I guess we are halfway there. December. December is the hardest month here. It's just dark the whole time. Sun rises around 9:30. Maybe a little bit earlier. It'll set around 3. I used to work in the school districts, and it was go home or go to work in the dark, come home in the dark. That's just the way it is, you know? If you want views like this, that's the cost. Reminds you of Mars. Oh. I've always wanted to do a landscape painting based off of some of the photographs that are coming out of Mars. Sky has presence, thank you. Yeah, it's kind of bringing in its own thing here. I don't know if I'm going to do any happy clouds. I want this to be more along the lines of a crisp, beautiful winter day. Like I said, this is taken from the top of the chairlift as part of the resort here at Eagle Crest. Looking across the valley to Mount Ben Stewart, Douglas Island in Alaska. Nice. All right, looking good. I mean, if you want to make it Mars, it's all you. It's all you. It does match my shirt, doesn't it? I saw that. YouTube. All right. So this is where the knives come into play. I did say earlier that I wanted to bring in some reds, some of that alizarin crimson. I'm going to use alizarin crimson, but probably mix some other colors in with it. And I'm going to use these red tones, these dark, deep dark red tones as my shadows for my trees. But before I do that, I want to work in my background trees first. And I'm going to work those shadows in. Before I bring in any type of green, I'm going to use a deep blue purple. Now it'll be a little bit easier to mix here because the knife is, in my opinion, makes it a little bit easier. So I'm using dioxide purple and phthalocyanine blue. I used a lot of that for my sky and my blues as well in my snow. Just going in with the knife, I'm gonna use just the edge. You know how we do it, just scrape a nice thin pile and scrape it up. This is where the textures really start to build. And you get that play. Spartan, I like you. Art is life. Truth to that. This is still, I'm still being very loose with how I paint here. It's nondescript because it's far away, so it's okay if things are a little blurry, a little off. Your eye will start to make sense of it once the details build. Just sculpting some of these rocks. There's beautiful rock formation that juts out in this couloir. This is a very popular ski run for a lot of the alpine tourers. They just gotta make sure that they're doing it. And the avalanche activity is very low. It's very high avalanche activity in there. If I don't get the painting quite finished, you'll be able to either stick around or you can check it out on my on-demand. I want to give it a shout out to a bot, dang it. She's also in the chat. I saw her sub earlier. She's also a streaming artist here on Twitch. Check her out. Congratulations, you're making it, getting out of lockdown. Australia. I've met a few snowboarders that are from Australia. I met a snowboarder that, good friend, he came up here, and the green circles up in Alaska are not quite the same green circles that you find in Australia, I think. Or however you guys rate your mountains and runs there. They're a little hard here. This is a canvas that I'm painting on. It's a gallery canvas. It's got nice thick 1.5 inch, or actually I think it's a 2-inch edge. It's very hardy canvas. It's good canvas. I got it off of Blick. I'm actually reusing it. This is a canvas that I previously painted a painting on. Didn't care for it too much, and so I recycled it. I do that a lot with canvases. Sometimes I'll go to the thrift store and thrift for previously painted on canvases. Makes it a little bit cheaper to be an artist if you're struggling with that kind of thing, you know? And now I'm going to bring a little bit more of a brighter version of this blue by adding a little bit of white in. I'm bringing it into the foreground. These are going to be the bottom shadows of the trees themselves. Now, I'm just filling in, doing a basic fill, block in here with the knife. And I'm going to let some of that underlayer piece through here and there. One, because it's interesting and it's dark, so it'll help me with this shadow portion. And then I'll put some light, scatter some light within to make it look like the light is shining through the trees nicely. What brought me up to Alaska? We'll call it, there was a sense in me that was feeling unfulfilled. And it was, I grew up, I was very thankful to be raised in a household that loved the outdoors, loved traveling. I traveled the US extensively when I was younger. Heavily. All the national parks, the outdoors, climbed mountains, waterfalls, all those beautiful things. And then I grew up outside of Philadelphia, in the suburbs of Philadelphia. Trust the process, represent. Eagles aren't so good though, so I'm not gonna give them a shout out, but Flyers might be good. Right, so I had actually been up here. A friend was living up here. Moved after college. Studied art in college. Out at Moravian College in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And about a year after college, my friend, very good friend, moved up here. I said, and I had a teaching job. It was a long-term sub job, so it ended. Said I was gonna come visit. And upon visiting, a couple of days, I was given an offer for a job to work within the tourism business for the rest of the season. They needed some people. Sure. No, this company is a helicopter glacial trekking company, and I still work for them this day. I've worked as a guide for them up on our local glacier, which is called the Mendenhall Glacier, and I'll paint that glacier sometimes. I have some streams loaded up on demand on my channel with those glacier paintings and others. It's an inspirational place, to say the least. Everywhere you look, it's a 360-degree view of scenery, which is, that's what brought me here, ultimately. Did a road trip with my dad. I've done it a couple times. Get everything out here in my life. Brought all my art supplies in tow. Oh, I think that's for sure, you know. That is where I meant to be. Not all the national parks. I've been to... so when I go through my list and I look through all the national parks, I'm probably missing... especially since I was a kid, like, it's hard to travel a whole lot now just because life, you know. Like, I've yet to be up to Denali, that's our park up here, and Glacier Bay. So there's so many national parks out there. I've almost been to every state. I think I've hit 48 states. There's a few in the south that I need to hit. That's it. That's an awesome life goal, though. All the national parks. Oh, I can say happy accidents. I've made a few already. I don't really tell anybody when I make my accidents. I just keep going, you know? Go with the flow. No accidents here. Like I said, TPP, trust the process. Right, Yakum? Yeah, like I said, very, very thankful. And in my 20s, got to come up to Alaska and go to Hawaii, and so knock those off the list. But I gotta say, they're some of the coolest states. They don't even really feel like states. They feel like completely different countries sometimes. All right, we've got some nice light happening. Oh, I want to go skiing down that mountain. That's right. Alizarin Crimson, we're doing it. I feel like I need to bring some trees in. We don't have a whole lot of time left, so I want to start getting some trees in so we can all say that we're putting some happy little trees in, you know? Just gonna grow right up from the bottom. A little bit more red. I'm gonna get thick with it here too. I'm not bashful. Let that paint build. You gotta be delicate. That's what it comes down to. Just be careful. Don't lose the expression though. And you'll see me, I'm going to do a lot of big knife strokes with this because this is the shadow, this is the base layer. I'm going to build my colors on top of this to build those trees forward, bring them at you. Make it look like that space is coming straight out the canvas. Having a sense of space is extremely important. That's how you get lost into a painting, is by diving in. It draws you in, and then you start to hone in on those details. When I paint flat, I tend to be a little bit more dissatisfied, but that's me. You know, that's just how I feel. That's how I am with my own art. There are some amazing graphic designers out there and even painters that create beautiful color theories with just very flat planes. Not only am I a real person, but I'm a real person up here in Alaska, doing it right. Happy trees, wherever I want them to grow, you know? It's my world, not your world. You can do whatever you want in your world. Sometimes I pick up some of those other colors that I've already put down, those blues. Sometimes it's some of that yellow. That's okay. I call that flavor. Excuse me, what flavor is your painting? Oh, Terry Tibbet. She used to host open mic night here in Juneau at the Alaskan. An old prospectory feeling, old type bar. Knife painting, I've just gotten back into the world of knife painting after some hiatus, but it is one of my favorites. Been moving a lot, and lately I've been using more of a textured wood palette that's hard to clean. I've switched over now to a temperate glass, which I can scratch it still with a knife, but it's like butter, scraping it off. So easy to paint with. Use the knife edge to create my trunk, and you just let that knife dance. Oh, we'll get some green in. Don't worry. That's kind of like some of the last colors that I'll start throwing in are these greens. I'm getting tone and feeling right now. Building my darks, building my shadows. Sometimes you have to look past all the details, all the fine details that are capturing your eye. You gotta look past them to get we get a little bit more expressive here. Oh my gosh, are we getting a hype train going? Does anybody want to get a hype train going? Moda Dust, thanks for the bits. just to give you all a reminder, if you came on late or you tuned into my stream at a little bit of a different time, the birthday celebrations for Bob will continue over on the Bob Ross Twitch channel. So if you're on my channel, you can head over there afterwards, if you wish. If you want to stay here and hang out with me, that's cool too. I'm gonna keep painting today. I got a little bit more to do, but the celebrations will continue at around 10:30 today. 10:30. I really want to thank you all again. Coming out, hanging out with me, chilling up here in Alaska with this old city boy. Making some mighty majestic mountains. I'm going to try and get this red down. And then the green buildup will occur. We'll make it happen. I'm most active on Instagram, so if you want to check out more of this artwork, check it out on Instagram, @ArtTruvian. Like I said, I'm also on Twitch and TikTok. But, obviously, I'm on Twitch. Some little tiny boys down here. Can't forget the little guys. They're the ones that become the big guys. Maybe. Those are some happy trees. Yeah, sometimes you don't even need to look at them. Sometimes it's just based on feeling. What do you feel? That tree got a little thick. I have to help him out with some other color. All right, a little bit more. Might do a little bit of this color in some of the mountains, the trees in the mountains, just to give them that same flavor. Bring about a bit of unity in this painting. That's another one of your principles of design. Unify it. Make it all together. Make it one image instead of all these separate images. The playlist is a Harris Heller playlist. It's one of the lo-fi. Yeah, you like that? That's some, I got some atmospheric perspective happening there. Push that mountain back. Push it back. Making those colors a little bit lighter. A little less focused. Here, let me go back. We're getting close to 10:30, so I just want to make sure. Going back and thanking everybody that came by. Holy cow. There's so many of you. Well, we're bringing the cold. Winter is coming. I mean, up here in the northern hemisphere at least. Winter is coming. Zunus Azul, Predonum, Fantober, Idazin. Oh my gosh. Thank you all for the follow. I'll get you all. Iben, AK Speedy, Shadows, Ski Doctors, Lathan Arquette, Lathan, wow. Lathan Arquette. Again, thank you for the follows. Free Dan, Alex Potra, Apophis, Papumbly, Jonah Keg, Owl 3764. Thanks for the follows. Jonah Keg, thanks for the sub, tier 1 sub. Hobgoblin, Nitch Meckern, Katie K9, Common Sarah, Saradex, Sarayadex, Kyleg, Tara Biting, Elvin 382, Ray Ashino, Isaiah Ramos, NJ Ventus, Barbecue Grill Master, Lady Techno Brat, Ari Frazow, Scottish Spud, Kirby Doll, Mackenzie Lemizzi, Dixie Q, Intelligent Jungle, T. Paulson, Los Gatos de Reyes, Altair is playing. Thank you so much for the follows. Thanks for the bits, guys. Dixie Q and Moda Dust. Appreciate that. And then my anonymous tipper. I'm getting scared by all these jump scares too, just to let you all know. The Hans, Damien, Easy Camille, Odo Crush, I Am Dory, and Ominous. Thank you all so much for the support and the follows. It's been a pleasure having you all on. Watch me on stream. Check me out, I'll be on from time to time. I try to shoot a Instagram holler, an Instagram story beforehand. Whenever you're feeling lonesome, want to talk some art, want to talk some shop, I'll be here, maybe. But I'll talk to you. I love talking shop. I had a stream the other night. I planned to stream for 3 hours, and it ended up being 7 because we were just talking shop all night long. Thank you so much, Owl3764. Appreciate that. bringing support to all the Twitch community, Twitch artists here. I'm fairly new, but I gotta say, I feel most welcome. It's a beautiful community. It makes me feel like I'm back at art school, doing the thing with all the weirdos, you know? Yeah, I'll help you out. If you have any questions ever, come check me out. I'll try and give you some of my best answers. They might not be the right answers, but I'll give you my best answers. JD Pie, Owoomies, Elf Lindsay, Vim and Vitrol. Damn, Junior. Need more red. I mean red. Yeah, that's what I want. Red, red. Yeah. Another hair. See, I don't even have an afro. I don't know how he did it, you know? You do not need to be good at drawing to learn how to paint. It is a different beast altogether. It helps a lot if you have the ability to draw. It's not to say it helps a lot. It's about visualization. Starting big, starting broad, breaking down your shapes into smaller and smaller shapes, simple shapes, and working from there. Anybody can learn how to do art. This is definitely a learned skill. That's not to say that there are people with a natural talent or ability with it, but just like anything else, it's all about the practice. Put the time in. I've been doing this for years, and I'm still a learner. I love learning. It's why I became a teacher. It's why I studied education and art at the same time. Not because I like teaching, but because I like learning. And so the more I paint, the more I learn about what works, what doesn't work. All right, next. I just want to give everyone a heads up. It is just about that time, 10:30, 10:29. If you do want to make your way back to the Bob Ross channel, be my guest. I'm loving it that y'all are here right now. We're gonna keep going though. The next thing I want to do before I start to go and put my greens in, I want to bring some light, some playful light, this yellow light, and I want to scatter it throughout the trees here, make it look like it's dancing throughout the trees. So I'm going to mix up more of this creamy yellow, tannish yellow that I've got going on here. I have this pink color. It's not even...
Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 22nd Joy of Painting series. First of all, let me thank you for inviting us back for another series of painting shows. And if this is your first time with us, allow me to give you a personal invitation to drag up your paints and spend a relaxing half hour with us as we put some of nature's masterpieces on canvas. So I tell you what, let's start out today, have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us at home. And while they're doing that, come on up here and let me show you what I've got done already. Have a 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use whatever size is convenient for you. And this is a pre-stretched double prime canvas. And I've covered the entire canvas with just a thin, even coat of liquid white. And the liquid white's on there only to make the canvas wet. It makes it slick. It allows us to actually blend the painting on the canvas rather than working ourselves to death here on the palette. So I tell you what, let's grab an old brush and let's just have some fun today. And we'll start today with an old 2-inch brush. We'll go into a small amount of the Prussian blue. This is a very strong color, takes very, very little paint. Just pull a little out and then tap the bristles into it. And I'm going to reach right here and get a little bit of the midnight black and just sort of mix them together. So we have black and blue, or blue and black, whatever your preference. Let's go right up here to the canvas. Now then, in doing landscapes, normally you want the whole thing to be darker at the top and then lighter toward the horizon. And by starting at the top and making little crisscross strokes, allowing the color to blend with the liquid white that's on the canvas, that will happen automatically. It's very easy, just like so. But just make little X's, little crisscross strokes. Allow that color to blend. There. And if you were working on a dry canvas, this would be very difficult. But since this canvas is wet and you're continually blending color, it's very simple. Very simple. This is truly the lazy man's way of painting. There we go. And I think I'll have some big fluffy clouds in this one today. So I'm just going to leave an area sort of open here, and that's where my clouds will live. All right, and we'll come down, oh, I don't know, maybe to about like there. Just sort of let it happen. Don't worry about it. If you painted with me before, you know that we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents, because very quickly you can learn to work with anything that happens here. I think I'll have a little water in this. So while I have that same color on the brush, just Prussian blue and midnight black, just going to put in a little indication of some water here. Maybe I'll put a little more color on my brush, make it a little darker. There we go. All right. But pull from the outside in and leave an area open here. If everything works just right, that'll look like a little sheen of light coming across the water. And it'll certainly enhance your painting. There, a little more of the color. We'll go on the other side. Do the same thing, but pull from the outside in. See, if you start here and go across, look what a horrible line you get here. And then you have to really work to blend that out. So start from the outside and pull toward the center, or wherever you want your little light sheen to be here. Okay, let me wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this whole technique. Of course, they don't think so around the station here because I've covered everything, as you will see, with the paint thinner. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. Okay, now with the clean brush, we can just go across here and blend all this together. There. But see, that light spot still remains in there. It's not very distinct, but it's strong enough to indicate what we're trying to show. And we can blend the sky. And I don't want to overblend it. I like to have little areas that show variation, so it's just not a flat, dead sky. But in your painting, you sort of look at it and you decide how you want it. And you step back and take a look-see every once in a while so you can see it from a distance. There we are. Because if you back up and look at your painting, it's much easier to see. Sometimes when you're standing this close to it, it's sort of difficult to see. Tell you what, let's use a 1-inch brush today. I'm going to make a happy little cloud up here in the sky. For that, let's take just titanium white. I'll be right back. Don't go away. A little bit of the bright red. Very small amount, though. Put a little sunshine on this cloud. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, very gently, and all we're doing is just sort of tapping the canvas. Just let the corner of the brush touch and begin thinking where your little cloud would live in your world. And this piece of canvas is your world. And on here you can do anything that your heart desires. You can create any illusion that you want here. You can find peace and tranquility here, or you can make big storms. It just depends on what your mood is that day. There. Painting is sort of a way of capturing a second of time and a mood, putting it on canvas. And maybe 100 years from now, somebody will look at your painting and they'll know that you had a fantastic day. And that on this day, you truly did experience the joy of painting. There we are. Just sort of let these little things just work around and have fun. Let them play. Clouds are very free. They may be one of the freest things in nature. They just sort of float around the sky and have a good time. There we are. Okay, now we'll go back to a 2-inch brush. Be sure it's good and dry. And very carefully, just going to take the corner of the brush, the top corner, and just go in little tiny circles, little tiny circles. I don't want to touch the top edge up here at all yet. Very gently. This is 2 hairs and some air. Just whisper light, whisper light. Because you can destroy these little things that you've made in here very easy. Very light, barely touching, very gentle. Caress it. There we are. Now, I just beat the brush to knock off any excess paint. Now, very lightly, we can fluff this cloud. We can lift it. But this is a very gentle touch, just barely lifting upward. But you can see how that cloud's beginning to fluff up. There, and then very lightly, 1 hair and some air. Just go across. And that takes out all the little tap marks, brings everything together. It makes some of the most fantastic clouds you've ever seen. And it's very simple. All right, shoot. We got a nice little cloud there. Now then, maybe today, tell you what, let's build a very simple little mountain. Everybody seems to like mountains, so let's make us one. We'll take some black, some Prussian blue. We'll get a little Van Dyke brown too. What the heck? Maybe even a little alizarin crimson. Just a good dark color. There. Okay, now pull it out as flat as you can get it. Take the knife, cut across, and get a little roll of paint, and it should live right out on the edge of the knife. You can see how it's right out on the edge there. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, you have to make a major decision. Come right up here. Now you have to decide in your world where your mountain lives. Maybe it lives right here. And you can make any kind of mountain that you want. It's up to you. Up to you. We'll make something maybe today that maybe it sort of resembles the Tetons or mountains in that area. And the Tetons have a lot of little points on them, little jagged, ragged things, and that's what we'll make. But you could make a mountain that's very smooth. It's totally up to you. Once again, painting is a very individual thing. That's the reason we use no patterns or no tracings, because then you're just painting somebody else's thing. I want to teach you to make a world that belongs only to you, and it's unique to you and your personality. There. Okay. Now we'll take a 2-inch brush, and I want to grab this paint and pull it. That does 2 things. Maybe the most important one is it removes excess paint, so the next layer will stick much easier. But it also creates this nice misty area at the base of the mountain. And mountains are always more distinct on the top than they are on the bottom, if you can see the entire mountain. Because there's mist, and now we have wonderful pollution that hang around down here at the bottom, and it breaks up and diffuses light. So that's why you have a misty look at the base of mountains. All right. And by using brush strokes when you pull this, I hope that'll show up, but you can literally lay out all your highlights and shadows. Can you see what's happening? Without being committed. It's sort of a sneaky little way of seeing what your mountain's going to look like before you paint it. But you can lay out everything that easy. Now then, let's just we'll just use that same old titanium white right here. Pull it out once again, as flat as you can get it. Cut across in our little roll of paint. See, let's do that one more time, because that's so important. Pull it out flat, cut across, little roll of paint. That easy. Let's go up here. Now then, you have to start making some big decisions. Where does the highlights live on this mountain? Maybe somewhere right along in here. No pressure, no pressure. 3 hairs and no air. It's that easy. I've mentioned before in other shows when I was teaching my son Steve to paint, I used to tell him, just pretend you're a whisper floating right across the mountain. And you're not even touching it. You're just floating right across there. There. See how you can create all kinds of little things. Anything that you want. You just decide where these little things live in your world. And just barely touching. And you want the paint to break like this. That's what makes all those beautiful little things that you see in there. And it happens automatically. All you have to do is learn to make the knife barely touch the canvas, gently. We receive a lot of letters. One of the things that I hear over and over again is people are having trouble doing this. Normally, you can equate it to one of 2 problems. First of all, the paint's too thin. We use a very firm, dry paint, much firmer than traditional oil painting paints. Secondly, the pressure that you're applying. If you apply too much pressure, it's going to look just like you iced a cake. And we're not looking for that. We want to have all those nice breaks in there so it's very pretty. And people won't believe what you did. Every day I get letters from people and they say they've watched the show and they've tried it and it's working. And they take the paintings and they show it to friends and relatives and they don't believe that they painted them. And that's always wonderful to hear. For a little shadow here, I'm taking a little Prussian blue and white and just mixing it together. Once again, you could even use a small edge, see, and pull out a little roll of paint. Or you can use a small knife, whichever is convenient for you. We have 2 different size knives, so pick out the one that you like. And you can go back in here now and begin putting in some little shadow areas. I want this to remain quite dark. I don't want to get too much going on back here. These areas are deep in shadows here. There we are. But this is where you begin forming all these little things. This is where the little mountain goat lives, right up in here. He needs a little place to call home to, just like the rest of us. And you have to take care of God's little creatures. There. Maybe over in here. Like that. Wherever. Just sort of let your imagination go. And you can come right along here in any place you want to show a little break in here. You just put a little shadow and automatically it'll happen. Let's take another good, clean, dry 2-inch brush, and I want to create mist at the base of this mountain. So all you need to do is tap, but follow these angles when you tap. Don't just chop across. It'll look like somebody took a big razor blade and cut your mountain off. Just tap, and then gently lift upward, the same angle that the mountain flows here. Same angle. It'll create a beautiful, soft, misty effect right at the base of your mountain. Okay, shoot, we got a pretty good looking little mountain there too. All right, let's take the old round brush today. I'm gonna use that same basic mountain color. We had Prussian blue and black, a little alizarin crimson. There, I think we had some Van Dyke brown there too. I'm gonna reach up back, get a little sap green and put in there too. Let's start making some foliage that lives back here in front of this mountain. And with the old round brush here, we can just take and just begin tapping. Just decide basically where you want these things to live. There, maybe there's a bigger one right there. A big, strong one lives right up there. Wherever. You have to make big decisions. There they go. Okay, a little bit more of the color. All right. Maybe there's a big tree here on the side. But just sort of let your imagination go. Think if you were a tree where you'd like to live. You know, this tree, he lives right here in front of the mountain. He has one of the prettiest views. He looks out over this mountain and watches everything happen. Sometimes you get carried away and these trees just keep growing on you. That's all right. This is your tree, so you make it any way that you want. Any way that you want. In your world, you can have anything. Anything. There. Okay. Right on down, maybe somewhere in there. We don't care at this point. Let's see, mix up a little more color. Black, blue, some brown, a little crimson, a little of sap green. Ran out of color. There. Now then, maybe in our world, we'll have, let's get crazy. Maybe there's another tree over here. That'll sort of block everything in. Make sort of a nice composition. That way it'll force your eye to go in here and look at this mountain when we're done. There, got a little hair there. If you get a little hair, just use the corner of your brush and lift it off the canvas. No big deal. These brushes are natural bristles, so they do shed. There, till you get those out. All right. Okay, now maybe we'll have some reflections in our water. So all you have to do is just bring some of this color right down. Just let it go. Something like that. If we have a tall tree on this side, then we're going to have very long reflections in the water. All right. Okay, now I have to make a big decision. Where does water and land meet? Somewhere right in here in my world. There. So just begin pulling this down. We don't know exactly what's going to happen, but somewhere in here we'll have all this come together. Doesn't really matter at this point. Now very lightly go across. And that'll create the illusion of instant reflections in your water. That easy. Now I have several of each brush going. Let me pick up another little round brush here. And with it, let's put some nice highlights. And I would take a little cad yellow, a little yellow ochre. Be right back. I want to pick up a little sap green. But mix these colors on the brush. That way you have a multitude of things happening in that brush. Look at all the different tones and colors. I don't know if you could ever mix that if you just sat and tried to mix each one individually. Okay, let's go up in here. And I just want to put a little indication of some little things, some little highlights on these trees. Just tap. That's all you got to do. Just tap it. But think about form and shape. Don't just hit it random. Think about where the light would play through here and all these little things would shine and sparkle. There's another one. These are just some little background trees. Okay, there he lives, right there. And it helps to make up little stories about your scene. Give these little characters personalities, and then they become individuals to you, become very special, and become your friends. I want to add a little bit of the Indian yellow, a little bright red here and there. Maybe we'll give this a little indication that maybe Jack Frost has been through here and had a good day, and things are beginning to change colors. There. And you can get as wild with the autumn scenes as you want. There's some of the most beautiful reds and golds in nature. There we are. Tell you what, a little more of the sap green, a little cad yellow. Maybe this little big tree here. Think about individual things in there. And once again, this is just going to end up being a background tree. I think I'm going to put some things in front of it. But you want to make it look pretty good because a lot of it's going to show through. And people will think you work for months trying to get in there and put all those little individual things in there. And we don't tell them any different. That's our secret. That's our secret. Because a lot of people will never believe you could paint this much detail using a big old crazy brush like this. But you can. There. You can do anything, as long as you believe you can do it. You know, and it helps to mentally, when you decide you're going to paint a picture, paint it mentally several times and get the strokes sort of worked out in your mind. Know what you want before you start. Have a general idea of what you want. But do it mentally, just like athletes. They psych themselves up before a big event. You can do that for painting too. Okay, tell you what, maybe over here we'll put a nice little sparkler. Okay, before we go too far here, I better decide what we're going to do. I want to put some nice little tree trunks back in there. So we'll take some paint thinner. I'll just use some Van Dyke brown for that. Maybe a little dark sienna mixed with it. Give it a little flavor. But this paint should be very thin, almost like ink. This is a script liner brush. It holds a lot of paint, but it needs to be very thin. Let's go up here. Maybe, yep, right here lives a big old strong tree. A little more of the paint thinner, load the brush full again. But let the brush wiggle and jiggle so it's just not a plain old straight telephone pole looking tree. I sort of like for trees to have character and be individuals. I don't want all my trees to grow up and be just telephone poles. There we go. But maybe in your world, that's what you want. And there's freedom on this canvas. You can do anything here. You can even string wire on your tree if you want to. It's okay. There. Over in there, this is a tree that lives right along here, and he too has a beautiful view of the mountain. All right. And we can come back, and I'll take a little paint thinner and a little white with at least a little touch of bright red in it. You can come right back in here and add some highlights to your tree. The mountain tells you the light's coming from the right side. That easy. You can make that little tree just stand out there. Okay, back to my brown. Don't want the other side left out. It'll get jealous. And nothing worse than a mad tree, I tell you. Maybe there's a little tree that lives right here in front of that great big one. But by doing it this way, painting that tree first and then painting trees in front of it, it creates that illusion of depth and distance in your painting. It's not flat. It's not flat. So many paintings I see are just very flat. This way you build depth. You'll be able to see between things and look back in there and just, oh, it's fantastic. I've painted literally tens of thousands of paintings, and I still get excited every time I see this work. Every time there. Okay, just all kinds of little limbs and sticks and twigs and wherever you think they should live. But if that paint doesn't flow for you, chances are you don't have enough paint thinner. Just add a little more paint thinner and it will begin sticking. I'm gonna go back to my round brush, go into a little yellow ochre, a little bit of bright red, and just mix them together. We'll put some, maybe a little more of the red. Let's sparkle this up. We're gonna have fall colors. Let's get crazy. Maybe on this one here we can see, ooh, that's a nice one. See there? But right over the top of that other tree. It's all right, we don't care. There, see? Just pretend it's not there. Don't pay any attention to it because you want it to look natural. In nature, one tree does not worry about being in front of another tree. It just grows wherever it can get the most light and water. And that's the way we want our paintings to look. There. And maybe there's a few bright little things on this side. Look at there. This old round brush does fantastic things. Even if you've never painted before, this son of a gun will just drop them right in there. Okay. Maybe there's a little land down here. We need something for all this to stand on. I'll take a little Van Dyke brown. Let's go right in here and let's decide where the land lives. And this is just a base color. We'll come back and highlight it. Tell you what, maybe there's a little peninsula that lives right out here. Wherever you want it, just sort of drop it in. On the other side here, just a little. There it goes. There. Now we can take a little titanium white, a little dark sienna. Gonna just mix them together, but loosely so the color is not overmixed. And just barely caress the top of that. Just let it pick up here and there. Don't push hard though with a knife. This is just like laying snow on the mountain. Because if you push hard, it's going to destroy the undercolor, and we don't want that. Now, let's take us a fan brush. I'm going to dip it in a little liquid white just to thin the paint, because one of our golden rules, thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Take the same colors, mix them on the brush here. All right, let's go up in here. Just going to push upward with a fan brush. Just pop in a few little grassy areas that live right back in here. Follow the lay of the land here. That's very important. This is where you create that flow of the land. That's where it's created, right here. just by making these little areas. You can see exactly how this flows. There we go. Don't kill all your little dark areas. These dark areas at the base of trees and stuff are extremely important. They're the shadows deep in there. It's where the little bunny rabbit hides. And he has to have a place to hide. Take a little liquid white, pull it out very flat, cut across. Let's get a little paint on here. Let's just put us in a little water line. This light area separates the two darks and cleans up the bottom, brings it all together. Just brings it together. Act like you're trying to cut a hole right in the canvas. And this old canvas is it's tough. Very tough. Okay. Now then. Here we are. Yeah, let's get crazy. Let's get crazy. We got a minute or so left, and you know, if you paint with me, I like big trees. We have one, see, right in front of everything though. Lives right there. Just Van Dyke brown. We take that same brown and white we used. Let's just touch, barely touch. Give it a little pull here. Just a little pull. See? Maybe this old tree, maybe it's about dead. Just put a few limbs on it and let it sort of just hang around out here. Little paint thinner and the liner brush. And we'll just put a big old limb here and there, just like so. A few of them still hanging on. Still hanging on. Not too many. Don't want to ruin the illusion that this old tree is just hanging around here and dead. Okay. I think we have a pretty nice little painting there. Hope you've enjoyed this one. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hello, welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join us today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. So I tell you what, let's start out today and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, come on up here. Let me show you what we've got already. We've got our standard old pre-stretched canvas, and I use an 18 by 24, but you use any size that's convenient for you. We've covered the entire surface with a thin, even coat of liquid white, and that makes the canvas wet, slick, and it's all ready to go. So I hope you have your oil paints out and you're ready to spend a relaxing half hour. I thought today we'd just do a fantastic little scene that's very pretty and very easy, and we'll just have a good time together. Let's start out with a little alizarin crimson. Just a little, pull a little out and tap it into the 2-inch brush. And maybe we'll have a nice warm area in the sky of this little painting. So let's go right up in here. And just using our little crisscross strokes, just make little X's. Let it blend with the liquid white. Those colors will just soften and blend automatically. You don't have to worry about it. Use very little color here. We don't want to set this sky on fire. All I want to do is just create a little glow up here. Something about like that. Maybe we'll do some little mountains today. I like mountains, and that's the most single requested thing that people write in and say they'd like to see and do. So we'll do some. We'll take a little of the phthalo blue. Didn't even have to clean the brush because the crimson is so weak in comparison to the blue. The blue just eats it up. So we can start right up here, still making our little crisscross strokes, and just lay in a happy little sky. That's simple. There, just bring it about down to the crimson, and then we'll stop, clean the brush, and blend it. Otherwise, once again, this blue is so strong, it'll just consume your crimson. It'll go away and leave you. You'll be all alone here with just a blue sky. All right. Tell you what, while we have blue on the brush, let's put a little water in here. You know me, I love water. Take a little of the phthalo blue and reach right over here and I'll get a touch, just a touch of the phthalo green. It's very, very, very strong. Whew. Be careful with it. And maybe we'll go in here and we'll lay an indication of a little bit of water. Just pull from the outside in, as we normally do. I like to have a little glimmer of light coming across the water. There. Okay, now then a little bit more of the blue, a little more phthalo green in it. Come from the other side. Just sort of let these come together like that. All right. Now then, let's wash the old brush. If you've painted with me before, you know this is the fun part of this whole technique. This is where we really get crazy. Just odorless thinner, paint thinner, shake off the excess, and just beat the devil out of it. All right, let's go right up here where the blue and the pink come together. Now then, just want to continue to use the little crisscross strokes and begin blending that together. Something about like that. So you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. There we are. And down here, we'll just go all the way across. And that'll bring our water together. But we still have this indication of light zinging right across there. Just sliding across the water. All right. Tell you what, let's take an old 1-inch brush. I want to put some happy little clouds up here. Happy little clouds. And we'll just use a titanium white today. Right on the old 1-inch brush. And maybe we have a little cloud that, yep, he lives right up here. He just floats around the sky and has a good time. Now all we're doing is just sort of tapping and hitting the canvas so you get those nice fluffy little edges. Just little fluffy edges. There. But sort of round so it's got form and shape to it. There we are. And you can begin creating all kinds of little individual effects. Something like that. And we do one layer at a time. Just work on individual layers. Okay, if that's our first layer, take a good, clean, dry 2-inch brush and just barely blend it. We want to leave these nice top edges, but blend behind it a little bit. See there? Now, very lightly. Just lift it a little. And it creates a nice little floater up there in the sky. Let me show you something. I get carried away sometimes. I keep seeing things that we could do. Let's take a little alizarin crimson and phthalo blue and mix it together. So we have a little lavender-like color. Watch here. A little bit on the fan brush. Let's go right up here. Maybe in our world, right back in here, let's just have a few little clouds that they just sort of float around and have a good time. We just sort of call these floaters, for lack of a better word. Some of my friends who fly airplanes would probably tell me the correct name for these, but I just call them little floaters. They just hang around and have a good time. Very gently, go across. So it'll give us the indication of some little things that are floating way back in the distance. Now then, let's really get crazy. I'm gonna take, let's just put another big old cloud that lives right in here. And this one comes right down, right over the top of the little floaters that we laid in. And just sort of, maybe comes right out about like that. I don't know. In your world, you put clouds wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. There. This is probably one of the freest painting techniques I've ever been exposed to. It allows you to do anything that you want. Anything. There. Now then, once again, back to our 2-inch brush, and we'll blend that a little. Something about like that. Don't have to blend it a great deal, just enough to blend the base of it a little. And very lightly, lift it, fluff it, blend it, bring it together. But look at that. There's such a mass of clouds and there's so much depth in there. And that easy. There. Okay. Fantastic. I think we're in business. Just knocked the excess paint off that old brush. And we're going to have some mountains today, we decided. So let's take some black. We'll use a little depression blue, some Van Dyke brown, alizarin crimson, whatever. Good dark color with sort of a blue base to it. Blue or lavender base. pull it out very flat, cut across, get our little roll of paint. Let's come right up in here, maybe right there. Just make a decision where you think the old mountains would live in your world. Decide where the peaks are and all the valleys. It's what makes painting so much fun, is you get to control your world. Oh, this is pure, raw power here. When I go home, all I can do is, the only power I have is over the garbage. That's mine. It waits for me, and I get to take it out. But on this canvas, I can do anything. I can move mountains, trees, can even move rivers here. And so can you. I spent half my life in the military. And I would play soldier all day. Then at night I would come home. And this painting was a way of finding a world that was full of peace, and it was calm, and there was no bad things here. Okay, let's just take a 2-inch brush, pull that out, and let it just blend at the base. There, see how soft that base becomes? Just like so. Okay, just keep pulling it. This is also an excellent way to sort of lay out and shape your mountains, because you can see these brush strokes in here, and you're not committed. Sort of a way of cheating a little. It's not cheating, but it's a way of making it easier for you. There we are. No such thing as cheating in painting. If it works, if it makes you happy, then it's good. Then it's good. The only rule in painting is that there are no rules. It's an individual thing. Individual. And everybody sees nature through different eyes, and painting is a way of putting your expression on canvas. So enjoy it. Let's take some titanium white. Shoot, let's have some good fun today. Pull it out flat, cut across, get our little roll of paint as usual. Now we can go up in here and let's begin laying in some little highlights. Let that knife just sort of bounce and wiggle and jiggle. Just have fun. Think where little things would live, where you want little peaks and valleys. You need a little home for the mountain goats. Choom. There. There's all kind of little creatures that live up in here, and just have a good time. Okay. See? There. But just let it flow. No pressure here. Absolutely no pressure. And in your mind, just think nothing's touching the canvas but that little roll of paint. The knife is not even touching. If you let the knife touch, then you, as Steve, my son, says, you mush the paint. That means you flatten it out and squish it. Steve and I have been known to make up words sometimes, so that's one that he's made up and uses. But people understand what he's saying when he teaches, and he travels all over the country teaching. God, he teaches literally thousands of people the joy of painting. There. So if he gets to your area, go see him, hassle him a little bit. He does a lot of demonstrations, and you'll find him to be a joy to be with. Okay, a little of the phthalo blue and white. Just a little roll of paint on the knife, and let's just lay in the indication here and there of some little shadow areas. We don't want a whole bunch of color there, just where you think you'd be a happy little shadow living. There. Maybe right here. Choom, there he goes. Let's bring this one distinctly through. That'll push that first one back. Sneaky, huh? There. Let it go. And just a little touch over in here. Now sometimes it's fun to come back after you've done this and let's break that up. But now you can see a shadow through there. And little things like that will make your painting special. But you need to put a shadow back here. Every highlight needs its own shadow. And if you don't give it its own shadow, it just won't play with you. It'll go home. Just go away. There we are. Now then, let's get a clean one. There we are. I've got so many brushes laying around here. We'll just take an old 2-inch brush and gently tap, following the angles in the mountain, as usual. Lift upward. Over here, we'll follow this angle, just to create the illusion of mist, right down here at the base. Very soft and very gentle. But that's a heck of a range of mountains to make in just a minute or two, and you can do it. You really can do it. Just practice a little bit. Be sure you have the right paint, because it has to be firm. It really does. That's the one thing that I hear over and over when people say they're having trouble. We always nearly trace it back to the fact that their paint is thin, and you really have to have a very firm paint to be able to paint wet on wet or layer on top of layers. There we go. Let's take a little, we'll just use that mountain color. I've added a little Van Dyke brown, put a little white in it, a little touch of the sap green, not much, just a little. I want a little more of the white in there. A little bit more of the white. There, that's sort of a nice grayish brown color, quite pleasant. Okay, let me wipe the old knife. Let's grab us a fan brush. Okay, we'll just put a little of that color on the fan brush. And in our world, maybe there lives, boy there does now, just some happy little trees back in here. These little trees would be a super place for my little squirrel. If you've painted with me before, you know I have all kind of little creature pets. I'm going to share with you today my latest little squirrel that's living with me. He is the most precious little thing. You have to force him to eat, see? We call him Peapod the pocket squirrel, because he would live in your pocket forever. And one of my neighbors, a young man named Dennis, lives down the street from me, found him and brought him to me. And he lives with me now. I think I have 5 squirrels right now and 2 crows. And this little squirrel will be ready to turn loose here in just a few more weeks. And he'll go back to nature and he'll have a good time. And these things usually stay around the house when I turn them loose. And so I get to enjoy them sometime for years and years and years. There. But isn't he cute? Little, as I say, we call him Peapod the pocket squirrel. Okay, now we have just an indication back here of just some little trees that are living far back here in the distance. Sometimes, watch here, let's have some fun. Take a little of that same mountain color, maybe right in here, come right in here. There's just a little stone, or maybe a little part of the mountain that lives right in here. Watch there, just put that dark in, just like you did to make the big mountain up here. This is a baby mountain. If you take care of it, treat it well, it'll grow up and be a big mountain like its big brother right above it. Okay, back to a little bit of the white. I'm going to add the least little touch of Van Dyke brown in the white. I want to dull it down some down here. Just the least little touch, Once again, least little touch, and just let this sort of play. Let that knife just bounce, though. I want this to look like rough places. Mean there. A little bit right in there. That's what my dog said when he set down the sandpaper. He said, rough. There. All right. There. Yeah, same thing. Just tap a little bit of mist right at the base of that. I don't want much. Maybe we'll have some big trees that live in the front of that, and that'll help push it back. You can also, I'm going to dull that same, take a little brown, phthalo blue and white, and make a little shadow color. But I want it duller than the one up high. Just put the indication here and there of a little shadow that lives back in there. Have to have a little shadow in there too. Now, let's clean this off a little spot. Even with a palette this big, I run out of room sometime. That's what happens when you paint with big brushes and big knives. Let's take some black, some Prussian blue. I'm gonna put some phthalo green in there, maybe a little brown and crimson. What the heck? Just a little bit of everything. Good dark color. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife. And I have several fan brushes going, so I'll grab another one. And on this one, we're going to put this very dark color. And let's put some little evergreens that live in our world. They live, I think they live right there. And this is the easiest way I've ever seen of making little trees that look like they're far, far away. Because you don't want too much detail. If you get too much detail, then you lose that illusion of distance. When things are far away, you don't see a lot of detail. You see changes in color or shape, but not a lot of detail. Maybe, tell you what, maybe we'll take a 1-inch brush. We'll just pop in a few bushes that live right here. Same color. A few little bushes live right out here in front of this like that. So you can just see that little stone that's just, it's peeking at you from behind those trees and stuff. I'm gonna dip a 1-inch brush into liquid white. We'll go into a little cad yellow. Be right back, get a little sap green. A little sap green, maybe a little darker. There we go. A little yellow ochre. And eventually I'll use the Indian yellow here, and pretty soon little touches of red, bright red. Now then, let's pick out our little trees and bushes that live back here. There's one. Just push sort of upward. Just give it a little upward push. This is one of many ways of making beautiful little bushes. Sometimes we use a little round brush. Oh, there's one that's got more Indian yellow and yellow ochre in it. So it's got a little different flavor. A little touch of the bright red right on the tip will make it look like there's flowers back here on these trees. That's sort of nice. Okay, now, let's have some fun. Let's grab the very bottom of that and pull straight down. Just straight down. I want a dark color down here. Very dark color. There. Okay. Right on down. Now then, tell you what, let's take a fan brush. I'm gonna dip it into the liquid white and then go into titanium white and the least little touch of phthalo blue in it. Very little of the phthalo blue. I dipped it in the liquid white to make the paint thinner, because a thin paint will slide right over the top of a very thick paint without mixing, or just mixing a little bit, depending on the amount of pressure that you put. Maybe there's a little waterfall that lives right up in there. And we'll just push in some happy little things, and the water plays right along here. See there? Just let it play though, and maybe, bloop, maybe there's another little thing there. There's all kind of little stones and rocks under here that create little bumps and just places the water falls and carries on. And make up little stories and think about this just floating right down here. Make those little noises. That really helps. That really helps. That just sort of wanders right on out in there somewhere. Something like that. All right. Let's take, oh, there it is. Lost my brush. When you get my age, the mind sort of slips away sometime. You have to go looking for it. Let's take a little bit more of the dark color on this brush. And I want to push that little waterfall way back into there. So we'll put the indication here of some more little trees that live back in the background. And all we're doing, just tapping downward. Just tapping downward. And don't let these become too symmetrical or just alike. Have different shapes here. Otherwise they'll begin looking, oh, they'll look like it just came out of a copy machine. Trees are different. They're not all straight, they're not all crooked. They're like people. They're individuals. That's what makes them so fantastic. As I say, it's like people. Can you imagine how boring the world would be if everybody was just alike? It's fun to have different people with different beliefs, different looks. That's what makes it interesting. And it's the same when you're doing paintings. Enjoy the differences. Maybe, tell you what, while we got that old brush going, yeah, stand back and take a look. In our world, there is now a big bush that lives right here. Like that. And we're just pushing upward with this 1-inch brush, just to make all those little trees and stuff that live in there. There we are. Okay. Just drop those in. And at the same time, I'm going to reverse the brush and tap downward, and that'll end up, if all goes well, that'll end up being our little reflections in the water. Just like that. All right. Now we can take a 2-inch brush, and we grab those reflections, pull them straight down. Straight down. Don't let them go at an angle like that. It just won't look right. It'll bother your eye when you look at it. Same thing on the other side, and go across. And that easy, we have instant reflections. Now we can go back take a little of the black, a little midnight black, and go into yellow. That makes a beautiful, beautiful green color. There, pull that brush in one direction, loading it full of color. Look at all the paint. Good, let's go up here. Now then, let's go back in here and begin picking out individual bushes and trees that hide back here. And I'll reload the brush continually and just change the flavor a little by adding a little of the yellow ochre, a little more green, or whatever it takes. Just so there's a little variation in color. There. Okay, sometimes it's fun to put a little red out on the tip. As I mentioned earlier, and make those bushes that look like they have little red flowers hanging out here on them. There. On the other side, we can do the same thing when we have this old brush going. Add the least little touch of paint thinner to the paint. Make it a little thinner. Thin paint, once again, we'll stick to thicker paint. But if the thickest paint is on the brush, when you go to do this, it'll just pull the paint off the canvas onto your brush. So if you do this and you begin getting a lot of color off the canvas, check to be sure that the paint on your brush is thinner than the paint on the canvas. It's really all it amounts to. It's just a difference in thickness of paint. There we go. And maybe right there lives another one. Work in layers, always completing the most distant one first and coming forward, forward, forward. Now, maybe, let's take some Van Dyke Brown, get crazy. Maybe in our world there's a nice little stone that lives right in here. And this is going to be the bank. It's got to be a place to hold all this nice greenery up so it doesn't fall over in the water and make a big splash. Might be a little beaver or something lives here and scare him to death. We don't want to do that. Hope you enjoy seeing my little creatures. I am so crazy about some of these little rascals. I have one that we call Squirrely Girly Brown, and she's a mess. Well, that little squirrel's something else. She's just about ready to turn loose. She's full grown now. She's been with me for, I guess 8 or 9 months. She is something else. And she hides nuts all over my house. The other day I went fishing with a friend and I went to put on my fishing shoes and there was a pecan in the toe. You ever put your shoe on and somebody's put something in the end of it? Certainly get your attention. Let's take a little white, a little bit of the dark sienna. Let's just go up here and just touch and bounce. And we're just going to put the indication of some nice little things that are happening right along in here. But leave a dark area underneath, and I'll show you why in a minute. Let's do the other side while we got this going. Leave a dark area underneath because we want this to be deep, have height to it. Okay, wipe the knife, then we'll grab just the base of that and pull a little tiny bit of that color down using the small edge of the knife. Or sometimes I just use a small knife, depending on how you feel at that moment. But it'll create the illusion that this is thick. It's not just coming out there. And you sort of change the angles now and then. Something like so. Take a little touch of the liquid white, lay it out here. I'm going to get a fan brush, put a little of that on it. That's just liquid white on the fan brush. And just go in here and just put the indication of just some little things right in here. Not much. A little bit on the other side. There we are. Tell you what, we got just a second left here. Put in a happy little tree. This drives my director crazy when we do this, but we'll do it anyway. She's mean. She'll be out here and get me in a second. Just drop in a happy little tree. We'll give him a little friend right there. Coming back with a little that same dark color we used to make the, and we just pop in, maybe this is a big evergreen, pop in the indication of a few little limbs and stuff that hang right out like that. And this little tree needs some too. There we go. Very simple way of making some very effective little trees. Pick up a little yellow, it'll turn green, and we can highlight that a little. And the old clock on the wall tells me that it's about time to leave you for today. I really hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a lot of fun. It'll teach you how to use all the equipment. And I think you'll be amazed at what you can do. And from all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join us today. And I thought today we'd do one of my favorite kind of paintings where we use the black gesso. So I tell you what, let's start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us at home. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got prepared today. As I say, this black gesso is one of my favorite ways to paint. And today, I've taken black gesso, as you can plainly see, and just painted the bottom with a little foam brush. And I've used a little brush and just made some indications here that look like little distant trees. This is one of the neatest, sneakiest ways of making little distant trees that look like they're far away, and it'll save you a lot of time in your painting. So I think you'll enjoy this one. So let's get started. I'll start out today with the old 2-inch brush and a little bit of we'll use a little phthalo blue today. What the heck? Such a fantastic day. Let's use some bright colors that they make you happy. Just tap the bristles into the color too. Just make sure that you have a nice even distribution of color all the way through the brush. Okay, let's go up here. Now, I've got the top covered with liquid white as usual. The bottom of this canvas I've covered totally and completely with a thin, even coat of liquid clear. On top of that, then we've just put a little sap green and put a little Van Dyke brown in it to dull it. Then you can see they've sort of blended together. Already you have a misty effect. Now watch here. We'll take a little phthalo blue, just make little crisscross strokes. Start at the top as usual, and we work all the way across. Just allowing that color to blend. And it's blending with the liquid white that's on the top here. And we'll just bring it right on down and just let all of these little colors just come together. That easy. That easy. Isn't that neat? Already though, it gives the impression that there's trees far back in the distance and you can see beautiful little misty areas in there. This black gesso is one of the neatest things that we've ever developed. There, okay. And then very lightly we can just go across to take out the brush strokes and blend everything together. And that easy. We have a fantastic little sky and our distant trees already. And it only takes a matter of a minute or two to do this. Try this, you'll really like it. Now then, let's begin building something in the foreground. Let's we'll make some big evergreens. So we'll take some black. I want to use some Prussian blue today. I like that Prussian blue. And phthalo green. And maybe a little alizarin crimson. What the heck? As long as they're good dark colors, and I want a blue greenish base to it. So anything that comes out looking that way will work fine. Okay, let me wipe the old knife off here. We just wipe the knife on a paper towel. And I'll find a little fan brush, number 6 fan brush. We load it full of color, a lot of paint in the bristles, both sides. There, okay, let's go up here to the canvas. Now then, we have to make some big decisions. Where does our evergreens live? So we'll just pick a point here and start. All you do is touch, make us a little center line. And just let it run right down like that. Use the corner of the brush as you work down the tree, apply more and more pressure so that tree gets bigger, stronger, fuller as it works downward. Look there. Okay, now then, maybe we'll give them a little friend. We're going to cover up a lot of these little background trees that were made with the black gesso, but we're going to leave some of them showing through, and you will not believe the distance that you can create in a painting just by doing little tricks like that. There we are. I like to paint these little evergreens. They're a lot of fun, and this will give you a lot of practice. Maybe we'll do them all the way across the canvas here. This would be a nice place for my little squirrel to live. In the last show, we showed you a little squirrel that we called Peapod the Pocket Squirrel. And we've had so many people write and call about him. I want to show him again. Maybe we can introduce him to you again in case you missed him last time. We called him a pocket squirrel because he would absolutely, I think, live in my pocket continually. There he is. Isn't he the sweetest little thing? He's just a little baby gray squirrel. And he climbs down in my pocket at home and rides around there all day. And then sometimes he even falls asleep in the old pocket, and he'll stay there for hours and hours if I allow him to. There. I'm just making some little evergreens while you watch it. See, now when he climbs down the pocket, that's what he looks like when he's asleep. I want you to see what he looks like up close. Isn't he something? Of course, he's got huge foots for his size. He's been with me now for about a month. about a month, and he'll be ready to go in just a few more weeks, maybe a few more months. Sometimes I keep them a little longer than actually I have to make sure they got the best possible start in life, and then we turn them loose and off they go. And pretty soon they have their own little squirrels and little condo in Miami and car payments and a BMW, you know, all this regular problems that the rest of us have. And there, I'm just still making little evergreen trees using the corner of the old fan brush. And in your world, you put as many or as few as you want. It's up to you, totally and completely up to you. Let's put a little baby one right in between there. There. Just a little guy. That's for my little squirrel. And then we need a couple of big strong ones for the big squirrels. All right. So I say, just put as many or as few as you want. And they all shouldn't be perfect. Trees are like people. Some of them have flaws, just like I do. There we are. So when you're painting trees, if one of them doesn't come out just perfect, that's a nice tree. Don't always worry about them being just perfect, because it makes your painting look more realistic. Well, let's see. I'll show you. Watch here. Let me finish this one real quick. We'll just drop in something. Maybe, well, let's go right here. It doesn't matter. Maybe this tree had a bad year and nothing grew right there, and we leave a little place naked. He hadn't got no clothes on right there. And maybe again here. But you can see a little bit of the trunk showing through. But see how interesting making a tree like that is? It adds a little more life to your painting, a little more realism. And if you're out selling paintings, and of course none of us are interested in those happy bucks, but if you're out selling your paintings, this is what'll make your paintings sell over your competitors sometimes. Just the fact that you put little details in here that add to the realism. All right. We painted the whole forest here in just a minute or two. Okay. This is one of the nicest, neatest ways of making the indication of depth in your forest because of those trees that were made with the black gesso back here. And the paint's transparent enough that they still show through. A lot of times evergreens like to grow in clumps. So we'll just put us a clump or two here and there. Okay, tell you what, we'll have some trunks in our little evergreens for that. We'll take a little titanium white, a little bit of the dark sienna. We just mix them about like so they're marbled. Let me wipe the knife off. Then you can see it better. Now we cut through that, just cut through. We get a very small roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Then we can go up here and we just begin deciding where our little trunks are. And we're not going to see all of the trunk. Just here and there, you're going to see little pieces, because there's trees in front of trees, there's limbs, there's all kind of things in here. There. Okay. Wherever you think they should be. Some of them maybe we'll see all the way down here to the bottom. A little more paint. Now this one here, we can see quite a bit of trunk right in there and there and there. Give them a little top knot, going down like that. There. But that quick, you can put the indication of a lot of little tree trunks in there. And with what's on your knife, you can just pull through like that, and it'll make it look like there's a lot of trees where you've only painted a few. There. Okay, now then, let's take, I would just use that same old fan brush. It has some color on it that has blue in it, so if we go into yellow, naturally, we're going to have a beautiful green color. I'll reach up here, be right back, get a little black. I want to dull it down some. Oh, that's better. I want a very dark green. Okay, now then, let's go up in here. Let's begin putting in some nice little highlights on our evergreen trees. Just where you think the light would strike. You have to make a determination at this point where your light's coming from. Right side, left side, straight on, above, wherever. Okay, I'm right-handed, so I normally have the light coming from the right side. And you'll find if you're right-handed that normally is the easiest way. Now see, I'm going to leave that one without any highlights. In my mind, he's sort of back in the background, and maybe these large trees have swipe the light. They've got it all, and he has none. Just to break it up a little. Just a little on there. There, don't want this little guy there left out. A little bit on here. Now, when you're doing this, sometimes it starts working so good, it feels good, and you just take off and you cover the whole tree with highlights. Be very careful that we don't lose all that beautiful dark. That dark color in these may be more important than the light. Treasure it. It's your good friend. Take care of it. There we go. I guess we better decide what we're going to put on the bottom of this. Maybe we'll do like a little river today that sort of flows around. I don't know. We'll see. That's really the beauty of this type of painting. You don't have to make all the decisions immediately. The only thing that you need to know basically is the time of day and the time of year. And off you go. And the only thing you need from there is a little imagination, some practice, and just sort of a dream. And off you can go to any place that you want to be. Anywhere that you want to be. There. Okay, maybe a little right in there. I don't know, wherever you want it. Something like that. And that gives us a whole group of trees. But look at the amount of distance that we have in these trees from just doing this. Because of the black gesso, you have all these little things in the background. And you can take your time and make these much more distinct and more like trees if you wanted to. I'm sort of lazy and was in a hurry, and I just sort of throw them on with a foam brush. Okay, let's go into, we'll just keep using that same old dirty 2-inch brush that we were using. I'm going to tap in a little color here. We're going to use some yellow ochre, cad yellow, Indian yellow, here and there, a little bit of the bright red in there. That bright red, believe it or not, when put with green, makes brown, and it's a duller. You would think it would turn everything red, but it actually dulls the color. Now, maybe in our world, there's some nice little grassy areas that flow down here. If we're going to have a little river, we need some little grassy areas on the bank. I always like to sit on the bank and watch the river go by. There. So we'll do that, but all you have to do is just tap. Just tap. And the more you tap, the darker this will get because it's picking up that sap green and Van Dyke brown mixture that's underneath. So that will happen automatically. Automatically. Just make all these little grassy areas here. Wherever. There we go. If you hear a brush tapping, it's just loading a little more color into it. Okay, but think about angles here. Think about how you want the land to flow in your world. It's very important. And we'll go back with a little touch of highlight color. And once in a while here, I'm going to add at least a little touch of the liquid white to my brush. I want to do two things. I want to thin the paint and brighten it so it'll stand out as a highlight on top of these little grassy areas. There. Now we can begin bringing it together. Once again, the more you tap this, the softer it becomes, till it can absolutely be made to look like velvet. That's smooth. There. Okay, now then, well, we got this old brush going, shoot. Maybe we just use the corner of it. Maybe there's a happy little bush or two that lives right here below the trees. See there? That's all there is to it. Maybe he's got a friend named Harry that lives right there. Okay, a little change of color. Maybe we'll add the least little touch of the bright red. Ooh, look at that. This guy's the envy of the neighborhood here. He has got one beautiful coat on. We'll give him a little friend, lives right there. See, you can create the illusion of layers of little trees and bushes. Just little things. This is where all the little creatures live. They hide back in there. Maybe, I don't know, one more little one right in here. There. Very soft, very quiet little places. Let me take a liner brush and take a little bit of, we'll use a little bit of brown and white. Maybe here and there, there's just indication of a little old tree or stick that lives in there. That easy. Just to drop it in. Now then, time to make some big decisions. Let's go right into titanium white here. Just load a little on a clean 2-inch brush, just pure titanium white. Now this is fun to do if you're demonstrating for friends because they might not know that you've put color into here. And all they'll see is you load white paint and begin pulling straight down. And all of a sudden, it's going to mix with the color that's underneath. And things will begin happening. So I say this is a marvelous way of shocking friends or relatives if you're doing a little demonstration for them. Because it'll just jump right out at you. There we go. And we have instant water underneath there. Now then, let's take a little touch. Oh, we'll use some Van Dyke Brown Dark Sienna mixed together. Whatever. Cut off a little roll of paint. Now then, let's think about maybe there's a little bank right here. Just a little bank. There we are. Okay, there it goes. Do you like seeing the little squirrel? He is some kind of character. As I say, we call him Peapod the Pocket Squirrel because that little rascal absolutely loves pocket. I have an old ragged robe that I wear around when I'm at home, and he climbs in there, and he just rides around, and when I take a shower, I just hang the robe up or something. He stays in there while I'm showering, and when I come out, he's waiting on me, ready to go for another ride. Take a little brown and white, put a little touch of color, just a little highlight right along the top of some of those. There, something like that. Now then, let's grab another fan brush. I have several going here. Take a little liquid white, go into right into some titanium white. Liquid white's in there only to make it a little thinner. Let's go up in here and just begin barely grazing the canvas right below that brown. Okay, and then just make it look like there's a little movement in this water, a little shimmer, little things happening. There. There we go. Just some very nice little spots that happen in there. Now then, let's use a little filbert brush. Show you a little trick. Take some liquid white. If you've painted with me before, you've seen this. We'll take a little dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown. I will mix that with the liquid white. So we have a very thin paint. Very thin. Just a little thicker than liquid white. Now I'm going to take the brush through Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna, just mix them together. A lot of color, both sides. And we go up here, come right back down here. And only one side, we're going to go through this thin paint. So we have thin on top and dark on the bottom. Light, dark, thin, thick, okay? Now then, we want to make some little stones. Take the brush, go in here, and just give it a little like that. Isn't that neat? Watch all the little stones. How many you want? 10, 20, 100? It's up to you. Up to you. You can have as many or as few as you want in your world. But just like so, and it makes the highlight and shadow in one stroke. And then we come back with a little fan brush, and we clean up the bottom of them. Put a little ripple around his foots, and we're in business. But that's one of the neatest, nicest ways I've ever seen of making little stones. Okay, let's have some fun. Time to get crazy. We'll use a 1-inch brush, and maybe in our world is going to live. Yep, right here. Nice bush lives here. It's a beautiful place for a bush to live. Right in there. And you just use this dark to put in some background color. This could just about be done with anything. You could put this on with your shoe. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. All you're looking for is some basic shapes here. Just very basic little shapes here. Like that. Okay, now then, I have several old 1-inch brushes going. Let's take this one, I'll dip it into a little touch of the liquid white, once again, just to thin the color. And we'll go into yellow, 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 sap green, and there, all kinds of little yellow ochre, little Indian yellow, just back and forth. But that way you get a multitude of colors happening in the brush. Okay, let's go up here. Now we have to make big decisions. In our world, there's a bush that lives right here, just barely pushing upward, just enough to bend the bristles a little bit, and begin thinking about shape and form and what makes this little bush an individual. There we go. If in your mind you turn each bush into an individual, then you'll work one bush at a time. Think about that little rascal. Give him a name if necessary. Shoot. Some of your friends might look at you like you're a little strange, but if you're a painter, that's expected. It's okay. Add a little of the bright red to that yellow ochre. We'll make us a fireball. Lives right there. Okay, there you go. I'm just varying back and forth between those colors. There we are. But work in layers. Always work in layers. Then that way you can drop another layer right in, and it separates. It looks different. And it gives dimension and depth to your painting. It's not just old flat painting. There. This is one of the things when we're teaching instructors. We work a great deal with teaching them how to make these little individual things, because it's easy just to hit them at random. But your painting will look special if you put these little efforts into it, little extras. Let's go back to our Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna. And let's just put us a little land in here. That won't show too much yet. It will. We're going to put some highlights on it. All we're doing, once again, is putting in a little base color. And, tell you what, go back to that brush that had a little white on it. Let's put us a little reflection right underneath here. Grab it, pull it straight down again. Straight down, all the way up to here. Just straight down. Go gently across, just enough to give it a watery feel. There. See there? Okay, great. Okay, now back to my little fan brush. And we'll go right in here. This is just white with a little liquid white in it, titanium and liquid. Just mix them together. And that thin paint then will slide right over the top of your thicker paint without, as my son says, without mushing together. There. Okay, we'll go back to our little filbert. Let's put some more little stones in there. I like those little stones in the water, and they're so easy to make this way. Maybe in our world, there we go. There's a happy little stone, another one right in there. There's one, some right up here on the bank. And you put as many as you want in your world. This reminds me of some of the scenery that I used to enjoy in Alaska. I lived there for over a dozen years. And it's one of the most gorgeous places on the face of the earth. I like to tell people God was having a good day when he made Alaska. Everything went right for him. Now then, a little touch of that brown and white. We can go back in here and put the indication of a little highlight right along in here. There, barely touching the canvas. If you painted mountains, you know, this is just barely grazing. Barely, barely grazing. Take our fan brush, it has a little green and yellow in it. Pop in a few little things that work their way right down the side here. Sort of cleans up everything, gets rid of that straight line across there. Just makes it a little more pleasing. Take the knife and go in here and scrape in a few little sticks and twigs. Now, since that was black, these sticks will come out looking dark. Sometimes it's nice to take a little touch of light color and put in a few little white ones here and there that show up. You find these in the woods all the time. And it adds interest to your painting when you do that. Okay, let's get crazy. You know me. I like to do these big tree things. Let's take the browns, both browns, put them on a fan brush. And we'll come right over here. And I'm going to, once again, take one side through that light color. Maybe we'll put our light side over here. I don't think it really matters too much in this particular painting. By double loading that brush, we'll make both sides of the tree trunk at one time. There we are. See, the light and the dark side hit all at once. Tell you what, that was fun. Let's do another one. Maybe in our world, let's get crazy. Maybe there's a great big one here that sort of fell over right through that pretty bush. That's okay. We know he's there, and we know how to make him if we need him again. Let's make this a big tree. Big old tree. There. A little light coming down the side, but just tap with a fan brush. You'll be amazed at what beautiful tree trunks you can make just by tapping with the old fan brush. That's all that you have to do. Yeah, then back to my liner brush, paint thinner. And we'll go right into a little of that brown color. We'll put the indication here and there of some little limbs. Now, just like so. Just a few here and there. Maybe back here in the background, use a fan brush, some of that dark color. Maybe there's a few old leaves hanging on this tree. Just a few. There. A little highlight. Come right in here. Put the indication of a few little sparklers on this tree. And this last old tree here, maybe it's dead. For it, we'll just put the indication of a few old limbs that are hanging around here. There. But isn't that a fantastic way of making a very effective little scene? Just using the black gesso. It works so well, and you can do it. Give it a try. I think you'll absolutely fall in love with it. And with that, I think we have a finished painting. Hope you've enjoyed this one. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope you're also having a fantastic day. So I tell you what, let's start out today and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And while they're doing that, as usual, let me show you what I've got done up here. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch pre-stretched canvas, and today I've taken and cut a little oval out of some adhesive back paper or contact paper, whatever you call it, and just stuck it on here. And we've covered the center with a little bit of the liquid white, and it's all wet and ready to go. And I thought today we'd do one of those little ovals. That's become one of the most popular things we've ever introduced. So let's start out with the old 2-inch brush, a little bit of the phthalo blue, beautiful blue color. And we'll tap a little into the bristles, and let's go right up here. And we'll start up here at the top today, just making little crisscross strokes, little X's, right over. And that's continually blending with the liquid white. So automatically you get this beautiful variation of color and the beautiful blending. There we are. There, and a little bit more. And we'll come right over in here. Maybe we'll have a happy little cloud in the sky, so I'll just leave a little area open here. There. Come right on down to about there. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Anything we don't like, we just paint over it, keep right on going. Okay, come right across. That just takes out the brush marks and just helps blend everything together. Something like so. And then let's do the fun part. Let's wash the old brush. And if you've painted with me before, you know this is the part that's most exciting. Especially to the camera crew. All right. I'll tell you what, today, let's just use a little 1-inch brush and make a happy little cloud. We'll take a little titanium white. Just pull the old brush through the white here, just to load a little color on it. Let's go up here to the canvas. Now then, let's figure out where our little fluffy cloud will live in our world. And we'll start out and just sort of let it bounce around and play here. Wherever you want it. A little more paint on the brush. But keep the brush moving. If it stays in one place and you go around and around, it'll look like a big cotton ball up here in the sky, and we're not after that today. There. Okay, maybe the old cloud lives right down here and comes right on I don't know. Maybe it just goes right on over here somewhere. In your world, you put it wherever you want it. All right. Now back to our 2-inch brush, and very gently, just using the top corner, I'm going to blend the base of this cloud out a little. The top, I'm not going to touch it all yet. Just blend it a little, making tiny little circles, once again, using only the top corner of the brush. And I beat the brush a little just to remove any excess paint that we've picked up. It's easier than going through the whole cleaning procedure. In layman terms, that's called laziness. There we are. All right. And very gently, we'll just go across it. And maybe today, maybe there's a couple little layers in our clouds. Maybe we have another little cloud that lives right here, right below that one. Little happy cloud that just sort of floats around in the sky. There he comes. There he comes. All right. See how easy it is to make these big fluffy clouds? There. And same thing once again. 2-inch brush, using just the top corner. And the reason we use the top corner, watch, if you use the bottom corner, you really can't tell where the brush is hitting. Use the top corner and you can see exactly what you're doing. Okay, and you have a lot more control on the brush that way. Once again, fluff it up a little, like so, and very gently just blend it. There. Just enough to take out the little brush stroke. But do them in layers. Do the one that's farthest away first, and then do the second one. All right. Now then, let's have some little rolling hills that live back in here. I want to take, we'll use a little Prussian blue, a little alizarin crimson, proportionately much more blue than crimson. And put a little white out here. Maybe just a touch more of the blue. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. So I have the same color, but 2 different values here. By putting the white in it, this one, as you can see, is much lighter than this one. All right, so let's take the lightest one first. Let's go up in here. Come right up in here, and let's just put us a very basic little shape. Something like so. Don't let these get too pointy. This is just a soft little hill. There. Just really push it into the fabric and then scrape off all the excess. The value, or the color, will remain in the fabric. Then we'll take our brush and grab and firmly pull the paint. Firmly pull it, just like so. There. We want it to get lighter toward the base. Okay, pull it right through there. I think I'll have some trees over here, so I'm not too worried about this side. I don't know. If we leave it blank, then for sure we'll have to put something over there. All right. But that's really all you need. It gives an indication of a nice little rolling hill that's far away. And if you want to make that illusion of depth and distance even greater, we go into that same color that we mixed that's darker, and we'll once again pick up a little roll of paint on the knife. Let's go back up in here. Come right back in here. Now then, let's drop right down like that. And let's just put another little hill in here. It helps create that illusion of depth in your painting when you do that. Maybe it turns and goes up right there. I don't know. You decide. In your world, you make all these big decisions. But once again, we're firmly pushing that color right into the canvas. And then we'll take our 2-inch brush, grab it, and just move the color. Allow it to actually just blend with the liquid white that's on the canvas. And you always want the base of a hill or mountain lighter than the top. And as you can see, look at the little light area in between these two. That's the separator. That's your good friend. Take care of it, treasure it. There we are. And sometimes I'll just dip the brush into a little color. Sometimes it's fun just to put a little dark area in there, and it'll look like there's a whole nother plane in there. You can just play all kind of tricks, or you can take and lift gently upward a little bit, and it'll look like you can make out the indication of little trees that live way back in the woods, way back on that hill. See there? I hope you can see those. They're quite small, but they're there. Now then, tell you what. We'll use that same lavender color. I'm going to add a little black to it. A little black, a little brown. A little touch maybe of the crimson and sap green. There we are. Let's go right up in here, right under this, and we have to decide where we'll have some land areas. Maybe right in here. We'll just put a nice little hill, and this is just the base color. This is just so our highlights will show when we put them on top of this. You could really put this on with a paint roller. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, but it's a good place to practice with a brush, because so much of painting is a feel. You very quickly you can feel just by touching the canvas whether your paint's too thick, too thin, you got too much on the brush, and it comes with just a little practice. There. Now then, I'll just use the same old brush. I'm lazy today and don't want to wash them all, so we'll use the same old brush and go right into a little bit of the cad yellow, a little yellow ochre, maybe a little sap green. There we are. There. Just gently tap. See, you can see that little ridge of paint. There's an identical one on the end of the brush, and that's what we're after. Let's go up here. Now, just barely touch and tap downward. And this is one of the easiest, nicest ways of creating the effect of little fields or little grassy areas way back here in the distance. There. Just let the sun play through there. There we are. Okay. And sometimes it's fun just to take, and I'll just grab another brush here. It doesn't matter what you use. I'll pick up a 1 inch. It happens to be handy. It doesn't matter, as I say. Maybe there's a little tree that lives right here. Just a little bushy guy. There. We just put in a little dark color, and let's give him a little friend. You know me. I think everything needs a friend, even an old tree. We'll take a little touch, a little bright red, a little yellow ochre. I'll be into a little Indian yellow there. Just a little sparkly. Get that little bit of paint right there. Let's go right up in here, and let's just, ooh, nice. Let's just put some little highlights on that little rascal right there. And this little one here, he needs a few little things too. There. Okay, now back to our color we were using. We'll come right in here and just put a little grass down at the base of those two little trees. But see, that creates a whole nother plane in your painting. And these different planes are what give depth. Okay. Now maybe, let's put a little more color right in here. We need that dark so light will show. There. Tell you what, watch here. I get carried away. Maybe right here, maybe there's a happy little pond that's way back here. Pull straight down, and we'll get just the least little touch of titanium white and just sparkle it. Got to make those little sounds though. Just pull it straight down and then very gently go across. Very gently, just enough to wiggle it a little bit. I tell you, let's do it with a fan brush today. We'll take a little of the Van Dyke brown, a little dark sand on the fan brush. And you can do it with a knife, or you can do it here with a fan brush. Let's just put in the indication of a little bank way back in the distance back here. This is just brown. Straight old brown. Maybe there's a few little dark things that grow right along the edge of the water. Just lift upward. It makes it look like little bushes, maybe little cattails that are dark in there, whatever. Just make up little stories and drop them in. A little liquid white on the knife, and we'll come back in here and put a little touch of water line right along there. Just act like you're trying to cut a hole right through the canvas. There. Now then, we'll go back to our 1 inch brush we were using. Had black, Prussian blue, crimson, little sap green. Same old colors. Just should be very, very dark though. Okay, now then, maybe just I'm touching and sort of pulling downward. Just want a little touch of that left back here. We'll put in some dark. All right, right there. Just sort of look at this and make a decision where you think it should be. There. Brush is too slow. Let me get a big one here. You get lazy after a while and you like these big brushes. Let's just fill this all in here with some of our nice dark color. Once again, this dark is here only to make the light show, because without it, you don't have any light. If you put light against light, you have nothing. If you put dark against dark, you have nothing. So you're always playing games, light against dark, dark against light. That's what makes it work. It's just illusions. We only have a two-dimensional surface here, so everything is just illusions. While we're working on that illusion, let's get crazier. What the heck? Take a look-see, decide. We said there was going to be a big tree right here. Well, let's just have us a big tree. We'll just use the corner of the old 2-inch brush. Same basic colors. Same colors, just let that old tree live right out there. Tell you what, while we got that going, let's have one over here too. You get carried away with these, they're fun. But you can make very detailed little trees and bushes with a 2-inch brush. It doesn't have to be a little tiny Tim brush to make small things or to make detail. You can make it with a very large brush. It's just a matter of practicing a little until it works for you and you're comfortable with it. There. Okay. Now then, we'll use the old script liner brush. A little bit of white. I'm gonna reach down here and get a little titanium white. Mix them together. Maybe get a little more of the paint thinner on here. I want this paint to be very thin, almost the consistency of ink. In fact, you can see it running there, very thin. Let's go up here. And here, we'll just put the indication of some little tree trunks here and there. A little more of the white there. Yeah, that's better. Now you can see them a little bit better. And we'll put a few limbs and stems and all the little things that you need to hold up these happy little trees in here. Okay. Shoot, I tell you what, there might even be one over here. Who knows? Wherever you want them. There. While I have that old brush going, I'm gonna go right into straight Van Dyke brown. Same way, thin it very thin. Maybe, yeah, let's do this. Maybe there's a little fence back here by the pond. Just goes right on down out of sight. And we can see some old rails still on the post. Makes it sort of interesting. Just breaks it up. I'll take a little light color. Just put a little highlight on some of these. There. We got a happy little fence that lives way back in the distance. Back to our brush, it has our greens and yellows on it. A little more of the sap green. Oh, there we go, nice. Let's go back in here and just begin tapping in some little grassy areas. Now this is going to be just like we did in the back. And while they're doing that, you know, I get a lot of letters from fantastic people all over the country that send pictures of what they're painting at home from watching this show, and I'd like to share some of those with you. But you would not believe what people are doing. This makes it all worthwhile. And a lot of people that are sending paintings have never had a painting lesson in their life other than watching the television series. And this is what they're accomplishing. And maybe most important, it makes people understand and believe that they can do this. You don't have to be somebody special. Anybody can do this. You really can. And that truly is the joy of painting. When you produce something like this, you know what a pleasure it is to give someone a gift that you've produced yourself, or to hang it in your home and people come by and they say, you didn't do that. You didn't do that. People won't believe that you could paint like that, but you can. You really can. And every day, as I say, I see more and more evidences of it every day. Shoot, let's have fun. Maybe in our world, let's have another little watery spot right here. Just to break up the monotony a little. There, just a little white, because we have some blue. Well, we can add a little phthalo blue to the brush if we want to, just to give it a little blue tone. There, okay. A little white. And then once again, just pull across. And now we have another happy little pond right out here. And we can take our little grassy color and let's come right down and bring a little peninsula right off into there. That easy. You can just push that rascal right back in the distance. And just as many layers as you want of nice, beautiful areas down in here. Tell you what, while we have this old brush going, let's go right up here. There we are. And let's just put some little sparklers on these trees. They need some nice little highlights on them too. There. And all we're using is just the corner of the brush. Just the corner. There. We load it exactly the same way as we did to make the grassy areas down below, but all we're using is the corner and going in the direction that we want these little limbs to hang here. Touch a little bit of the bright red here, and let's put a little sparkler right in it. Ooh, that's nice. Like him. Maybe a little yellow ochre. We'll give him a little friend that's right there. And you can just vary these colors back and forth and put in all kinds of little things. All right, maybe on the other side over here, we'll give this tree some nice little highlights. Now I'm just using the opposite corner. There. Okay. But think about shape and form of your tree. I know you get tired of hearing me say that, but that's probably the single most important thing when you're making these trees. It's more important than what you use to make them with, is the fact that you give them form and shape. There we are. And that's what's going to make your painting so special. And the other thing, try to leave some dark areas at the base of your tree. That gives the illusion of a big shadow underneath there. And it creates depth once again. Or if you feel that something's needed in there, make it something very dark, like a very, very dark green that you won't see so much. There, see my cat. All right, let's go back to our little fan brush here that has the Van Dyke brown on it. And we can just here and there put a little touch of the brown to give the indication of a little dirt down there. Let's have some fun. I like to do this. We'll take a little liquid white, a little bit of dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown. We're going to make a very thin paint here. Just the consistency of liquid white with a little bit of flavor in it. And we'll take our little filbert. We'll go right into Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna, just mix them together. But a lot of color on each side of the brush, a lot of color. Then we'll go right down here and pull one side through this thin color. And let's put just the indication of some little stones that live. There's one out in the water that live out here in our world, wherever you want them. And we can come back, a little touch of the liquid white, go right in here, and just clean the bottom of them up some. There. But isn't it a sneaky little nice way of making some very effective little stones out here in your water? Tell you what, let's do. Let's take and pull the contact paper off and see what we have. All right. And you know me. I never leave well enough alone. I think today I'll just use the old fan brush that has the Van Dyke brown on it. And in our world, stand back and sort of look. I like to have something that sort of projects right out of scene when we do these little ovals. I think that's neat. And maybe when you do yours, you don't want to have this big tree here. It's up to you. It's really up to you. I just sort of like these. Now let's put a little background material behind the tree. Just a dark color. Maybe there's a little bush back here. Maybe this little bush comes right over. That way it'll push everything back. How's that? Maybe it just sort of disappears into nothing. Whatever. Any way that you want it. Back to our old 2-inch brush that has the highlight colors on it. Put at least a little touch of paint thinner on the brush so the paint will be much thinner because we're getting in quite a few layers of color here. And as you know, the thin paint will stick to the thick paint. Thin to thick. And maybe there's another one here. Just all kinds of little bushes. Get a little more of the sap green. Let's just tap in some little grassy areas that just flow right down from there. Just like that. Now, sometimes it's fun to do little things. You have to make big decisions when you paint because you have unlimited power. See this tree right now, do a close-up right here on this tree. It looks like it's behind those bushes. Now watch. By pulling this through, we just put the tree in front of the bushes. And we'll put him a big old root that hangs right out down there. Shoot, see what you can do? Now, let's take paint thinner. We'll go into Van Dyke Brown with a lot of color there. A lot of color, very thin. Maybe he's got a little buddy, a little friend that's right there. Got a couple little arms on him, like that. There we go. There, just a little guy that lives here. Now sometimes it's fun, just load the liner brush with a Van Dyke Brown and dark sienna mixture, and then pull just one side through a little bit of that liquid white with a little color in it, and you can make a nice thing that's already highlighted, that easy. And if you want to highlight the whole tree, we can take a little of that thin color on the liner brush. You can do it with a knife, whatever, and just blend it back so it gets darker, darker, darker as it works around the tree. Look at there. Isn't that sneaky? And it works so easy. You'll like it. There we are. Now then, a little more of the paint thinner. And let's just begin putting some nice little limbs off this. There we go. And you put as many or as few as you want in your world. Just sort of let them go. And this is where it really pays if you've got a little twitch in your hand. There. Because you can make all these beautiful little limbs and don't want them all just exactly straight. Limbs grow every which way. Let them grow, let them go. Just wherever you want them. Maybe right there's old big one that comes right on off. There. Something like that. Okay, now let's go down here. Take a little of that Van Dyke Brown. Let's just do this real quick. Take a little white, little dark sienna, come right down here and just barely touch it. Put the indication maybe of a little bit of grass down here. And we can just take a fan brush, finish this thing up, pop in a few little happy bushes right along the base here. And it makes one of the most interesting paintings. I hope you try this one because I know that you'll really like it. And when you show this one to people, they'll certainly get excited. Hope you've enjoyed this one. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Let's do a fantastic little painting together. So tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And they'll come across as usual in the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. Have my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas up here. I use an 18 by 24, but you use whatever size is convenient. Now today, I've covered the entire canvas with a thin, and let me say that again, a thin, even coat of liquid clear. Now when you're using this clear, I say thin several times because you need such a very, very small amount. It's transparent, you can't see it. There's a tendency to put too much on, very little. Okay, and with that, let's just have a good time today. I'm going to take a little yellow ochre maybe. A little bit of yellow ochre. Let's just do a winter scene today that's very nice. I'll be right back. I'll get a little dark sand and mixed in with it. A little winter scene that is warm. Let's go up here. Sometimes winter scenes can become so cold they're almost unpleasant. So let's do one today that has a lot of just beautiful little things happening in it. And we'll just start out and use a 2-inch brush and just make little circles and little patterns. Just let all these little things just happen. There you go. This is a time to have fun. Just enjoy this. Just let it work and play. But try not to, I don't want to have just a dead old flat sky today. I want to have something that has movement and life in it, and it's interesting and it's fun. So by doing these little circles, going one way a while and then go the other way a while, look at what happens. Look at all the forms and shapes that are happening just automatically. Okay, a little more color. Put a little over in here. There. And try not to stay in one area and keep working it, because it'll just look like it's dead. It's not interesting. There we are. And this clear does not dilute the color. If you had liquid white on the canvas like we normally use, it would dilute the color because it would blend with it, and the white would continually mix. And today I thought we'd just do something where we don't mix color. All right. Maybe just a touch more color. We'll put a little something right up in here. All right, boy, it is a fantastic way of making a very effective little sky. Now then, now comes the fun part. Let's wash the old brush. If you've painted with me before, you know that's the most interesting part of this whole technique. And we wash our brushes, as usual, with odorless paint thinner. Just shake off the excess and cover everybody in about a 2-block radius. When you're doing this at home, you might want to get a little brush beater rack that you put down the bottom of a waste paper basket, and it'll save your happy home. Okay, now I'm just going to take a little bit of titanium white right on that same old 2-inch brush, just a little. We don't need much. And let's go up in here. And let's just start. Maybe this will be our light area. And let's just sort of bounce that around. Just bounce it around, let it play. There. I'm using just the corner of the brush though. Okay, now sometimes it's nice to leave the sky like we had it a minute ago. Sometimes it's nice to take like this and add highlights to it. It's up to you. This piece of canvas is truly your world, and you can do anything here that makes you happy. It's such a fantastic day here. I thought I'd put a little bright spot in the sky, and I hope the painting brings a little brightness to your life when you do it. But we don't need a great deal. I just want a little, because I don't want to lose all these beautiful patterns that we have up here. There, a little more white. You can make this as bright as you want it, and the more you blend it, of course, the more the dark cyan and yellow ochre will mix in there and dilute it. Okay. Maybe just the least little touch right in here, just so there's a little contrast in there. Maybe in our world there's a little bit of light that zings right through that little cloud. Okay, now then very lightly, 2 hairs and some air, we can just blend that out. All right. And that makes a very, very effective little sky that you can do in just a couple of minutes. And once again, we get to wash the old brush. All right. Okay. I tell you what, let's do. Let's make a little lavender color. We'll use a little alizarin crimson, a little touch of the phthalo blue. Proportionately, much more of the blue than the crimson. Okay, I'm going to put a little white out here and dilute that color down. Just value it down. Ooh, that's a nice lavender color. All right, let me grab an old 2-inch brush here. Let's just take a 2-inch brush and tap the corner. I'm just going to tap the corner, see, right into a little bit of that color. We're not getting a great deal of paint on the brush. We can go up in here, and maybe in our world there lives just the indication of some very soft little bushes back in here. And all we're using is the top corner of the 2-inch brush. And with this, we can form basic shapes. And that's all we're looking for. I don't want these to be too distinct, because then they'll look like they're too close to us. And I want these to be far back in the distance. Very basic little shapes. All right, very good. Something about like that. And wherever you think this should be. And you can vary these a little bit. Some of them be a little darker than others. And the ones that are lighter like that, when the painting is finished, will look like they're much farther away. So if you put one in front of it that's a little darker, it'll help strengthen that illusion. All right. Sometimes we can even take the brush and just push sidewards like that. It'll make it look like a little tree that's far back in there. There we go. Maybe a little bit more of the color, a little darker one right here in the foreground. Whatever you want. Just let your imagination go when you're doing these. Okay. Now sometimes, I'll show you a little trick. Let me show you something that's a great deal of fun. Okay, let me get a clean brush. Sometimes it's fun to just dip just the corner of the brush, just the corner, into a little paint thinner. Because we have liquid clear up here. Paint thinner and liquid clear have almost a violent reaction when you put them together. And you can take and just flick a little paint thinner on there. Just like so. Let me get just a touch more. And you can do this with a fan brush or whatever. But everywhere that paint thinner touches, it'll begin to remove the paint, and these little dots will appear, and it looks like little leaves and stuff. They're way back here on your little trees and all that. But it's just a very neat little way of making a lot of effects very quickly, very easily, and people will go crazy trying to figure out how you've done this. Okay, but be careful that you don't get too much paint thinner. There, that should be about enough for what we're doing. Okay, isn't that sneaky? But try that, you'll be absolutely amazed, and it takes a couple of minutes. As this painting progresses, you'll begin to see these little spots appear. Okay, let's put another layer of little things in there. For that, we'll use yellow ochre, be right back, and dark sienna. Just yellow ochre and dark sienna mixed together, like that. Let's go back up here. Now then, right in front of these lavender little bushes, I'm going to begin to just put in the indication of some happy little things that live right in here that are this color. Just varying the colors back and forth here, back and forth. A little Indian yellow here and there. There. Okay, now I'm going to go back to the lavender. And all I'm doing, I'm not even cleaning the brush, I'm just sort of working back and forth. So you have all kinds of different little things happening in here. Add at least a little touch of the cad yellow. This is cadmium yellow. Make that a little bit brighter right here. Because here's our light source right above it. That way it's a little bit brighter right in there. Be careful with the cadmium yellow. It'll eat up your whole world here in a minute. We don't want too much of it. Going back to the lavender color. And if lavender and yellow get together, it just makes brown. And in this painting, that's wonderful. We don't mind at all. don't mind at all. There. Now then, there's one that's a little bit lighter. But see all the different layers that you can create just with the top corner of a great big old brush. A little touch more of the Indian yellow there. That's gorgeous. And maybe back here in our world, let's have a few little tree branches and sticks and twigs, and for that we'll just use that same lavender color. What the heck? You can use anything that you like, but I think we'll just use that lavender. Little paint thinner, go into that and turn the brush. That brings it to a nice sharp point, loads the bristles full of paint, okay? Now maybe in our world there lives a little old tree right back there. There, put some arms on him. There we go. Little sticks and twigs. Just wherever you think they should be. Let your imagination take you anywhere that you want to go. There we are. And put them in the different layers so that they're all in different planes. That helps separates the different planes in your painting. Get a touch more of the paint thinner. Maybe, yeah, let's put a big one right here. Now the paint thinner is going to react against the liquid clear that's on the canvas. And these will start turning whitish. So they'll look like they're highlighted without you hardly doing a thing. It will take a few minutes for that to happen as the paint thinner and the clear begin to react. Use this reaction to your advantage. You can make some fantastic things. A little darker color, who knows, maybe there's a, oh there we are, old bent one that goes right over like that. If you've painted with me before, you know I don't like all my trees to just be perfectly straight. I like trees that have character, and I like trees that are like people. They're all different and they're all wonderful. There we are. You just sometimes have to look for the good, but it's there. It's always there. All right. Maybe on the other side we'll have a couple over here. I'm going to add the least little touch of dark sienna to that too. So we just change the flavor a little maybe. Or you could add a little of the Van Dyke brown, whatever. Just so we have some variety here. I don't want all of my little trees to look exactly the same. There's one. And however many you want. You could even take a little of the titanium white, thin it down. In here and there, we have one that's white. Because there are always a lot of little white sticks and twigs in the woods. Okay, good. Now then, maybe down in here, tell you what, let's do. Let's take a little alizarin crimson, little phthalo blue. I'm just making some more lavender is all I'm doing. But I'm just making it on the brush because I'm about out. And let's just put some color down here, right on top of the clear. This will just end up being, well, maybe we'll have snow and this will be shadows. Or if you wanted to have water, this could end up being your water. But I think today I'll just have some snow there. We'll grab another 2-inch brush. I'm going to go into just pure titanium white, nothing else. Pure old titanium white. And we'll start back here and just begin laying in some snow. I'm going to bring this snow all the way up here. And while I'm doing that, I want to share with you one of the most fantastic little creatures that you've ever seen, because this will all be just the same. This is a little deer that Diana Schaefer there brought here to the station for us to see. She's the bird lady here in Muncie. This deer was found right outside of Muncie in a farmer's field, and it had been orphaned. And Diana has raised this little deer, and today it's been set free, and he really is doing fantastic. But I had such a good time with this little fellow. I spent several hours just playing with him, and I thank Diana for sharing that with us. He is absolutely gorgeous. We didn't even name him, but it always looks like Bambi to me when I see a little deer. But isn't he something? That has to be one of the most gorgeous creatures God has ever made. I'd like to take him home and just keep him as a pet. But that's not what he's meant to be. He's meant to be free. As I say, he's already been turned loose. This was shot about 3 months ago. There. But isn't he the most beautiful little thing? I get to watching the deer. I have a monitor here. I get watching the deer and quit painting. Anyway, all I'm doing here is just taking titanium white. Pay attention to the angles, though. Angles are very important when you're doing snow. All I want to do is make it look like there's a little place right in here like that. And by paying attention to the angles, see how easy that is to do? And already you see the illusion of distance coming through here. There we are. Okay. Okay, we could take, we'll use a fan brush, what the heck. I'm going to get some of those same colors. Dark sienna, yellow ochre, a little bit of cad yellow, a little Indian yellow, just mix them together. I always like to mix color on the brush. That way you have a variety of colors in the brush. It's just not one dead old color. Then we can go up here, and here and there, and there and here. I'm going to add a little white. That's too dark. Oh, it's much better. There. See, now we can begin putting some little things here that breaks up that straight line. Looks like little weeds that are growing right out here. Just push up with a fan brush. All you have to do. Just push upward with a fan brush. There. Wherever you think they should be. Now we'll take another fan brush, and I have several going. Just plain titanium white, and we can clean these edges up right here. Just grab it, pull it. Be sure to follow the same angles, though. But that easy. Snow is one of the easiest things to paint in this method. No problem. When I was a traditional painter, I used to labor over things like snow and reflections. My gosh, reflections are one of those things that just drove you crazy. In this technique, it is absolutely the easiest thing there is to do. There. And then we can take a little bit more of that lavender that we had on the liner brush, and maybe here and there put the indication of some little sticks and twigs that live right out in here. They don't all live in the background. Some live up here a little closer. Okay. Shoot, you know me. You know me. This is such a beautiful spot. I'd have to have me a little cabin out here, and this is where I'd like to stay. You can stay out here and watch that little deer grow up. All right. Let's start with a little bit of Van Dyke brown on the knife. First decision we have to make is, where is our cabin going to live? I think today we'll put a little cabin right here. Start a little Van Dyke brown, and we'll paint the back eave of the little cabin first. Then we'll load the knife full of titanium white, and there's snow on our roof, so we'll put in the other side of the roof. That easy. Maybe our cabin's going to be about there. But see how easy it is? Just drop that little rascal right in there. Now, we just come back, and we'll put some wood in here for the front, and I'm just still using Van Dyke brown. This is just a base color. We'll come back and highlight it a little bit. Just touch and pull. Touch it and pull. All we're doing is just blocking in color right here. Okay, a little bit right here. There we are. Now I'm going to take white and dark sienna and a little bit of the Van Dyke all mixed together, but not over mixed. I want it left marbled like that. A very small roll of paint. Then we can go up here and with no pressure, just touch and pull down. No pressure though, no pressure. Absolutely no pressure. Let the paint break. Make the wood look old. Then you can play back and forth. You want a little shadow up here, you can take a little dark, pull down, see there? That wood looks so old, it's unreal. Now maybe take some more of the Van Dyke brown. Maybe we have in our cabin, maybe there's a door right there. So, gotta have a way to get in. Maybe this is a spectacular cabin. Maybe it has a window right here. And we can do that. Just take a little of the brown, lay in. Shoot, who knows? Let me take the small knife. It's just the right size. Over here, maybe there's another window. We can have as many windows in our cabin as we want. Shoot. Take a little light color, just sort of outline this so it stands out. There. Okay. Same over here, just a little highlight so it looks like a little light's playing across the window there. Shoot, you can get crazy and put curtains in there if you want to. Now then we can take a little of the Van Dyke brown and make the indication of old boards just by touching. Just by touching. Now, time to get our proportions correct. So we just take the knife and do a cabinectomy. So you can cut that old cabin off anywhere you want it. Just like so. Fan brush, a little bit of titanium white, and we can bring that snow right up to the door. Right up to the door. Sometimes it's nice, if you want to be sneaky, take a touch of that dark lavender here, a little bit. Make the indication, maybe somebody's walked in and out of here a couple of times. Just the indication of a little path that goes up in there. There hadn't been many people here, so I don't want to do a whole bunch. If you had a lot of people living here and that little deer would go away, and we want to keep him. All right, let's take a little bit of dark sienna, a little bit of yellow ochre, tap it together here. And let's go right up in here, right up here. And just tap in the indication of some little bushes that live on this side. There we are. See? Maybe they come, I don't know. Maybe this little bush comes right down here. This guy may be like me and he didn't cut the yard very often and it's growing up over. There. I'm not a very good yard keeper. Okay, tell you what, let's do. Maybe over here on the other side, we need something to fill this up. Let's just take, still just using the top corner of the old 2-inch brush. You can do fantastic things with very few brushes if you just practice and make friends with them a little bit. Now I'm going back to the yellow ochres and Indian yellow, a little touch of cad yellow here and there, and also here and there a little bit of titanium white, just so you can see different layers, just to lighten. Okay, something like so. Maybe down like that. When you do yours, just sort of look at it and you'll see things happening in it. Use those little things that happen. Don't fight them. Take a little white on the 2-inch brush. Put a little indication of snow right there. There. See, it'll push all that back in there. Same thing on the other side. Maybe this snowbank comes right down like that. Who knows? Only you do. Only you do. In your world, you're the only one who knows. Okay, good. Okay, see there? But that easy. And then like before, we can take the little fan brush and just tap in some little grassy areas that are living right out here. Some over on this side too. Just a few. Another fan brush with white, just like before, clean up the bottom. And a little over here. All right. I think it's time to have some fun. You know me. I like those big trees. Let's go into Van Dyke brown, dark sienna. Just mix them together on the brush. It doesn't matter. And maybe in our world, here we go. I get letters sometimes. People say, you had the most beautiful painting, and then you put that big old tree in it, and I don't like it anymore. But when you're doing your painting, that's the beauty of this. If you don't want a big tree in your world, leave it out. That's the beauty. That's why we don't do any tracings here, or we don't do any drawing. When we're teaching our instructors, that's one of the things that we emphasize. We want to teach people creativity, not just a copy. Not just a copy. That's very important to me, that you learn creativity, because it makes you feel good in here. We'll take a little dark sienna and white, mostly white, and just tap right along this edge here and put the indication of a little highlight on this old tree. But I like to tap this because it looks fuzzy, and to me a lot of times, especially evergreens, look fuzzy, and the edges and the bark are all ragged. If you want a straight tree, just pull it straight down or make it with a knife. I just happen to like those kind of trees. Now, paint thinner. Get a little more paint thinner. Go right into those same two browns. Make the paint thin like ink. And let's go right up in here. And maybe in our tree there's a big old limb. Hangs right down like that. There he is. See? Put him some little arms out here. Maybe this is an old evergreen tree, and they have just a lot of little sticks and twigs and things that hang off of them. There. Okay, see all those little rascals? Maybe there's a big old limb. Lives right there. But think like a tree when you're doing this. If you were a tree, where would you want an arm? Maybe something like so. As many or as few as you want. There, look at all them old rascals. Maybe this one comes up and goes around. Whatever. But isn't that a fantastic little painting? It's a good way to use the liquid clear. Try it. I think you'll really enjoy it. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome. Certainly glad to see you again. Today, I thought we'd do a fantastic little painting on a black canvas, as you can plainly see. So I tell you what, let's start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us at home. And while they're doing that, let me show you what I've done up here. Today I have my standard old pre-stretched canvas, but I've taken black gesso and I've sort of just painted a little thing like this with a foam brush and left the center unpainted. But I've graduated that black gesso into it. Just, you start out here, and as you lose all of your black gesso, it'll happen automatically. Then we've covered the whole area with a little tiny, tiny bit of liquid clear. And then on top of that, I've just put a mixture of alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. Proportionally much more crimson than blue. I want it sort of to the reddish side. So that's how we've got this prepared. I thought today we'd just do a very warm little painting. I think you'll like it. It's a lot of fun to do, and I really think you'll enjoy it. So let's start out with an old 2-inch brush, a little bit of the titanium white, and just load some on. No big deal how we get it on there. I'm going to go right up here in this light area, and I'm going to start and just make little crisscross strokes. Just little crisscross strokes. And it's beginning to pick up that color that's already on the canvas. And immediately, beautiful things will begin to happen. And if this is going to be our light source right here, then we start in the center and work around. And that way it'll progressively get darker as it goes out. And once again, that also will happen automatically. You don't have to worry about it. All you got to do is just start at the center and work outward. Okay. And you can do this in any transparent color. This is also very pretty to do in like just phthalo blue or sap green. Any of these colors that are transparent. And if you want to find out if a color is transparent, just take a little bit and just rub it on black gesso. And if the black area still looks black, then it's transparent enough to do what we're doing here. Let me wash the old brush. We wash our brushes, as you know, with odorless paint thinner. Just shake off the excess and beat the devil out of it. Now, you can go back as many times as you want into the center area to make it as bright as you desire. So, let's load the brush again. I do recommend that you clean the brush between each application of this white paint. Otherwise, you're going to take that dirty color right back into the center and you'll lose your brightness. Start in the light area and work outward. Always working outward. And I make the little crisscross strokes because that's easier to blend. Instead of having big circles, the little crisscross strokes blend out quite nicely. There. Okay, let's just keep working it outward here. I want to keep the edges of this quite dark. Don't want it to get too bright. But when you're doing yours, you might want it to be very, very bright, and you can do that. And color stands out so much more on a black background than it does on a white background. You won't believe the difference. There, this black gesso may be one of the neatest things I've ever come up with. All right. Now then, let's see what we have. Just put a little bit in this corner up here. Very lightly, we just brush across, and that'll remove the brush strokes. But there's a lot of action happening in the sky. If you wanted to smooth it, I've got several brushes going here. You can take a clean brush and just blend it. I sort of like having some of these little action things happening, but it's up to you. If you want to make it smoother, if you keep blending it like this, you can make it till it looks absolutely like silk. Just like silk. Very smooth and very nice. All right. Okay, now we have us a light source. Let's have some fun today. Tell you what, we use the old round brush here. And I'm going to mix up alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. We'll just mix those two together. Once again, we have much more crimson than we do blue. I want this to be a lavender color, but to the bluish side. And it's very difficult to tell when you're mixing color like this what color you have. Sometimes put a little white out there and then you can see what color it is. And that's just what I'm looking for. All right. So I say, let's take a round brush and I'm just going to tap it right into that color. Just tap it. Let's go right up here. Now then, I want some little trees that live back here in the background. This round brush is one of the neatest foliage brushes that you've ever seen. It makes background foliage probably better than any brush that we have. So nice and easy. All you have to do is just tap. There. Okay. This makes some beautiful little background trees. Be a nice place for my little squirrel to live. I tell you what, we've got so many requests about that little squirrel. This is all going to be just the same. I'm going to tap in some little trees. I'm going to show you my little rascal again here. He is one of the cutest little devils that you've ever seen. And it's fun to watch him eat. That son of a gun, he can tear up an eyedropper in a heartbeat. And if you've seen this one before, this is the one that we named Peapod the Pocket Squirrel, because he wants to live in your pocket all the time. I think if you allowed him to, he would stay there 24 hours a day. But I've raised him ever since he was just a small baby. And in only a few more months, he'll be ready to turn loose and out on his own, have his own family. There we go. And I'm still just tapping in some basic little background shapes here, just to create the illusion of foliage way in the background. Okay, very good. All right. Now then, let's put a few little highlights here and there. And for that, I have another round brush. I have several, so I don't have to spend all of my time just washing brushes. I'm going to take a little touch of the alizarin crimson, a little bit of cad yellow, a little yellow ochre. I want to make this a very bright little painting in the background. Some beautiful warm colors, a little bright red in there too. Ooh, that's nice. Sort of an orange color. Let's go right up in here. And maybe, yep, you're right. Look at there. A little light just zings right through there and just lights up that little bush. Just lights him up. Now, I'm going to take just titanium white and bright red. I'm going to make some beautiful little colors here. This will be sort of a hot pink color. Once again, just tap it right onto the bristles, just touch. Whew, look at that. These are the kind of paintings, though, that you can put in a room and it'll warm it up. It will absolutely just warm it up. But once again, you can do this in any color. This is just, it's such a fantastic day here. It's just, I feel like doing it in cheery, bright colors. But maybe you'd like to do it in greens or something. That can be just as striking. I'm adding a little touch of the phthalo blue to that same pile now. just varying the colors back and forth. Now we're going to a cool color. Blue is a very cool color. Put it right next to the warm colors, and it just makes a striking contrast. Okay, maybe another one of those. I like it. Right there. You make the decision. You make the decision wherever you think they should be. There. But didn't that brush make some beautiful little things very, very simply? There we go. Another one right there. All right. Now, take a little bit more of the white, a little more of that bright red. Once again, I'm just going back and forth between these various colors, but I want them to be warm against cool and cool against warm. The pinks against the blues, vice versa. That's what'll really, really turn people on when they see your painting. There we go. Let's go right over in here and take this little one. Maybe bring it right on down like that. And here and there, and there and here, I'm going to add the least little touch of sap green to our color. Maybe here and there we can see a little green with some of these bushes. But it's going to be a very light green. I don't want any dark greens back here. It would change the whole mood if you was to put a dark, dark green in there. Just a nice sparkly little green. And if you notice, some of them here have been left unpainted. That really makes it look like a deep shadow. And that was done intentionally. There we go. Now, just maybe a little touch right in here. Once again, I want to leave some of those up in the background unpainted. Makes them look like they're really far away. Okay, super. Now, let's take our little script liner brush, and I'm going to dip that in some paint thinner and go right into the lavender color. And we want this paint to be thin, almost, look at there, it runs. It's almost like ink. Turn the bristles in there. That brings it to a very sharp point and loads it full of color. Need a lot of color, okay? Maybe there's some little tree trunks that we can see just here and there. And these little delicate things in here really give depth and dimension to your painting, because they're always in the woods. You always have little sticks and twigs and limbs and branches, whatever you want to call them. They're always there. And they're very nice to put into your painting. They add realism to it. There we go. And I know we're not interested in going out and making a happy buck or two, but if you're out selling your paintings, and I've said this so many times before, this is what separates your painting from other people's. It's this little bit of extra in it. Makes you special. And we know that you're special. There. Okay. Now then, it's time to really have some fun. Let's take an old 2-inch brush here. And in my world, maybe I'm going to have some little grassy areas that come right down through there. So I'm just going to take, first I'm going to put a little touch of that same lavender color on this 2-inch brush, and then I'm going to go right down, there we are, to the yellow. I put that lavender on there, so when I touch this yellow, I'll get varying shades of green, and I'll go into the yellow ochre, the Indian yellow, and once in a while I'll bounce a little bit into the bright red, and I'll just vary these back and forth. Tap the brush, giving it a little push, so it creates that little ridge of paint, so you can see it right along there. That's what we're looking for. There's another one on the end of the brush. That's what we work with. Okay, let's go up here. You have to think about the lay of the land already. Maybe our land's going to flow. Something about like that. And begin thinking about how you want this to lay or to flow, whatever you want to call it. Lay of the land, the way the land flows. Everybody has their own idea of what you call it. Okay, a little more of the color. Go right back up in here. Now I want it to get darker as it gets back out in here. Darker, darker, so you can tap it more, or just to use less and less pressure on the brush. There. Okay, we'll sort of vary. We'll go into a little more of the yellow ochre here and there. You can change the planes in here or the lay of the land just by doing that. See, it leaves a little indentation in there, and it creates interest in your painting. That easy. Okay, a little touch right in here, like so. There we are. But things will, will begin appearing if you just start out with a general idea. You don't really have to plan each and every little thing here. It'll just actually start appearing if you just let it work. Let the paint work, the canvas work. Shoot. Now, sometimes it's fun to take your brush and go into a small amount of titanium white. Just load a little tiny bit on there. There you can see, just a very small amount. I don't want much. Now, think where your light's coming from and just pick out an area or two and let that really shine. It'll look like there's light just zinging right through there. It'll really, really sparkle your painting up. Just think where it would hit, but don't overdo. This gets feeling good and it's real easy to overdo. And then it absolutely will lose its effectiveness. Back to our darker colors, just add in some little things here and there. All right, now, you know me. I like water, and that would be a perfect place for a little stream. I'm gonna dip the fan brush into liquid white, go into titanium white. I'll be right back. Get the least little touch of phthalo blue. So we have liquid white, titanium white, and phthalo blue. The liquid white's in there only to thin the paint, because a thin paint, as you know, will slide right over the top of a thick paint. Okay, let's go up in here. Now, with this thinner paint on the brush, in my mind, right about in here, there's going to live just a happy little waterfall. But see, pull it straight and then go down, over and down, like that. Decide how big your waterfall is. Just push upward, create a little foam. Now we can start letting that waterfall just work right down here. And it's going to pick up the color that we put on that black gesso. We have that nice lavender color on there. Whoops, look at there. Fell over again. Water got trapped in there, fell right over. Just make up little stories and let the water go bloop, wherever you think that little bloop should happen. And that easy. That easy. You can create the illusion of a little stream. It's just bubbling and playing. Probably some little trout live in there. This is a place my little squirrel would like to live, because this certainly is a lovely spot. He would have a good time here. Good time here. Hope you like seeing those little rascals. They play a very important part of my life. Right now I have 5 little squirrels and 2 crows. I've talked about the little crow in other series. Both of them have been injured by guns. People just shooting them, just for the heck of it. I'm not opposed to hunting, but I'm certainly opposed to people just shooting things just for the pleasure of shooting them. Don't want to get on that soapbox. Okay, let's go back here. I'm going to take some of that lavender color. Take the old 2-inch brush. And maybe, let's go right up here. Maybe in our world, there's a big tree that lives right over here on this side and watches over the waterfall. So we need some dark. The dark is in here only so we can put light on top of it. That's all we're putting it in here for. Something about like that, just to give us a basic shape. Okay, now in this tree, I'm going to make a light blue here. Actually, it's more of a bluish gray color. And maybe there's a happy little tree trunk that lives in our tree, right about there. See? There. I'm going to put leaves, I think, on this tree, so we don't need too much. Just a little bit of this might show. Something like that. Now we can go back. We'll go back to our old 2-inch brush. What the heck? You could use 1-inch, 2-inch, anything. We'll use this. It's handy and it's already got paint on it. We'll go more into the yellow ochre on this one. Let's go right up here. Now using just the corner of the brush, let's come in here and put the indication of all kinds of just beautiful little foliage on this tree. Just wherever you think it should live. There. But work in patterns, layers. Think about the shape of the tree. Just don't throw it on at random, or that's what it'll look like. There, see there? There's another little batch right there. And maybe, in our world, yep, maybe there's another little bush that lives right here underneath this tree. See? Okay, just make up little things. Maybe we'll put some grass that comes right down here. Just a little. There. A little grassy bank that lives there. We'll decide where that goes later. Time to have some real fun. Let's take some liquid white. We'll put it out. And I have quite a bit of liquid white. I'm going to take dark sienna and Van Dyke brown and mix it with that liquid white. So we make a brown color that's very thin. Very thin. Okay, now we go back up here. Let's use our filbert brush today. And we'll take the filbert brush and go through the two browns, Van Dyke and dark sienna. Load it quite full of color, okay? Stay right there and I'll bring this up. Now, this thin color we made, just pull one side through. See, so we have light, dark, light and dark. Now we can go right up in here. I want some rocks and stones back here. So all you gotta do is just touch, and that easy. In one stroke, you can make the highlight and the shadow of numerous little stones and rocks, and there's a bigger one, see? You decide where they live and just drop them in. That easy. Shoot, to tell you what, this is just too good here. It's just a perfect place. Let's put a nice stone right there. And maybe another one right there. See that? Big old stone lives there. We'll give him a friend. Friend lives there. Maybe. Sometimes I get carried away with these rocks. They're so much fun to make. I just get to making them and can't seem to quit. So we'll have a whole bunch of them right there. We'll put another big one right about there. Big old stone. Okay, now let's go back to our brush that has it has liquid white on it, titanium white, and a little touch of that phthalo blue. Not much phthalo blue, just a little. And I bet you know what's coming. You know me, I love moving water, and it's so much fun to make. Yep, just a happy little waterfall right there. And it just works its way right around these stones. There we go. Just splashes right out of there. And of course, right there too. And we push upward to make some little splashy areas, some little foamy things that are happening down here, because we need those. And that's also a nice way of cutting off the bottom of your waterfall and making it as long or as short as you want it. Now then we can just come back in here and put all kind of little water movements, little things that are happening in the water. Anytime you want a little foamy thing, you just push upward with the brush. And that easy you can have it. Tell you what we need to do. Let's take a little more of our little grass color here, come right down like that. And maybe, shoot, I tell you what, we'll take a little yellow ochre, a little touch of the bright red. Let's get a little crazy. A little bit crazy. You can use any color you want. Maybe, yep, you're right. It's just a little bush. It lives right here. And he sort of hangs out over the water. Right on the bank. Back into our greens. And just let something hang out right about there. So it literally looks like it's protruding out over the water. On the other side, maybe we'll just bring this right on out. Just a little cove where the water goes, and then it zings right on down the stream. There. Now, shoot, let's have some fun. Let's have some fun here. I'm going to take paint thinner, quite a bit of paint thinner, and go right into my brown colors. There. I want a lot of color in this brush. All right, let's go up here. Let's get crazy. Maybe, yeah, let's get crazy. In our world, there lives a big old tree right about there. And I'm doing it with a liner brush because I want to make it have a lot of bends and wiggles in it. But you could do it with a fan brush or whatever, it doesn't matter. Whatever, let's give him a little friend. Everybody in my world has to have a friend. There, about like so. And maybe even, let's go on the other side. Maybe we don't want it left out. Maybe there's a little one that lives right here. He goes clean off the canvas. Now we just put in a few little arms. A few little arms. Got to have some arms out here. There we go. Okay. Tell you what, you can also take that brush and pull it through that thin color that we made for rocks and just go right down like that. See? And it'll create the illusion of a beautiful highlight on these trees. That easy. That easy. A little bit more of the color. We can go along in here. And we just need to put some arms on this tree. We don't want it left out. Wherever. Maybe right up through there. And this big old rascal, it needs something on him. But just let your imagination go here. Just let it go. There. I did a painting very similar to this for our newsletter a while back, and it was one of the best paintings I think we've ever done. We had so many comments about it, and people painted it at home, and it worked for them. It's unreal. We have art contests every year, and I know that one's coming this year. People will send that one in because they were happy with it. There. And wherever. Wherever. You can just put as many little limbs out here as you want. Okay. Now then, let's go back. Get our old 2-inch brush. I'm going to go back into that same yellow-green color and just tap a little more color, the same way we did to make the little grassy areas and the bigger trees. I'm going to put a few leaves up here. I don't want too many because I don't want to lose this background. But just a few nice little floaters that just sort of hang around up in here. Wherever you want them. There. Once again, I don't want too many up here because I'd like to be able to see through this and see that background that we worked so hard to put in. There. Something like so. Maybe on the other side here. Maybe we'll change the flavor. I'm going to add a little bit more of the yellow ochre and Indian yellow to that side. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. Just a little more to the gold tone. It's a very colorful little painting. And as I mentioned earlier in this show, this is a painting, if you hang it in a room, it will certainly brighten your room. And everybody will love it. And these black canvases are so phenomenal because every time you change the light, it looks like a new painting. Let's add a little bright red to yellow ochre. And go out here and do this old big one. There. Just really brighten him up. There we go. Just some little leaves that hang out here. Have a good time. Something like that. But sort of look at form and shape on your tree. That's so important. Maybe this old limb down here has got a few like there. There. And we can take the liner brush. A little touch of the light color, and here and there, and there and here. Maybe to put the indication of just a few little sticks and twigs and things like that. I think this one's about done. So let's take a little paint thinner, a little bit of the bright red, and we'll sign this one. Certainly hope you've enjoyed this one, because if you try this, guarantee you'll love it. Send us some photos. We'd love to see what you're doing. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. And God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you are. Tell you what, let's get right on it today. Let's start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've got done up here already. I thought today we'd do the little opening that you see, the painting that the little painter man is wiping off with a big brush. And I want to show you how that one was made. So I've taken just a plain old 18 by 24 inch canvas, and I've picked up some masking tape here laying around the studio here, and I've just put one square here and one square there of just masking tape. That's all it is. Then I've covered the whole canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. So it's all ready to go. So let's just have a good time. Let's start out today with a small amount of yellow ochre, very, very small amount on the 2-inch brush. Now this won't be an exact duplicate of what you see on the opening, but it's close enough you'll see exactly how it was made, and then you can do your own at home. But just paint right over the masking tape, just like it wasn't even there. Just like so. We had a little bit of yellow up here in the sky. There. About like that. That's all we're looking for. And this is just plain yellow ochre. But it's blending with a liquid white that's already on the canvas. And all these fantastic hues happen automatically. Automatically. Okay. Tell you what. I'm going to grab another brush. I have several of them, so I don't have to spend all my time washing brushes. And go right into a small amount of the Midnight Black. Don't need much. Just a little. Just a little. Okay, let's go back up here now. Now over here, we'll just take that black and we'll just begin on the other side of the sky. Now, once again, this also is going to mix with a liquid white, and the black, of course, is going to become gray. So we have a gray sky with a little bit of yellow in it. And that's all that's in that sky that you see in the opening. I like that opening. That little painter man is so cute. That was the idea of a special friend that works here at the station, Jerry Morton. He put that thing together for us. He's very talented, and I thank him for doing that. There. Okay, just blend these together so you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. That's all we're looking for. And then very lightly go across the entire canvas. And that just removes the brush strokes. Maybe we'll blend a little more right there. Okay, great. Something like so. Now then, okay, let me wash the old brush here. And as you know, we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. Shake off the excess, and just beat the devil out of it. Oh, I've got to show you something here. I have to show you this. A gentleman made this for me. This is a cane that he carved, and it is unreal. But he's actually put an image of old Bob on the end of it here. And this was done by Mike Weaver. He's one of our certified instructors in Missouri. But as you can see, he's talented in many ways. But that's really a fantastic cane, isn't it? I think he's trying to tell me something. Okay, let's keep going here. We'll take a little of the black, put a little mountain in here, a little black, a little touch of phthalo blue in there. Maybe even a little alizarin crimson. Pull it out very flat, cut across, get our little roll of paint. Now, these little squares, we're going to play some games here with different planes. So I'm going to have a mountain that projects above this, right here, and comes down. Something like so. But I'm going to stop it right here at this piece of tape. There. We'll let that come right on down, like so. Here's another peak right here. Just wherever you think a little peak should live. That's exactly where it should be. Right on down. And we'll stop it right there at that piece of tape. Okay, a little color right into there. Now we can take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and just grab that and pull it, just like we normally do to make a mountain. There. But I want to be careful not to let that color go past the tape. Now, if you like this painting, you can certainly do it without the tape, and it's still a beautiful painting. Or you can make your own designs. These designs are very interesting and people like them. Try them. It's very simple. You can do it with tape or contact paper, just any old thing that'll stick to the canvas. Okay. Now let's just take some titanium white. We'll pull that out very flat. Cut across, get our little roll of paint again. Always have that little roll of paint. Now we can go up in here and just start laying on some highlights right on this mountain. Barely touching. Barely touching. Just graze the canvas. As I've mentioned before, when I was teaching my son Steve to paint, I used to tell him just to pretend that he was a whisper, just floating right across the mountain. It's that light. It's that delicate of a touch. You ought to see what kind of mountains he's painting today. Well, you might have saw him on some of the previous shows. Does some fantastic mountains. He does better mountains than I do. Don't tell him I said that. Let's take a little white, a little bit of phthalo blue mixed together. We'll use that for a shadow color. Okay, I'll just take a little edge. Maybe we can go up in here, and maybe I'll just sort of pull downward a little bit, make the indication of some little ridges back here. Sometimes it's fun to play little games in your mountains. Then we can come back here, just let all these little things happen. Little touch up in here, just so we can see a little. Now we know there's tape there, nothing's going to show, so we don't care. We'll just bring that right across. There. And wherever we need a shadow, then we can just lay it in. Little touch right in there. We'll push that little rascal right back. That easy. That easy. On this canvas, you have unlimited power. You can do anything here. You can change your world. Anything. A little white, we just play some games back and forth. Let that just sort of float in there. Wherever. Now we take a clean and very dry 2-inch brush. That's what all that beating was. I was just making sure it was dry. And then very gently lift upward. That'll help create that illusion of mist down at the base of the mountain. Over here, this direction, and lift upward. Sometimes you can grab just a little bit of that and pull it. Looks like a little light has spilled over. It's quite pretty. There. Okay. Now then, we're ready to start putting some little footy hills in. So for that, we'll just use that same old mountain color. Same old mountain color with a little, be right back, a little bit of white in it. Just want to lighten it up. But it's the same basic color. There, let's go right up here. Very simple little foothill. We just have it come right on down, 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 down. Maybe right along there. All we're doing is tapping with a corner. Now, but watch, come back over this way. Watch right here. See, I'm gonna let this go into this plane. Notice the mountain stops here, but this one is gonna come through this plane and on over. This is about as close to an abstract painting as I've ever done on television. Of course, I make some mistakes at home, and we call those abstracts, but this is the first one we've done intentionally. I normally don't do paintings that I have to explain. There. Okay. Now, let's have a little water down here while we have this color on here. We can just come right in here, put in the indication of a little bit of water floating around. Something like so. There. And this is just basic old mountain color. Okay, a little bit on the other side over here. And I'm going to keep right in here. I'm going to keep it inside of this border. There. And maybe down here we'll let it slip out. Something like that. But just play games with different planes in your painting, and you'll be surprised at what you can create. You'll absolutely be amazed. Now then, same color. We'll pull a little of that straight down. Straight down. That'll end up being our reflections under that little foothill back there. Gently across. That easy. Instant reflections. That's sneaky, isn't it? There. A little bit of the liquid white. Pull it out as flat as you can get it. And then take a knife and just cut across. That's all there is to it. Then go up here and act just like you're trying to cut a hole right through the canvas. And this old canvas is tough. You're not going to hurt it. Not going to hurt it, I don't think. If you get out the butcher knife from the kitchen, you certainly can. But this knife is dull. You're not going to hurt it. And right on over into here, too. We want it to be all the way over. Okay. Now, got to mix up a little more color here. We'll use black, some phthalo blue. Maybe I'll put a little Prussian blue in there, too. I'm going to begin darkening this blue down. Put a little alizarin crimson in there. Something like so. At least a little touch of sap green. All right. Okay, let me wipe the old knife. And then, shoot, let's get crazy. Maybe we'll use a 1-inch brush today. Fan brush would work just as well, but since I have it, let's use it. And let's go in here. Now this one stopped at that plane. Let's have this group of little distant trees. They're bigger, closer to us. If I remember, they come right down something like so. And we'll have these work their way. Whew, there they go. Right on up and right off the canvas. So now each plane in the painting, each layer of the painting has stopped at a different point within this tape. And that's one of the things that makes this painting so interesting when people look at it. And I guarantee you, if you paint this one, people will look at it. There, pull that down a little. Now, I want to create mist right at the base. So all you have to do is just tap. Tap it, tap it, tap it all the way across and lift upward, upward, upward. And that'll create the illusion of mist. Now then, let's take, I'm going to add to that same color we just had some brown. A little bit of brown, a little bit more of the black, so it's a very dark color. Okay, tap a little of that in there. Now I want to have some land areas here. I think the one that you see in that opening has land areas that come right out like that. So we put some dark in, only so our light will show. You have to have dark in order to show light. It's just like in life. If you don't have a little sadness in your life, you don't know when the happy times come. There. You know, while I'm doing this, this is very repetitious. I'm just going to be putting in some dark areas. I want to share a piece of video with you from a young friend that is just unreal. This may be one of the youngest painters that I've run into. And this young man's name is Earl Glenn Russell. And he comes to us out of Springfield, Missouri. And he is just a fantastic little painter. I had the pleasure of having dinner one night with Earl and his mother when I was there. And they're some of the loveliest people I've ever met in my whole life. And this painting introduces you to so many new friends. And Earl and his mother are just two of many people that I've had the opportunity to meet just through painting. There. Okay, but isn't that little rascal good? I mean, he can paint. All I'm doing is just making some reflections in here while you're doing that. Look at that finished painting. And if I remember, I think Earl is 9 years old now, going on 40. Isn't he something? I am so proud of that young man. All I've done is just tap in a little dark color here. Trying to remember basically where we had things. Maybe that came down about like that. Somewhere in there. But notice, as we're doing this, we're putting the reflections with each layer, because if I didn't pull this down before I did this part, it would mess up that, of course. So each layer, pull your reflections down just like so before you do the next layer. And that way it'll work so much easier. There. Now we can come back, put in all kinds of little things in here. Something like that. I think it came right on out right there. Okay. Now then, we'll just use that same old brush. We can go right into a little of the cad yellow, yellow ochre, Indian yellow, and then I'll hit a little touch of the bright red. But mix the color on the brush so you have a multitude of colors happening right there in your brush. Okay, let's go back up here. Now, we'll put some nice green highlights right out here on this little peninsula that jets out into the water. Just tap, tap, tap. Now then, watch, let's play some games. Sometimes it's fun. Let me find, we'll use number 3 fan brush today. Let me pile my color up. If your color gets too flat on the palette, you have to sort of pile it up so you can load a brush. So if you ever have trouble loading the brush, yet you know there's enough paint, just put it in a pile and then you can load your brush. Otherwise, you just polish your palette. There. Okay, let's go right in here and make it look like there's some trees that just go right out that. But you have to put that grassy area back in here first, then put your trees, and then come back and put your next layer so that it looks like there's layers. And that's what'll make your painting stand out and be special. All right, now then, back to our big brush with all the little grassy things on it. We can come right back in here. See there? And begin laying in all kinds of little areas. There. But you can make it just as soft as a meadow. Okay, now then, let's have some fun. Got to mix up some more color. Let's use some Prussian blue, some black, alizarin crimson, and sap green. Sounds good. Might as well mix up a pretty good pile of paint. We're going to use it before this one's finished. Get a big fan brush. It's time we got strong here. There. Okay, just fill the brush up full of color. A lot of color. Now then, we have to make some big decisions here. I think right here, we will have a nice evergreen tree. And I'm intentionally letting this go right over the tape so that when we pull the tape off, you'll only see part of the tree. Maybe we'll give him a friend. You know me. Think everybody needs a friend. There. And as I say, that's one thing that painting has done. As Annette and I have traveled around the country and teaching people, we have made so many fantastic friends that have been with us for so long now. And that might truly be the joy of painting, is the friends that you make doing it. I'm going to take, well, I'll tell you what. I was about to leave his trunk out. Poor little old thing would fall over from weakness. Take a little dark cyan and white, a little roll of paint, and our little evergreen tree here. And let's just put at least a little indication of a tree trunk. There. Now then, have dark green on here, a little brush. It doesn't matter which brush you use, I just happen to pick it up. Put a few little highlights on this rascal here. There. All right. Now then, let's take some Van Dyke brown on the old knife, and let's go right in here and put some banks underneath this grass. Just some little banks. Wherever. Maybe there's a lot of dirt showing right there. There. And wherever. We can go ahead and put some down in here too, because we know it's going to end up being there. And here and there, maybe there's going to be some dirt up in here. Wherever. Doesn't much matter. A little touch of brown and white. And we can just tip that a little. Just to make it look like rocks and dirt. There. All kinds of little things are happening. There they are. There, okay. Now I'm going to take my fan brush that has the green on it and go back in here and pop in a little bush here and there. Just enough to sort of break up that edge and bring all that together. Maybe there's some nice bushes right here in front of those little trees. You can take the knife, scrape in a few little sticks and twigs. And sometimes I scratch down, sometimes I scratch up. Just depends on what kind of mood I'm in. So, but you'll find by touching it and pulling up, you'll get a sharper point on the end. There, if that makes sense. Let's go, we'll use a 1-inch brush. Maybe we have a big bush. If I remember correctly, it lives right about here. So we just throw some dark in so our light will show. Push upward with a 1-inch brush to create all those little leafy feelings. I'm going to take another 1-inch brush, dip it in liquid white. I'm going to go through the cad yellow, be right back here, a little sap green. Pull the brush in one direction, loading it fully. A lot of paint. Look at all the paint. A lot of paint in that brush. Let's go up here. Now, gently push upward, just gently. Gently. And turn the brush to form all these individual little limbs and branches. don't just push them all in one direction. They'll look like you're lazy. There. Okay, we can change the flavor just a little bit with some yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow. Put another little thing right in there. Just wherever. Go back to the old 2-inch brush that had all the greens on it. And maybe tap in just the indication. Some little grassy areas back in there. Come right down here. Somewhere like in there. Now, let this one come right on out. Wherever you want it. And once again, this is not an exact duplicate of what you see at the beginning of the show, but it will show you exactly the way it was made, and it may turn out better than the ones you see at the beginning of the show. Who knows? Okay, we can take a little paint thinner, a little brown, make it thin like ink. And we had, let's see here, right here we'll have a nice little tree. It lives right up there. There he goes. In fact, there was 2 of them. The other one goes right on over there somewhere. And then we can put all kinds of little limbs and sticks and twigs and whatever you want on here. There we go. That's nice when you have a lot of time and you can just sit and put all kinds of little branches and sticks on here. That's so pretty. There. A little bit more of the thinner. Make that one a little fatter because he's the big guy. Give this one a little more body and we're in business. There we go. Now then, let's have some fun. I think it's time to take the tape off and see what we have here. All right, grab the old tape and just pull it right off there. Okay, now we'll come back. Let's get the second one. Grab it. Pull it right off. And isn't that neat? Already we have all that stuff there done. Okay. There we go. Tape gets stuck on everything. Now then, now we can have some fun. Now I like taking the liner brush, once again make that paint very thin. And let's go back over, and I want to pull one of these trees through this line. It just sort of makes it interesting. Everybody will be interested in this when you do it this way. It's so different. There. And then, now this one, I don't want to come through this one, but over here, I'm going to bring it through, if that makes any sense at all. So it looks like this one is behind that line. There. All right. Now then, you know me and my big trees here. Let's take the old fan brush, fill it up full of that dark, dark color, and go right up here. I think there was a large tree that lived, boy, he does now, right there. And just start corner of the brush, working back and forth, back and forth. There. Now the one that we show at the opening has a naked spot right there. He didn't grow any fur right there. That's why they call them fir trees. Okay. Right on down. Let him go. And all we're doing is putting in some background color right now. Now then, he had a friend, lived right there. There we go. See? And I'm going to let him project right out, clean over where the tape was. So that'll push everything back. This whole painting is a game of planes. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. You'll enjoy it. Tap in A little bit of dark stuff here. We can go back, put the least little touch of highlight on this big old tree. A little green and yellow, that's all we're using. Something like that. Take our 1-inch brush, dip it in the liquid white, go through our yellows and greens, and let's just make a happy little bush or two down here. And we got it there. See, a little touch of the yellow ochre here and there just to break it up. There we are. But isn't that a fantastic little painting? Guarantee you, if you do this one, it will certainly get people's attention. They will love it. And I think with that, we're going to call this one finished. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd just do a fantastic little painting that I think you'll enjoy. So let's start out and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here already. We have our standard old pre-stretched canvas up here. And as you can plainly see, I've covered the bottom of it with a little bit of black gesso, a little bit, about so high, you know, not quite half. You don't want it divided totally. The black gesso, then I put a little bit of liquid clear on it, and on top of that I've just put a mixture of midnight black, had a little sap green in it, just sort of a real gray color but a little green in it. And the top is just covered with liquid white like normal, and it's all wet. Don't let it dry before you start. Now the black gesso had dried before we put the transparent paint on, but everything's wet now. So let's just keep playing with those same colors. We'll use black, a little bit of sap green, be right back, have to sleek up here and get the green. And just load a little color right into the bristles. Now then, today, let's just do a fun little painting and just enjoy. I'm just going to take the brush and just make little circles, little circular patterns all over, let it go just wherever you want it. This is really a nice way of just taking out your frustrations. If you're having a bad day, this is a nice painting to do because it'll make you feel good. You can just work out all your hostilities. There, a little more of color. It's just black, sap green once again. Not a great deal of green though, mostly black. Want it to be just sort of a greenish gray color when it mixes with the liquid white that's on the canvas. There. Just every kind of little pattern. Just try to mix it up and make it look different all over. Okay. Like that, and here and there. And you begin seeing things in there just by doing this. I think I'll make a scene that has a lot of trees far away, like you're looking deep into the woods. And so we just need some background cover there. I'm going to add a little Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna to the brush. And here and there, not everywhere, but just here and there, and add a little bit of that. Maybe even touch a little bit of alizarin crimson here and there. Not much though, just a little, just to change the flavor so it's not all exactly the same. There, a little more of the black, maybe a little more dark sienna mixed with it. Come right in here and drop in some just little circular patterns. All right, I bet you're saying, Bob, you've really done it this time. That's a total mess you've got started already. And you may be right. Hope not. There. But notice how everything's going on. There's light spots up in here, and there's spots right beside it that are very dark. And that way you have a variety of patterns going. So when we begin putting all of our little trees and stuff in the foreground, it will give the feeling of being deep, deep back in the woods. Now, take our liner brush. We'll go right into some of that. I'm just going to use that black and sap green. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Get the paint very thin with paint thinner. Okay, let's go up in here. Now maybe in these light spots here and there, we'll begin putting the indication of all kinds of little tree limbs and branches and twigs. And it doesn't matter if you can't see all of them, if you can't see where it starts or where it stops, because we're going to be looking between a lot of foliage. And most of these probably will end up being covered up. But some of them will show through, and people will think you've literally worked for days putting all these little things in here. Shh, we don't tell them any different. There we are. Just a few, just a few. We don't have to get too carried away with them. There we go. Okay. That's enough to get us started. We can add some more later if we want to. We'll just use that same old dirty brush. What the heck, it's working pretty good. No use messing with it if it's working. I'm gonna go right into the yellow, be right back here. Grab a little bit of sap green. So we have yellow and sap green, a little yellow ochre, Indian yellow, once in a while a little touch of the bright red. And the bright red is really in there to dull the green. All right, now then, let's begin picking out little things. Now if you sort of look at your painting, and each one will be different, you can begin picking out little shapes and forms and things happening. Use just the corner of the brush and just start picking out individuals. Just begin picking out individuals wherever you think they should be. There we go. Okay, change the flavor a little. I'm gonna add a little more of the yellow ochre maybe to this one. So it looks like there's a different bush right there. But see, it covers up the base of that one. Now we don't want to kill all this background, because all those little patterns that you put in there by themselves nearly look like all kinds of little things. Add a little more of the greens and the yellows and all colors here, and just sort of let these things happen. But once again, everybody's painting will be totally different, totally unique. So don't just try to copy. When you're doing yours, look at what happens. Take advantage of what happens. And as you know, if you've painted with us before, we do not make mistakes. We have a happy accident every once in a while, but we don't make mistakes, because we learn to work with anything that happens on this piece of canvas. You're truly the master of your world here. There we go. But is that beginning to give you the feeling of being deep in the woods? Hope so. There. But just layer after layer after layer. There we go. And these layers, work on one layer at a time and keep coming forward. That's what will create the illusion of distance in your painting. And I know I say that so much, but to me, it is very, very important in a painting to have depth and distance in it. There. Now then, maybe we'll go back up here. We need some little things over here on the other side too. We don't want it totally left out. There, just sort of let them overlap. Maybe they just come together right there. We don't know. All kinds of things happen in the woods. This would be a fantastic place for my little squirrel to live. I got to show you another picture of that little rascal. If you've been with us during this series, I've showed you 2 or 3 times our little squirrel that we call Peapod, the pocket squirrel. And he's one of the most precious little creatures. And while I'm doing this, we'll just put him up here. Now, after he eats, that little rascal will sleep anywhere. He is the laziest little devil. Watch him though. He just climbs up sometime. I have an old towel here, and he just climbed up in it and sort of made himself at home and kicked back. And oh, tummy's full, and it's a nice warm day, and off to sleep we'll go. But isn't he cute? And after he goes to sleep, you can literally just pick him up. Look at that. Looks like he's at the beach, doesn't he? Kick back there and getting a few rays. But that's how lazy that little rascal is after he gets his tummy filled. I think he's just one of the most precious little creatures I've ever had. I say his name is Peapod, and he wants to live in your pocket. He's probably 5 weeks old now, maybe. It'll be another couple of months before we can turn him loose, and then off he'll go, and he'll have his own family. There. And hopefully he'll stay around my backyard when I turn him loose and still visit with me. But if he doesn't, I know he's happy and he's doing what squirrels should do. There. Okay, maybe right in here. While you're watching the squirrel, all we've done is just continue to add some little bushes and tree things here and there. There we go. But isn't that a neat way of doing a background that looks like there's just layer after layer of woods and forest and all kinds of things? Years ago, when I was a traditional painter, I might have worked for 2 or 3 weeks to produce an effect like this. And chances are, I would have worked it to death and it would have been very muddy. And by muddy, I mean you just work your colors so much they just sort of all turn gray and brown and get dirty looking. I had a lot of problems with that when I was a traditional painter. But this is so fast and so fresh that you don't have time hardly for it to get muddy. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we can take our black with a little green in it. We can go back here and there, and we can add in a couple of more little sticks and twigs. And you can sort of look at little patterns that happened here and where you think there should be some little things to hold all these up. There, just wherever you want them. We don't want too many. Don't want too many. Maybe even right in here. Just, once again, every painting is going to be different, and that's what makes it great. But look at yours and see where you think a little stick should live, a little twig, or whatever you need to hold up all your branches on your trees. Okay. I think today, it's such a good day. Let's get crazy. Let's get crazy. Maybe, here we go. Maybe there's a big cliff here, big drop off, big gully. So I'm gonna put a little, I know you can't see this, but it's just straight Van Dyke brown. And I'm putting that there because I want to have a nice embankment right there, a nice cliff or drop off or gorge or whatever you want to call it. I know it's going to be there. And to that, I say I'm having one of those days when you just feel sort of flaky and you just do nice things and have fun with painting. A little dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown, a little white. Don't overmix it. It's most important that it stay marbled like that. And when you cut off that little roll of paint, all those different mixtures are right there in that roll. You can even see them in there. See, there's white on the bottom, right there, and then down here, there's a nice brown color. So it gives you all those little things happening. Now I want to show, this is why I put the brown there. Barely touch, just graze it. This is just like you were laying snow on the mountain. There we go, just put in a few little things. Something like that. Probably makes no sense at all yet, but I have something in mind, I think. All right, let's go back. We'll go back to the old brush here that had the greens and stuff on it. Greens, yellow, yellow ochre, Indian yellow. Touch a bright red once in a while. But see how we're loading that brush? It's actually being pushed. Do it real slow so you can see. It's being pushed. And right there on the tip, you can see that little ridge of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now with that little ridge of paint, I want to make some little grassy areas back here. But that's actually all you're painting with. See it? And now we'll have some little grassy areas, and they come right up here, and this is a very sharp drop off in my mind. So maybe there's some nice things that just literally hang right over the edges. And that easy you can make these. I like doing banks like this where you have all these little grassy things that hang over the edge. There. Those are fun to me. And people love these kind of little paintings. Of course, this black gesso, to me, is one of the neatest things that has ever been invented. I don't know why somebody didn't do it before I did. Now everybody's doing it. There. But isn't that neat? Maybe back here we'll have that one hang over too. I just like to see them weeds hanging over that. But look what a beautiful effect that creates right in there. My gosh, you could slip off in there and be there forever and ever. Nobody'd ever find you down in that big thing. There we go. Tell you what, if If I'm going to fall off in there, I want to land on something soft. I find a fan brush and dip it in the liquid white, into the titanium white. Gonna get a touch, be right back, a phthalo blue right in there. So we have liquid white to thin the paint, titanium white, and a little touch of phthalo blue. And maybe, here we go. Right here, I see it. There's a little waterfall, lives right in there, that easy. And you can do that basically, go over and down, over and down. It's most important you have a flat edge up here. I'll do it again. I don't want him that big, so I'll just cut him off later, but that's how it's done. And our waterfall, maybe it comes down here and hits a rock and does this. We'll put another rock in front here in a minute and it'll all make sense. There, now I'm gonna put some splashes. Water falling that far, there would be some nice splashes going on down here. There we go. Okay, now let me grab a 2-inch brush, put a little touch of titanium white on it and pull straight down. Just straight down. Something like that. And you can go across. See there? And instantly we have water. That's one of the neatest, nicest things about this whole technique is water. Now that we can just take the fan brush and come back in here and clean up the edges, put some little ripples across the water where it's flowing out of here. And whatever. That's all we need. Now, back to our old knife. Take some Van Dyke Brown. And in my mind, there's going to be, maybe there's a projection comes out here. And you make any kind of little projection you want. Maybe there's a bump there, comes right down. But see, put that there, and we put a little highlight on it, and all of a sudden, it will push that waterfall way back here. Watch what it does here. Least little touch of color, and just pull down. Barely touching the canvas. But it'll have a tendency to push all of that back. And we can bring this one right out in front of it. There. Now, back to our old brush. It has the yellows and the greens on it. We can come right back in here. Let me get a little more color. Come right back in here and just let those things flow right over. Now, if you have trouble making the colors stick, add the least little touch of paint thinner to your brush. But the least little bit. And it'll thin the paint and it'll flow right over the top of this thicker paint. Now then, over here on the other side, we have to have something to hold the other side in or it'll get away. Maybe right about here. Let's have a nice projection that comes out. Tell you what, this comes right down and all that's way back. See how you can change your mind? Just put things in there. And in your world, you can do this. Anything that you can imagine, you can have. At least on this piece of canvas. At least on this piece of canvas, you can. I like that. That pushes all that back. Put a little water splashing around his foots. Right down here. Now here's a little trick. If you want to show water dripping down, lift it up. Now it looks like the water, see, is dripping down. Touch, up, and the water comes down. I know that sounds crazy, but it works. Trust me. Bet you heard that the last time you went to buy a used car, didn't you? Here we are. I want to take a little black, little blue, little lizard crimson. Just make a dark color on the old 2-inch brush. I want to have a nice bush setting out here on this. So I need some dark in here. Just so when I put some light on, it'll show. I want to make that waterfall a little smaller. So all we'll do is just cut him down. See? You can cut the waterfall down to any size that you want it. Any size that you want it. All right. Now then, let's make it a little brighter. I want it to stand out. Oh, that's better. See, I just added a little bit more of the cad yellow to it so it would stand out against the background. Now, there's a lot of moisture if there's a waterfall here. And usually where there's a lot of moisture, the plants seem to hang more. They just get lazy because they don't have to work for water, I guess. Okay. Now, tell you what, maybe there's another big rock right here. And let's do this. Let's do this. Maybe we'll just pull it right on out here. This is just Van Dyke brown, little touch of dark sienna into it. Something like that. Now, back to our highlight color of brown and white. We'll just come right in here, put the indication of a few little highlights. Don't want too much, it'll distract. Then right over this edge, I'm going to take a small knife and pull down. So that's very dark, so it looks like there's a little overhang there. Hope you can see that. That's sort of a sneaky little way of making like an overhang where you could stand and watch this beautiful little waterfall. And we'll have, maybe there's a little bush lives there. Little bushes live everywhere in our world. Little things just growing all out here. But when you're painting, make up little stories. Imagine that this place is real, at least in your mind. And mentally, if you can see it, you can paint it. And people ask, because we have almost 300 half-hour shows now, people say, where do you come up with all these ideas? Well, a lot of them come from people sending photographs of things they'd like to see painted. We get hundreds of photographs, and I paint a lot of pictures in those photographs. But a lot of them come from right here. I just sort of sit down and make up little stories. And it helps to be a little crazy, so that gives me a sort of an advantage. But in your world, just think about things, and mentally, if you can see them, you can do them. So just a little practice. Okay, we said we was going to get crazy. Shoot, I'd like to live right here, so I'm going to put me a house. I'm going to put me a house that lives right here. Maybe an old rundown house out here. I want a big house today. I draw little cabins all the time. Today, I want a big house. Since this is our world, we can do that. We can do that. And you like that little squirrel? Wasn't he the wildest thing? I like it when he just sort of lays around like that. I just think it's so cute. There. Well, this is going to be a big house. Great big house. And all we're doing here is just basically blocking it in. All we want to do is just come up with the basic shape of this old house. There. Just Van Dyke brown. A little dark sienna here and there, but mostly Van Dyke brown. I have hit a little sienna. There. Okay. Well, now we got to make some big decisions here. Tell you what, let's do. I still have that same highlight color I was using down here. It's just brown and white. Maybe we'll just put the indication here of some old boards going this way. We usually make them the other way. But just touching and working your way across here. Give a little, tiny little pull down. There. Okay. Just keep it going back and forth. There. And vary the colors a little, because boards, some of them are lighter in color than others, and some are darker, and some weather better. Now then, if we take a clean, dry brush, one hair and some air, and just gently go across that. It makes a very nice old wood effect. That easy. Now, maybe this carpenter, maybe he had a toddy or two on the job, you know. That happens sometimes. So let's take, where does it happen sometime? Let's take dark sienna, Van Dyke brown, and just a little white. See, there's the old color we were using. Now here's the new color. See how much darker it is? This is going to be on the shadow side. So we'll come right over here. Maybe these boards on this side of the building go this way. Who knows? It's our building. We can make it any way we want it. Any way that we want it. And today, I think you ought to go that way. What the heck? Back to our brush. It's dry. Touch that. Give it a little pull. Now, Tell you what, let's really get crazy. Take some white and some black, mix it together, make a gray, nice gray color. Use a little edge of the knife. Start right here at the roof and just begin pulling down and work into layers here. I want to create the illusion of some nice little shingles, just sort of gray shingles on this. But that's going to mix with that brown that's already on the canvas and give you all kinds of little variations, which are very nice. Very nice. There. See? There they come. Just shingle after shingle. Years ago, I was a carpenter, and I tell you this, it's not that easy to put shingles on a roof. And if you've ever watched Dana Jester, one of our teachers that's on the show frequently, he's one of our national staff of teachers. He's a fantastic painter. But if you ever watch him, for many years he too was a carpenter, so he can tell you it was not that easy to do. Take a little light color. This can be just light gray. And we'll just sort of highlight these edges here so they stand out a little. Now maybe, let me grab the small knife here. Maybe this is a two-story house. Let's get crazy. Put a window there, a window there, a window there. I told you I was going to have a big house this time. Just scrape it out. Just use some black. Nobody's home today. You could put light in the window if you wanted to. A little light color. Just sort of outline these a little. Oh, I can. Wherever you want them. But now we know there's some windows. Maybe up here there's a little something for the attic. That's probably where I'd have to live. Now, while I got that black on there, let's put the door over here. You put your door wherever you want it, but I thought today we'd put it over here. Shoot. Tell you what. Let's put, we've got a minute remaining here or so. Let's have a little shed, or I mean, not a shed, a little roof, a little porch. It stands right out here. I said shed. You could make a shed the same way, but today we're just going to have a little porch to hold up everything and keep the rain off the guy that lives in here. I guess we need a little post to hold the porch up or it'll fall. There. Now then we can take, put in a little grass right in here. Shoot, we about have a finished painting. But isn't that a super little thing? Try this one. I believe you'll like it. And if you have time, send us a photo of what you're doing. Every once in a while we put them together and we show them on TV. Until then, happy painting. God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. We're certainly glad you could join us today. And today I thought we'd just do a fantastic little painting that I hope you'll enjoy. So I tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And as usual, they'll come across in the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. And they'll put them right about there. All right, come on up here, let me show you what I've got done already. Today, I've taken and cut a little oval out of some contact paper or any kind of adhesive back paper and just stuck it on the canvas. Then we've covered the whole inside here with just a very thin, even coat of the liquid white. So it's all slick and wet and it's ready to go, so let's just have a good time. Tell you what, today's such a wonderful day. Let's just take and make a happy little painting. We'll use a little bit of yellow ochre. We'll start with that. And let's go up in here and let's just very quickly put in a very beautiful little sky. It's very easy. Nothing to it. Just make little crisscross strokes like so. something like that. I don't want a lot of color in this sky. I want this sky to sort of be, oh, nondescript, just very, very quiet little sky. Maybe we'll get a little bit crazy. You know me. I like a little bit of action. I'm going to take a little touch of alizarin crimson. Very, very small amount. I can't say that enough. I just want to warm it up a little right about in there. Just the smallest amount possible. There we go. Now then, let's go into, I haven't even washed the brush yet. We'll go into Midnight Black. Just load a little of that on that old 2-inch brush. Just tap the bristles right into a little bit of the color. And let's go up in here, and maybe right in here, we'll just put a little of that black color. And as that gets with the liquid white that's already on the canvas, we have a beautiful gray color there. And maybe in our world, now I'm making little circles just using the corner of the brush. Maybe there's some little floater clouds that's gray that just sort of live right in here. Just little floaters. They just hang around here and have a good time all day. Okay, I have several brushes growing, so let me grab another one. We take a clean brush now, and I just want to blend this right here. Just blend it and soften it, so it just sort of just sets there very gently. Doesn't scream at you, it just sits there. But now in your world, if you would like to make that more distinct or brighter, please do. Because, as you know, on this piece of canvas you can do anything that you want to do. And that's what you should do. It should make you happy. Painting should make you happy. All right, well, you know me, I like water. So while we got this old brush going, I'm going to take a little touch of the phthalo blue and the least little touch of the phthalo green mixed into it. Not much. That green is very, very strong. Just a little. And maybe in our world there'll be, maybe we'll have a little water down here somewhere. I don't really know at this point. Then again, by the time we get down here, we may change our mind and take the water out. We can do that. We can do that. As I've mentioned before, when you buy your first tube of paint, you get an artist's license, and it says you can do anything that you want to do on this piece of canvas. All right, let's wash the brush. That's the fun part of this. We wash our brushes in odorless paint thinner, and be sure it's odorless, or you'll be very unpopular. Shake it, and then just beat the devil out of it. Beat the bristles against any firm object. For home use, though, I really recommend that you look into a little brush beater racket you can put in the bottom of a garbage can. It will save your marriage. Let's take a little black, maybe a little Prussian blue, very strong blue. We'll just mix those together. Cut off a least little roll of paint, very small roll where it lives right on the edge of the knife. Now come right up in here and let's decide, maybe today, let's really practice on a mountain. I get so many requests for mountains, even though we do quite a few of them. People love mountains. It seems to be the most popular thing that I get requests for. All right, maybe there's a big valley right down in here. I don't know, whatever. There we go. Now we have a valley there. We could have another little bump in there. Anything that you like. There we are. Okay, something like that. Now then, let's take the old 2-inch brush. We'll grab that and pull it. This does two things. Removes excess paint, and it starts creating that illusion of mist down at the base of the mountain. That illusion of mist. That's what makes your mountain so beautiful. It just looks like it's floating in all that mist. There. But the removal of the excess paint will make the next step much, much easier, because we're going to put some highlights on there. There we are. Already it looks misty down at the base, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. And I'll wash the old brush again. If you hadn't figured out, I just like to wash the brush and watch the camera crew's reaction when they dodge. All right, let's take some white. I'm gonna put the least little touch of some dark sienna in there. I just want a hint. Cut across, a little roll of paint. And let's go up in here. No pressure. No pressure at all. And let's just begin forming our mountain. And this is where you make all the little highlights and all the beautiful little things that happen in your mountain. And you can have this mountain go anywhere that you want it to go. Anywhere. Just like so. That little touch of dark sienna in there is just enough, though, to make it very nice. Be careful not to overdo. Don't overdo. Sometimes these things get working nice and we get carried away and just cover up everything. All right. Maybe there's just a little touch. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take some white, put a little touch of phthalo blue. It's too much. Don't want that much. There, that's better. And a little bit of Van Dyke brown in it, just to dull it down. Just to dull that color down some. There we are. Now then, take our little roll of paint, as usual, and we'll go right in here and just begin putting in some beautiful little shadow areas, just like so. But think about form and shape here. How do you want this thing to be? There. Okay, maybe right in here we need a little something. Not much though. I want that to stay pretty dark in there. That's a deep crevasse in there. Okay, over in here. There it comes. Maybe this one just wraps right around and comes right in there. I don't know. And see, it makes that mountain look like it's sort of standing up. And we'll put a few little things over here. This is back with a white that has a little bit of dark sienna in it. And we're just going to sort of play these back and forth. However, there. Little hint up here. I don't want a lot back here. It's too far away. Keep him in the background somewhere. And we'll come right along in here. Maybe. Shoot, I don't know. Maybe that comes right on out there. Wherever you want it. This is an excellent exercise in painting mountains. It'll really make you feel comfortable with mountains if you'll devote a little time to a painting like this. Because by the time you do this one, mountains will never give you any more problems. There. Okay, maybe. Oh, we'll do a little right in there too. What the heck? Not a lot in there. Go back to our white. It's got a little brown in it. There. Come right back in here. Now, you may find the little knife works much better for getting into some of these areas that are small like this. Just sort of an individual thing. There we go. Just let those little things just play and think about shape and form and how you want this to be. Now with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, I'm going to blend a lot of this together just by tapping, being very careful to follow the angles that we put in this mountain. Even in here, I want to take the brush very lightly. Don't want to destroy, I just want to blend it together. See how gentle that is? I mean, that's a half a hair and some air. If that gives you an idea of how gentle. Just barely graze the top. You can soften all of that. That's why I wasn't too worried about it when I put it on. Okay, and then over here. But isn't that just absolutely fun? That's a pretty mean looking old mountain. All right, now we have this little mountain. Maybe in our world, we have some great big foothills that live back here. So we'll use some black. Oh, a little touch of the Prussian blue. I'm gonna reach up here and get a little sap green. Maybe even a little brown and crimson in there. We'll just put everything in there. Then a little white, because I want to value this down to where it's color, about like that. And it's sort of a greenish gray color. Today, let's have some fun with the old oval brush. It's easy to tell because it's the only brush we have that has a black handle. And I made that one black so it'd be easy to identify. But as you can see, the end of it's sort of round. It's like a huge filbert brush, only it's like one of our 1-inch brushes. Now then, I like this brush because it makes beautiful little roundy hill type things just by tapping down. There. Just think about the shape that you want. Put it in there. Drop it in there. There's not a great deal of paint on here. It might look like there's a lot of paint, but there's really not a lot of paint. Just enough to stain the canvas. There. Isn't that fantastic? I knew you could do it. Maybe this one goes all the way up here. I don't know. Wherever you want it. Okay. Sometimes I get carried away and just let these things cover up half the canvas. So when you do yours, be a little more careful than I am. Sometimes I let it get out of hand because it's fun. And even though I've probably painted, I don't even know how many paintings, 20, 30,000 paintings now, maybe more. I still get a fantastic charge out of just watching it happen. It still amazes me. It's still fun. I don't think painting is one of those things that you ever get tired of or ever gets old to you. Now then, I'm going to take my old 2-inch brush and just pull some of that down, and that'll give us a little reflection already. Something like that. And by making this higher than these sides, it gives the impression that that lake goes back. And I guess that's a lake back there. Makes it look like it goes back. It has distance. Then we go across. Instant reflections. That easy. All right. I have several of these little oval brushes, so I'm going to grab another one, put a little liquid white on it, go into some yellow, just cad yellow. I'll reach up here, be right back, and get the least little touch of the phthalo green. It's a very bright green. Be careful with it. Ooh, it'll eat up your whole world in a heartbeat. Put a little yellow ochre in there to dull it down a little. Now, just tap the brush. There you are. And we'll go up here, and now we have to start picking out little individual hills back in here. Just go right in here with that oval brush. It'll make them almost automatically. And just tap, gently, gently tap. And we want it to get darker, 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 darker. So do the tops while the brush is fresh. While you have good clean color on there, do the tops first. And then work your way down. And that way automatically it'll pick up the darker color underneath and get duller and duller, and that's what we want. We want it to get darker, darker, darker as it works down. Okay, now then, maybe there's another one that lives right here. See, by changing the flavor or the color a little bit, we can literally break them apart, make it look like there's several layers here. There we go. And then just pick out little individual things, take it wherever you want it. And every time you want it to stand out, put a little lighter color in there maybe, like that. And then it jumps right out at you. And then get darker, darker, darker down toward the base again. It's most important. If it doesn't get darker, then you can't put a lighter color against it and make it show up. See, watch, I'll take a little lighter color. And that easy, we can put another one in there. There. Okay, over here on the other side, let's do the same thing right in here. Don't want this side left out. You want some little highlights too, but back in here I'm just going to let it fade into nothing. I think in my world I might put some trees over there. Gotta have some somewhere. I like trees. There. Okay. All kinds of little doers. Maybe this one comes on out here somewhere. But look at all the layers in there. Just tiny little foothills. All right. Okay, a little bit of the liquid white right on the tips of the brush there. Just want to highlight like there's some light just really zinging right through. just hitting a few things. As I say, it's just a tiny bit of liquid white right out on the tips of the bristles. But don't overdo, or it'll lose its effectiveness. Just a few. Just a few. Now then, maybe, you know me, let's get crazy. Let's take a little liquid white, and maybe right up in here in our world, there lives a tiny little waterfall. I love waterfalls, so let's just put a little one back in here. Way back in the distance somewhere. And then we'll just let that just sort of come out from there. We'll just take a liner brush and we put a little paint thinner with it to thin it down a little more. So it'll slide over the top. There, see? If it doesn't slide, add a little paint thinner. That's all you got to do. And that easy. That easy. We have a little waterfall that lives back here. Just has a super time under that mountain. Maybe that's snow melting off the mountain, flowing down here in our little lake, pond, whatever it is. Body of water. There we go. All right, that's basically about all we need in that water. All right. Let's let me clean off a spot. Even with a palette this big, I run out of room sometime. That's a messy painter. You know, I got a letter the other day from a lady who wanted to know if she had to put out this much paint to paint my method of painting. And I wrote her back and told her, no, you really don't. I have to put out this much paint because I have a mean director here. And if I run out of paint, she has no sense of humor. She come over here and hurt my body if I have to stop and put paint. But at home, you can always add more color. I put a lot of paint out here so I don't have to stop in the middle of a show and add paint. That's all. That's all. It's like people ask sometimes, they say, I bought a palette and it doesn't look like yours. The only reason is I take sandpaper and I dull this so it doesn't shine. Same as we paint the knives black. We cover all the brush furrows with tape. But it's the same thing you have. Okay, let's take our old fan brush. Go right into that good dark color. And let's build us some nice trees. I like evergreen trees and they're fun to make. And one lives right there in our world. And we take the corner of the brush. We're just going to work him back and forth and back and forth and let him just work his way right on down to about there. And he needs a friend, so we'll give him another one. Maybe there's a whole herd of trees back here. So what you call a bunch of trees, or maybe it's a flock of trees. I don't know. A lot of trees anyway. Stand of trees, that's what they call it. There, a few little ones that just live in between. There's one. Okay, maybe, shoot, over in here, let's just put the indication of a few. And we'll pick out a few of those and put some little branches on it. That'll make the rest of them look like there's just a lot of little trees behind back here. Give this one a few little arms. Sometimes when you're doing little trees, you can do little tricks like just making a stem, take the corner of the brush, grab it, and flick out a few little limbs. And then when you paint other things over it, close to it, those show, and it looks like there's a very delicate little tree back in there too. And it makes your life easier. There. Shoot, we better, I'll tell you what, let's get crazy. Let's have a big old tree that lives right there. Big old tree. I like a big strong tree here and there. There he comes right across our mountain. Oh, that's all right. We know he's back here. And you learned how to do it, so it's not wasted time. There. I change my mind so many times when I'm doing a painting. I don't try to leave spaces open. I just paint the background, then I paint the foreground. And I make up my mind as I go. That way, I'm not committed. And if I make a mistake, nobody knows it but me. We don't make mistakes. Let's take a little brown and white. A little brown and white, this dark sienna and white. Pull it out and get our little roll of paint. Let me do that again. A little roll of paint. Let's go up in here. And in our world, we have some trunks showing in some of our trees, not all of them. But here and there, we see the indication of a few little trunks, sticks, twigs, whatever. Take another little fan brush. Oh, I got a number 3 fan brush. Doesn't matter. take some dark green. And I made this just from the tree color mixed with yellow. You can make it black and yellow, sap green and yellow, whatever. And we'll come back up here. And let's just put the indication of some nice highlights on our tree. Just some indications. I want to leave some of them very dark. I don't want all of them with highlights. I want to keep that illusion that there's trees far away too. There we go. I think that's about all we need. Now, let's get crazy. We'll use the same old color we were using for trees. Add a little brown to it. Maybe right about here. Tell you what. Maybe there's a nice land area that comes. There it is. If you just hunt around for it, you'll find it. It comes all the way down like that. There we are. We can go right into some of the yellows and yellow ochre, Indian yellow, touch of bright red, and into dull. And we can begin putting maybe some little grassy areas back in here. There they are. Isn't it fantastic? And you can do it. You really can do this. All you need is an old brush, a few oil paints, a little imagination, devote a little time to practice. And you can do this. You really can. I think in one of the earlier shows, we showed you just hundreds of photos of paintings that people had done and sent in to us. And you can do that too. No doubt in my mind. If there's no doubt in my mind, there certainly shouldn't be any in yours. There we go. We got a second or two left here. Let's get crazy. I think maybe we have a little house that lives right here. Use this little small knife and get in here. Just make this house very small. Just scrape out a little shape. By scraping it out, that removes excess paint. A little brown. Choom. This is sort of a long house on this one. Just block it in here. Boy, whoever lives here has one spectacular view, doesn't he? Let's take a little bright red, a little dark sienna, a little touch of white. Let's make sort of a nice pinky color and just go. Got to make that little noise though, or it won't work. And sometime when I do demonstrations for PBS stations across the country, I have some of my young friends come and they'll make these little noises, and they're better at it than I am. I have met so many super young people, and they're doing some of the most fantastic painting that you've ever seen. I'm proud of them. Proud of them. Take some white, little dark sienna, little Van Dyke brown. Cut us off a little paint. And let's just go in here and just put a little front on this cabin, like so. There. I'm gonna leave this side over here very dark, just a little on it. Don't want it to be too light. Don't want it too light. In my mind, the light's striking right across in there. And so, take a little touch, brown, make a little door. Got to have a little door for it to get in and out. There. Now we can go back to our yellows and greens, and let's put a little grass around this little house here. Weeds about to eat him up. Tell you what. Maybe let's take a little Van Dyke brown, a little touch of white, just mix it together on the old fan brush. Maybe there's a little path lives right here. Goes right on back here in the distance somewhere. And it just plays or meanders or whatever you want to call it right down like that. Right on off. There we are. Take another fan brush and take a little white. Just very lightly graze that and put a little bit of highlight on it. There. Isn't that sneaky? Now we got a little way to get up to the cabin. Tell you what, bring the camera right up here. Let's take out the old contact paper. The moment of truth. This is what we've all been waiting for. Isn't that fantastic though? I like that contact paper. And let's have some fun. We have a second left. I like to let things project right out of the painting when we do these little ovals. To me, it's just so neat. And when you frame this, it's unreal what'll happen. You'll love it. Guarantee. A little bit of our highlight color. Well, because we need a touch of tree trunk in there too. What the heck? We don't want that left out. A little highlight color, we'll drop that on. Shoot, we about have a finished painting. Hope you like this one. I think you'll find it to be one of the most enjoyable little paintings that you can do. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. You got your paints and brushes out and ready to do a fantastic little painting? Super. Tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done here. I've got my normal old pre-stretched canvas up here, and I've applied a thin, even coat of the liquid white. So it's all wet and ready to go. So let's just do a fantastic little painting today. I thought today maybe we'd do a nice little winter scene, something that's very cold. Normally when I do winter scenes, I put a lot of warm colors in them. And we've had some requests for a winter scene that's good and cold. So let's do one of those. Let's start out today. We'll use the old 2-inch brush here. We'll go into a small amount of the phthalo blue. Just a small amount. Pull it out and then just tap the bristles right into the color. That assures a nice even distribution of color all the way through the bristles. See there? Okay, let's go up here. Now then, we'll just start at the top and make little crisscross strokes. Just little X's. Work all the way across the top, and it's continually blending with the liquid white that's on the canvas, and automatically it gets lighter and lighter toward the horizon if you just start at the top and work down. And that's exactly what we're looking for. As you know, in the landscape, things should get lighter toward the horizon, and that's what creates that illusion of distance in your painting. All right, maybe, tell you what, maybe I'll add just a little bit more of the blue. This is a winter scene. I want color to be very strong and very cold today. This is going to be a very cold painting. You may have to get out your big winter coat just to do this one. Here we go. All right. Something about like so. And very lightly we'll go across just to take out the little brush strokes. And maybe we'll have a little water. For that, I'm going to use the same old phthalo blue and the least little bit of the midnight black. So we have blue and black, or black and blue, whichever your preference. Okay, let's go up in here. Now then, I don't know exactly where the water is going to be, so we'll just put in a lot of water, and whatever we don't want, we'll just paint over, because we can do anything on this piece of canvas. Anything. There we go. A little more color on the brush. Go on the other side and do basically the same thing. There we are. And still water should always be flat, level. Water is very lazy. It's always flat, level if it's still. The only time it's not is when it gets excited and starts moving. There. Okay, now the fun part. Let's wash the old brush. Here we wash our brush with odorless thinner. Shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. That's the most fun part of this whole technique. And very lightly, I'll just go over the entire canvas just to take out brush strokes and bring it all together. There. Now then, tell you what let's do. Today, let's just have some fun and make some little clouds that float around in the sky. And for that, I'm going to use just titanium white, the old fan brush. And you could do this with a 1-inch brush or 2-inch brush. It doesn't matter. Thought today we'd just do one with the old fan brush though. Go right up in here and decide where your little cloud's going to live. Maybe in our world, it's going to live right here. And using just the corner of the brush, just the corner, make all kinds of little fluffy things that live out in here, wherever you think they should be. Wherever. Okay, a little more of the titanium white. There. Now you could also do this with a gray color if you want to really make it look like a dreary, dreary winter day. Okay, now I'm going to take the large 2-inch brush and very gently just tickle the bottom of it. Just barely blend it in. Little tiny circular strokes using only the top corner of the 2-inch brush. And then we'll fluff it, lift it, there. And very lightly, just go right over it. Isn't that easy? We got a happy little cloud. Okay, maybe this little cloud has a friend. Shoot, why not? But work in layers. Do one cloud at a time. Do the one that in your mind is the farthest away, and then put the rest of them in front of him. But just do one at a time. Don't get in a hurry and don't get greedy. There we are. Good, clean, dry 2-inch brush. And we're going to do the same thing again, but work in layers. Just like when you're painting bushes, work in layers. There. Those layers are what create distance between each cloud. There we go. Okay, isn't that easy? We got a couple of happy little clouds. Now sometimes it's fun just to take your brush and watch here. Here's another way. I like to show you as many ways as I know to make things. Just take your brush and spin in little floater clouds. You can literally just spin them right into the canvas. Try to keep the brush moving at all times. So these are the little wispy clouds that live way off in the distance. They just sort of float around and just make little things in the sky. There we are. Wherever may be. Little indications right over there. Back to our old big brush. And we just gently sort of blend those right in. And this blending, you can blend them to any degree of lightness or darkness that you want. The more you blend them, of course, the darker they're going to get. They'll pick up the blue that's underneath. So you have to make big decisions here. How bright do you want them to be? Because if you continue to blend, they'll just go away and leave you. Go away and leave you. There. Okay. And I think something about like that's fine for what we're trying to do today. I just want some little wispy things that are floating around. So they're good. All right, maybe in our world today, let's take a little bit of phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. And I want to make a lavender color, but I want it to the blue side. I want to keep everything in the blue tones in this painting to keep it cold. Blue is it's a cold color. Ooh, very cold color. It's hard to tell what that is. So we take a little white, lay it right there, and then mix some color into it to see if it's what we want. And that's pretty good. I sort of like that one. There, something like so. That's not bad. Okay, cut off our little roll of paint as usual. Let's go right up in here. Let's have in our world maybe right here, just a happy little mountain. Show you an easy way to make some mountains today. Why not? Watch here, watch here. There. You have to decide how many little bumps there are on your mountain, how many peaks. Just put that on, scrape off the excess paint. There, we will have some that's got a lot of little bumps today. Just wherever. And let your imagination take you to anywhere that you want to be. This really is your world here. Okay, see there? And the only thing that we have any concern about at this point is just the top edge. We could care less what's happening in here. Have absolutely no concerns about that area at this point. All right. Scrape off all the excess. You can probably hear how hard I'm scraping with a knife. There we go. Now back to our old 2-inch brush. And I want to grab this and pull it. Now just with brush strokes here, we can create the illusion of beautiful mountains that are far back in the distance. There we are. And the brush strokes will make your highlights and your shadows all at one time. That easy. This is one of the easiest ways of making very effective little mountains. Very effective. Yeah, you may have to sort of step back and take a look at them. When you're really close to the canvas, it's more difficult to see than if you step back. So at home, just step back and get the old iced tea glass out and take a look-see at your painting. There. But see how all those brush strokes will create that illusion? There. Okay. And today, that's all I'm going to do for that range of mountains. And let's have some fun. We'll put some Prussian blue. It's much stronger. Prussian blue is much stronger. We'll put it right in that same color. So we got Prussian blue. I'll add a little more alizarin crimson to it. But this is a very dark lavender now. Very dark. Ooh. There. Cut off our little roll of paint. Once again, lives right on the edge of the knife. Now, let's come right up in here. Maybe there's another big mountain. There is now. Lives right there. Wherever you want it. And maybe he comes down in front. And we can do the same thing again. Put some little bumps in here and all kinds of little things. Sometimes it's nice to have little valleys like that. You can leave them right in there. Right in there, wherever you want them. And we'll just let that one taper right on off into nothing here. But notice that this mountain, this range of mountains, are much darker than the ones behind it. That makes them stand out, makes them look closer to you. There we are. The other thing that's very important, by pulling that paint with the 2-inch brush on that first range of mountains, there's a misty area between these two. That little bit of mist is your separator. It divides the two, makes them stand apart from each other. All right, let's go back to our old 2-inch brush and do the same identical thing to this one. Just grab it and pull. But pay attention to angles here. Avoid pulling it straight down. Your mountains will look like huge cliffs. Just sheer cliffs. Billy Goat couldn't live on them. There we are. So pay attention to angles. See, by pulling that brush, the little thing that happened right there? Be careful when you're doing this and watch. These little things will happen. But sometimes it gets working well and you rub them off before you even looked at them. These things live right in your brush. All you have to do is sort of shake them out. There. Okay. But once again, we're trying to create that mist down at the base of these mountains. Maybe we'll have some little foothills down at the base. I like to do little foothills. And that misty area, once again, just like here, will be your separator. So try to create mist here. Most important. There. Okay. And with that, we got a couple of ranges of very nice mountains there. Let's take, put that over there out of the way. Save it for later. I'm going to take some phthalo blue and some white and some black. Mix them together. There we are. I want a nice blue-gray color, but with the phthalo blue, so it's a little more bright than if you did it with a Prussian blue. Wipe off the old knife here. And let's take a fan brush, load it full of this color. Just work it back and forth in the paint, both sides full of color. Now then, maybe in our world here we have some little footy hills that live right in here. Right in here somewhere. Just take the fan brush and tap downward. Try to retain some of that little misty area in there, though. It's most important. There we go. A little more paint out there. Now, there they go. Wherever. You make the decision where they live and just drop them in. This is one of the nicest ways we've ever come up with of just making little distant tree shapes. Very easy. And I'm going to add a little bit of the titanium white here and there. See how that sparkles? That one makes him stand out. That easy. But don't overdo. If they all look like that, then they lose the individuality that you're seeing. Let's see here. We'll put in some more, just a few. Then we'll come back and highlight a few of those, just so they stand out better. This is a very simple painting, and if you've never painted before, this is a nice one to try. This one is a nice one, because it'll work for you. Very easy. Okay, back to a little of the titanium white right on the brush, so that we get variations of the same color, different hues or values of the same color, whatever you want to call it. There, just make all kinds of little things. Something like so. These trees are so pretty. This is one of the nicest places. My little squirrel, if you've watched some of the other shows, this would be one of the places my little squirrel would love to live, right in here. And I want to show you a little piece of film that we made, and this is my little squirrel out on the big hunt. And he's out doing whatever squirrels do in the deep, deep woods. Look at this. Isn't he the cutest little devil? He's fighting his way through the forest there. Uh-oh. There's the forest. For some reason, I don't really understand it. Those little squirrels seem to like a hare. I think it reminds them of their nest. But that's, if you haven't seen him before, that's the little squirrel we call Peapod, the pocket squirrel, because he likes to live in my pocket. He's a character. We've showed him several times in this series. I hope you enjoy him. I've just taken a 2-inch brush and tapped the base of this a little bit just to soften. I want that misty area. Okay. Take a little more of the titanium white and just sparkle up a few more of these little areas so they stand out. Just a few. I want to keep this very cold though. Very cold. There. And then very lightly lift upward, just enough to blend the base of that all in there. Okay, and maybe under our little foothills back here, maybe in our world there's a little bit of snow. So for that, we'll take the knife, take a little white, cut off our little roll of paint, and begin thinking about how the snow would lay out here. There, just pull it, gently pull, something like this. There. So I say this is a very, very simple little painting. You shouldn't have any trouble doing this one. This is one that our instructors would teach probably, first or second day in class. We have instructors that travel all over the country teaching people this. You cannot believe what people are doing. In one of the earlier shows of this series, I showed several boards of paintings that people have sent in. That's just fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, tell you what, I want some reflections under that. So I'm going into that same old dark blue color that we had, 2-inch brush. Just going to grab right underneath the snow and pull straight down. Straight down now. A little more of the paint, straight down. Straight down, there we go, and that quick, we have some little reflections under our bank weedy back here. Very lightly go across. All right, take a little touch of the liquid white. We can go right back in here, and we'll just cut in a little water line. This sort of separates where the land and the water come together. It's your separator, and it also cleans up the base here. It's a way of cleaning up the bottom of your snow and making it look really nice. There we are. Really hope you like seeing that little squirrel, little Peapod. He lives in my house with me. You wouldn't believe, I have 2 squirrels that live in the house, and I have 3 that live outside. They're about ready to be turned loose now. But the ones that live in the house, if you've never lived with a squirrel, you haven't lived, because they will get into absolutely everything. Every single thing in the house. And I find, because they hide nuts all over the house too when they run around, and I'll find nuts in everything, from my pockets to my shoes. But it's fun. It's fun. Let's take some Prussian blue, black, alizarin crimson. Shoot, we'll even throw some Van Dyke brown there too. Doesn't matter. Good dark color. Okay, let me clean off the old knife here. Tell you what, let's time for your bravery test. Let's take the old 2-inch brush and go right into that pile of paint. Now today I want to bring this brush to a nice chisel edge. So to do that, bring it through the paint, wiggle it. That pulls the paint down to the end of the bristles, wiggle it. And then go through and sharpen it, just like you would a fine knife. Look how sharp that brush is. But you can bring it to a very sharp chisel edge. Very sharp, okay? Now then with that, maybe in our world, you know me, I like big trees in my paintings. Take the corner and we just push upward. And let's make the indication of a big evergreen that lives right here on the corner of the canvas. Great big evergreen, strong, powerful. He sits here, watches out for all the little things that live here. And what a view that he has. There we are. But use just the corner and push upward. And that's what'll create all those little leafy, fluffy looking things. Very easy. Tell you what, while we have that old brush going, let's just do this. Maybe we have some things, a little peninsula that comes right down like that. Who knows? Who knows? Just push upward though. Bend the bristles. Try to avoid letting it slide like that. See the difference when it slides? You don't have that nice leafy appearance. We're going to have a bigger bush there now. But see, if anything ever goes wrong, you can always make a bigger bush out of it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Shoot. We don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. There we are. I'm going to load the little brush back up same way again. Yeah, let's go ahead. What the heck? Be brave. This really is your bravery test. Let's come in here and just put a huge tree. Maybe, yeah, what the heck? What the heck? Nothing ventured and all that. Let's just let this old tree just live right here. Just push him out. There. Maybe, okay, let's go all the way down to the bottom. Something like that. Okay, now we'll take, I have several old brushes going here. I'm going to take another 2-inch and put titanium white on it. A little bit of the phthalo blue, little phthalo blue. So I have a blue color in the bristles. Okay, let me see. Now I'm going to take one corner and go through white paint. All right, so I have blue deep in the brush and white on the tips. All right, now then, with that, you can go up here and push upward, and let's put on some beautiful little highlights. And every once in a while, just drag that one corner through a little bit of the titanium white. And that's how we'll highlight this. But think about shape and form and all the little things that are happening out here. There we go. Wherever. Okay, there's another one. Something about like so. And we don't want this other tree left out, so let me load it deep with the phthalo blue and white, and then just the corner once again. Just the corner, see, into the white. Like that. All right. Just touch it, lift it. And let's go right in here and just pop those in. There. Now don't kill all the dark in your tree, because it gets working good and you get sort of carried away sometime. I find that I've covered up the whole canvas with highlights, and then I've lost my dark and all the deep shadow areas. And the little squirrels have got to have a place to go in there and hide. Got to have a place to go and hide. All right, I'm going to dip the brush into liquid white. Then we'll go right through titanium white. Pull the brush in one direction. See there? Load a lot of paint into it. A lot of paint. Biggest mistake made is not enough paint. There. I went through the liquid white first, only to thin the paint, because a thin paint, as you know, will stick to a thick paint. Thin to thick. There we are. See, and we can just put all these little snow-covered highlights on these things. And if this works just right, these little bushes will look just like lace. Just like lace. When I lived in Alaska, it's unbelievable. Jack Frost would come through there and do his magic. and the trees would be covered with ice fog that had frozen, and it's the most gorgeous thing you have ever seen. It's cold in Alaska during the winter, but it may be as beautiful as the summer. Take a little titanium white, maybe we can see a little snow right in there. Right there somewhere. Wherever you want it. But no pressure. Allow that color to break. Just graze it when you come across and make long strokes, like that. But no pressure, absolutely none. If you put a lot of pressure on it, it's going to look like you, well, this is my son Steve says, look like you mooshed it in there and just iced a cake. I don't know if that's really a word or not, but you certainly know what it means. You really just mashed too hard. Then we'll put some little grassy areas around the edges here. Okay, that'll sort of bring it together and make it part of the painting. There. Yeah, maybe in our world, maybe there's a little twig or two. So we'll take a little dark sienna and paint thinner. And we want to make this paint thin, very thin, almost the consistency of ink. You probably can see it running there. It's that thin. Now, while you have that, you can pull one side of that right through the little liquid white. And maybe in our world, there's a little stick. It lives right here. And by pulling it through the liquid white on one side, you'll make the highlight and the shadow at one time. See there? Sort of sneaky, but it works well. There we go. Wherever. Okay. And that way we got a little stick in there. Tell you what, all we need to do, take the knife here and there, we can scratch in a few little sticks and twigs, and we about have a finished painting. This is, as I mentioned earlier, this is a very simple little painting. If you've never painted before, it's a good one to try, especially if you like very cold winter scenes. So I do hope you give it a try. From all of us, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd do a fantastic little seascape. So I tell you what, let's start out, have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, come on up here and let me show you what I've got done already. Got my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use whatever size is convenient for you. And today I've cut a little oval out of some contact paper and just stuck it on. And then we've covered the whole area here with just a thin, even coat of liquid white. So it's all wet and ready to go, so let's just have some fun. Thought we'd do a little seascape today that's very warm and make you feel good just to look at it. I'm going to start with the least little touch of the cadmium yellow. Least little touch. Maybe reach over here and get a little touch of the Indian yellow too. Just mix those together. Ooh, that's nice. Let's go up here. Now maybe we'll have a little sun up in here in the sky today. So we'll just start and go around like this. There's not a great deal of color on the canvas. Not much color. Just work around. I want a circle right here. But I don't want to just go like this because it's very hard to blend that out. Little X's. And the paint is continually mixing with the liquid white. All right, now without cleaning the brush, I'm going to add the least little touch of yellow ochre and go right around the outside edge. The yellow ochre is sort of a gold color. It's very, very pretty color. Very pretty. All right. And just sort of allow those to blend together. Okay, now then, let's wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this whole technique. Okay, shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. All right, let's go into a little bit of the alizarin crimson. Just a small amount. Just a small amount. And just tap it right into the bristles. Let's go up in here. Maybe around these edges. we'll put a little of the crimson. And I'm starting from the outside and working inward, so it'll mix with the liquid white, and progressively it'll get lighter as it works inward. There. Now see, these little feather edges that you create by doing this, the little X's, they blend together quite easy. If you made very distinct lines, it would be difficult to blend it together. Let's have a little bit more of the crimson for the other side. Don't want it left out. There. Okay. Thought maybe today we just do a very, very simple little ocean scene. I live in Florida now, and we have a lot of beautiful little ocean areas around there. In fact, just the other day, my friend Bob and I went fishing. I hooked my first sailfish. I've never even seen one before. And you notice I said I hooked him, because he got off long before I got him into the boat. But we did, before the day was over, catch one that was just absolutely gorgeous. This thing was probably close to 6 feet long. Most beautiful fish I've ever seen. And you know me. We brought him in the boat just long enough to take his picture and wish him well. And we put him back in the water. And he went on back to his family, and he's living happily now, right off Fort Pierce. There. I don't keep many fish. I think you're to turn them back to nature and go back and catch them again another day. Or somebody else catches them. That way everybody gets to enjoy the fun of catching a fish. There. Okay, now then I'll just go completely across there. Now up here on the top, I'm going to use the same old dirty brush, add the least little touch of phthalo blue and alizarin crimson, and you can just mix those on the brush. Maybe a little more crimson. There we go. But I want this to be to the blue side. This is sort of a lavender to the blue side. We'll go back up here, and very gently, we'll just throw in a little color right along the very top. Sort of let it blend down. Very easy. Now then, I have several of each brush going. I'm going to take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and just blend these two areas together. You don't want to be able to tell where one color stops and the next color starts. Just let them blend together. That easy. That easy. Now then, I think maybe today we're going to have some fun. Let's do a little finger painting. Take a little touch of the titanium white, and we'll just rub in the indication of a little sun right there. And with a clean brush, then we gently blend that. And it'll give the indication of a little sun up here in the sky, but yet it's not real bright or real distinct. It's just quiet little sun that lives up there, has a good time. Let's go into a little yellow, a little alizarin crimson, mix them together. Going to make sort of a nice peachy color. Maybe a touch more of the yellow. This is cad yellow and alizarin crimson. That's all it is. And let's go up in here. Very warm little painting today, so we're going to use very warm little colors, of course. Let's take just a little of that on the fan brush, tight little circles. Let it go right across the sun there. We'll draw a little cloud up here in the sky. Just let it float right on back into nothing here. There. Wherever. Okay. Then we'll take a dry 2-inch brush and gently blend that. The only reason I'm doing this is to remove excess paint. It's the only reason. Now then, let's go back. I'll take a little white, a little touch of the cad yellow in it. Maybe a little yellow ochre also. Oh, that's nice. It's almost white, but it's just flavored with a little of the cad yellow, little yellow ochre, just to give it a little flavor. Let's go back up in here. Now, I want to put some little highlights on this cloud. So using just the corner of the brush, I'm going to come right in here and just sparkle a few little things. Not too much, just a little, just a little, just a little. Now, back to our 2-inch brush, or you could use a 1-inch brush for this if you're more comfortable with it. There, and fluff it. Just enough to put a little flavor up on the top. Now, same old fan brush, and I'm going to go into a little bright red and white Something like so. Okay, good. Now then, see if that stands out enough. Sometimes you have to sort of check to make sure it stands out just right. So we'll come right down in here and we'll put in another little cloud. There. He just sort of lives right out in here. And same thing once again. We'll take a light color. This is that same color. And we'll just highlight this little cloud a little. Just to give him a little flavor. Don't want too much here. Just a little. But it's fantastic how you can play back and forth with these little colors and make this thing work. There. Back to our 2-inch brush. But notice that we're only doing one cloud at a time. Sometimes it starts working so good you get greedy and you want to do them all at once. But you need to work in layers. That way it works a lot better. Okay. Back to our color here. We had our original color, a little lizard crimson and yellow ochre. I want to make another one of those little peachy clouds that live right there. There we go. Just wherever you think they should be. It's exactly where they should be. Because this is your world here, and you can do anything in this world that you want. Take off the excess, blend it in. And it's just playing back and forth. You're back and forth. There. And we'll put a little highlight on that rascal. Don't need much though. Don't need but a tiny, tiny bit. And then fluff him a little. There we go. Okay, now then, maybe in our world there lives another little pinkish cloud, same old bright red. And I'm just doing layer after layer of clouds here. I want to have a lot of clouds. A lot of clouds. So here they come, one after the other. There. Same thing again, a little bit of light color, just to flavor it. This is going to be a beautiful little pastel painting, I think. It looks like it's going in that direction. And they're so pretty. I beat the brush just to knock any excess paint that's on it. This is the same one I've blended with since the beginning. So I just beat it to knock out the excess paint. I'm lazy and it's easier than going through the whole blending procedure. All right. Now, let's take a little of the phthalo blue and the alizarin crimson and just mix a little on the brush. Heck, I just want a little tiny bit here. A lavender color, but this time I'm going more to the red side. And down in here, let's put in some little cloud shapes that just float around down in here with this lavender. Using the corner of the brush, making little tiny circles. Tiny little circles. There you go. Just drop them in. Let them go. There. A little bit more color on the brush, and we'll put some right over in here. But notice it's getting darker and darker as we get away from the sun in this, because that's the light source. Everything gets darker as we work away from that. There we are. Okay. Shoot, when we have that color, maybe up here in the sky, there's some little floaters that live up here too. Don't want to leave the top out. Almost got carried away there, so we'll put a couple little floaters up in there. Maybe even, yeah, why not? We don't want the top left out here. We'll just have little floaters on both sides. And very lightly. There we go. Something about like so. You know, in one of the earlier shows, while I'm doing this, because I'm just doing the same thing, one of the earlier shows I showed a little deer that I had the opportunity to meet. And we've got so many calls about that little rascal. I want to show him to you again and see if you like this little devil. He is one of the most precious little creatures that you could ever imagine. And I had the opportunity to spend about a half a day with him. And Diana Schaefer, the bird lady here in Muncie, was taking care of him. But isn't he a gorgeous little character? I tell you, you could fall in love with these, and you know, I just don't have the heart to shoot Bambi anymore. Once you hold one of these, you just Yeah, deer hunting days are over, or at least for me it is. I get so attached to them, I just want to keep them as pets. Move them right in the house. I've got enough creatures in the house now. That's all I need is a deer running around the living room. There we are. I'm just putting in some little sky things here while you're watching that. Same procedure. I'm not doing anything different. And we had to give him a little drink, and you notice how big that bottle was. I think it was a Coke bottle he was drinking out of. Sure hope you enjoy seeing him again. Okay, got a few little clouds here and there. But see how that dark color, and I just highlighted it with the same color, but it makes so many different planes in here. Distance is so great. And we need a little of that same highlight color. Just basically bright red and a little white. That's all I'm using. And we'll just sort of highlight these little things up here on top too. We don't want them left out. Shoot, nothing worse than a mad cloud. There. And with a big brush, just gently blend that. That's all you have to do. And that sort of brings it all together and makes some very effective little clouds. Time to wash a brush or two. As you know, this is my favorite thing. Because I get even with the crew for picking on me here. Maybe we'll do two, really get them. There, and we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner and just beat the devil out of them to dry them. It's important that these brushes are dry. Now maybe we'll have some water back here. Normally, if you've painted with me before, I do the bottom of these with liquid clear. And I do that when I don't want to dilute color. Today, I want to dilute color. I want this to be much softer. So all you have to do is decide where your horizon's going to be. Take your brush and pull across. Or you can do like we do in some of the other ones, take masking tape and put across there so you have a nice, perfectly straight line. But what the heck, you can just take the brush and do it. Either way. A little bit more color. There we go. And I thought, as I say, I thought today we'd just do more of a Florida type seascape instead of, I like to do the ones from the West Coast where you have big rocks and cliffs and crashing waves, but let's just do a little quiet one today. My friends in Florida have got on to me because I haven't done many Florida seascapes. There, so we'll take, while our brush is going, put a little crimson right on the same brush. And we'll add it right in here, just alizarin crimson right on the same brush. So we have a lavender to the reddish side now. A little more of the crimson. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, that makes them very pleasant. And just sort of blend them together. Now then, have to make some big decisions. Let's figure out, first of all, where our major wave's going to be. If we're going to have a little crasher, come right up in here. Let me show you how to get that. Just figure out basically where it's going to be. And I take just a little white paint on the fan brush or the script liner brush and lay in a basic shape for the major wave. And other than that, we don't much care. Other than that, that's our main point. Just take white paint, lay that little rascal in. Now your wave's going to crash over like that. If that helps you, put a little doer in there like that. In the background back here, a little white on the brush. We can just begin putting the indication of all kind of little things. Use a little rocking stroke, and I'm really exaggerating there. But so it gives the impression of little waves that are happening way back in there. There. Let all these little things just happen. But don't kill all your dark color. If you kill all that dark color, and of course, you don't have any dark left. There we are. And we'll just let it go right on over there. Now here I'm just going to blend that paint back. Just blend it back. But it's most important that you save a dark area right there. Most important. That gives the trough in between the little waves. Since this is going to be a Florida type seascape, we don't want a lot of crashing waves here. Waves are pretty calm in Florida, unless you have one of the big hurricanes that come. Then they get a little wild. All This water is going to come here and just sort of crash over. Not a big crash, just a little crash. Something like so. There we go. Tell you what, let me grab a filbert brush. I like him for this. Put a little titanium white on that little filbert brush. And let's begin making some little things that are crashing up here. Got to make those little noises. Let's put a little lavender on. Make a shadow for our little crasher. This is just phthalo blue, little alizarin crimson. Maybe at least a little touch of black in there too. Yeah, there we go. I like that. Just sort of let that come right on around. Wash the old brush. Now these brushes we just dry on a paper towel. It's sort of hard to beat them. There's not enough to get in there and work with. Back to our titanium white. There. Now we can highlight that. Just give it a little upward push. Something like so. And then very gently begin blending that together a little. Okay. Let's take a little 1-inch brush and very lightly go in here, just the corner, and just blend that together. You can make it as soft as silk. There we are. Very light. Now, let's take some white, least little touch of the cad yellow mixed together. Just white, a little cad yellow. I use a little fan brush, but you can use anything, it doesn't matter. We go right up in here. This is the eye of the wave, or the transparency, whatever you want to call it. Let's just put in a little color right in there and let it blend outward. So there's a little light zinging through the water. Now the blue and the yellow here will mix together and make it a very nice green color. Now with a nice brush, you could use a 1-inch or a 2-inch to do this. Just gently blend it. Just blend it. Little tiny circles until it all comes together. And there. So now we have a little eye. Let's have some fun. Shoot. I'll take a little knife, a little touch of the titanium white, and in my mind, we have a little ripple right there. But put it on with a knife. I'm using a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. You can put in a few little things like that. There's a little cad yellow in there, a little bright red too sometime. Just sort of let all those little colors just happen. There. Now with a clean fan brush, very lightly, you grab that and take it back. Try not to destroy that nice edge. Just take it back and begin blending it together. This is where you make the shape of the wave. The curl, whatever you want to call it. Now, sometimes it's fun, right underneath our light source here, take pure white, pull down. Just pull it down. Very firmly. And then go across. Like that. Now, back to our little knife. Redefine that edge. I sort of messed it up. And let's have another little ripple that lives right about here. But go right over that spot that looks like a reflection, and it's gorgeous because you'll be able to see that right through there. And people will wonder, how in the world did you done that? And it's so easy. It really is easy. And find me a clean fan brush, and I'm about out of them. Let me wash one. And very gently blend that back. But you need a clean brush. Very lightly. And do this as gently as you can. You don't want to destroy these nice shiny areas that you have in your water here. So be careful, don't destroy those. Now then. Okay. We can take our little liner brush, a little bit of white on it. And here and there. This is, you can begin bringing all this together. All kinds of little lines and ripples and things going on wherever. But this is where you really begin forming and shaping your wave. A little dark line underneath there will separate that. A few little things that you can see through the transparency. There. And at home, when you're doing this, put a lot of these little rascals in here. They'll really make your painting special. There we go. And then let's have a little sand dune today. What the heck? For that, I'm going to take black, a little bit of, let's get a little bit of that Van Dyke brown, maybe a little dark sienna, and some white. I want a brownish gray color, maybe a little crimson in there too. Oh, that's better. That's much better. Almost yeah, something like that. Now then, let's decide where our little sand dunes live, maybe. Yeah, there you go. We can just put in a basic shape here. That's all we're looking for. Wherever. Maybe he's got a friend right there, and just paint over anything that's there. Don't worry about it. You haven't wasted your time if you learn to make these. Maybe that comes right on down there so we can just see a little bit of it through. There we go. Just put a little color in there. And that's only so our lighter color will show. Yeah. Take a little touch of white. And it's got the least little bit of that bright red in it. Least little bit. Pull it out. Get our little roll of paint. And very lightly, just barely grazing it. Figure out where the little tops are on your sand dunes. Wherever you want them. There. See? Maybe they come right on down through there. I don't know. Wherever. Maybe there's a little, yeah. Right in there somewhere. See, but barely touching. Just let the paint break. Let it break. There. Here and there I'm going to add a least little touch of like a lavender shadow here and there. Just to sparkle it up some. Okay, now then we can take a fan brush. We'll put a little sap green on it. A little sap green, a little bit of brown. And I want to go right in here and just pop in some little things. I'm going to add a little paint thinner to that. I want it a little thinner. A little thinner, yeah. Just pop in some little doers like that. This is going to end up being some little weeds up here. Maybe in our world, yep, right here. We'll have one coming right over. Wherever you want them. Wherever. We'll put some right up in here. Let them follow right down. There's one. But this paint's a little bit thinner. Put a little paint thinner with it. And then I can take a little paint thinner, go into the dark sienna, and back through that greenish color, but mostly dark sienna. Let's go up in here. This paint here is thin, so we can grab it and start lifting upward and make just the indication of some little sea oats and stuff that live out here. There we go. Something about like that. Maybe a few over here on the other side. Oh, and you can just take and put little things on the end sometime. They have, that's why they call them sea oats. It looks like a little wheat growing out there. There. Now, go into a little bit of light color. This is white with a little touch of the yellow in it. And we put in a few little light colored ones here and there. We don't want them all dark. And then they'll show up good against that. There. Something like so. As many or as few as you want. And we can just take our fan brush, a little white on it, grab the bottom of that, pull it a little, and bring all this together. It's a very nice way of making a simple little seascape that I think you'll really enjoy doing. All right, with that, I think we about have a finished picture. Let's take a contact paper off now and see what we have. As they say, this is the moment of truth. And I think you'll like this one. Try this one. Let us know how you like it. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. And today I think we'll just do a fantastic little painting that I'm sure you'll enjoy. So let's start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what you caught me doing up here. Today I have standard old pre-stretched canvas up here. And as you can see, I've covered this whole area with black gesso, allowed it to dry completely. And then on top of that, I've put a thin, let me say it again, a thin coat of liquid clear. Just a very thin coat. And on top of that, then we've added a mixture of sap green and Van Dyke brown. I put the Van Dyke brown there just to dull down the green a little bit so it's not quite so bright. And up here, I was just putting in a little liquid white right in this little spot that has no gesso on it. Just let it blend back. It just literally blends right on back and begins to mix with that mixture of sap green and Van Dyke brown that we have up here. I love these canvases with the black gesso. It's so fantastic what you can do. All right. Now then, let me just mix up a little more paint. And as I say, we're using just Van Dyke brown here and sap green. About in equal proportions. Just sort of get it the flavor that you want it. All right, let me wipe off my old knife. Now back here in the background, I want to put the indication of a lot of little trees and stuff that live far back, way back. So I've taken a little white, a little titanium white, and mixed it with this nice brown and green color that we have here. All right, let's go up here. Now then, we begin picking out little things. Now we can take the brush, use it sidewards, touch, give a little push, for example. But see how that makes the indication of just a gorgeous little tree that lives way back here. And we don't want a lot of detail because these are too far away. Too far away at this point. Now the other thing, see, I've made some little things back here with the black gesso that also sort of resemble little trees in the distance. The paint is still transparent enough that you'll see some of those through there. And people will think you just worked yourself to death trying to put them in. Don't you tell them any different. That's our secret. There. And here and there we can just take the brush and tap in some bigger shapes. Something like so. All right. Okay, maybe a little thing here and there, wherever you want them. This is going to be background material that's far, far away. So we're not looking for detail. I say that over and over because it's almost as bad to have too much detail far away as no detail close up, if all that makes sense. I hope so. There. And dip the corner of a brush into a small amount of the titanium white, very small amount. And with that, I'm going to create like little misty areas down here at the base of this. Just little soft misty areas that just sort of float around. There, something like that. But that's just a little titanium white right on the brush. And tapping only with the top corner of the brush. There we go. But it's unbelievable what you can make. Even that. If you play with it a little bit, you can even make that look like a lot of little foliage that's just hanging around back here. There. Okay, maybe a little touch right in here. Put a little mist at the base of all these little trees that are back here in the distance. And the more you tap it, the more it'll pick up that color that's on the black gesso, and it'll just disappear if you tap it enough. There we go. Very gentle. But isn't that a neat way of making a lot of little trees and looks like background material? So simple. All right. Let's get crazy today. Already in this one, let's have some fun. Let me clean off my palette a little bit. Now I'm going to we'll just use that same, got black, brown, put some sap green, how about a little bit of Prussian blue. Let's mix all those together. There. You know, one thing I do want to do here, I want to take a little bit, I see a little spot up here. I want to take a little bit of phthalo blue. Let's just put the indication that there's a little sky showing through there. What the heck? I almost forgot to do that. That looks sort of nice up there. Something about like that. Just to give a little indication. Now we can see a little sky just sneaking right through there. All right. Okay, now let's see here. We're making a good dark color. And let's find a fan brush. We'll use the old fan brush to do this. Load a lot of color into the brush. A lot of color. All right, let's go up in here. Now right up in here lives, in our world, some nice little evergreen trees. Just make a line with the brush and then use the corner of the brush, work back and forth, pushing harder and harder as you work down the tree. I tell you what, let's have a bunch of trees up in here. And if you want to make the indication of a lot of trees, just tap downward. But see how that dark stands out against that other color that we put up there? And this will help create the illusion of many, many planes in this painting. Many planes there. There. Okay, how about in our world, maybe, yep, you're right there. Right there, there's another little tree. I think I'll put a bunch of little trees in here. What the heck, all the way across, maybe. Be a good place for my little squirrel to play. He loves to run around in trees. In fact, let me show you my little squirrel one more time. I'm so crazy about that little rascal. I'm just going to be putting in a few trees here. This is what I call my peekaboo squirrel. But isn't that the cutest little thing? Watch what's in there. What is it? Peekaboo. He likes to sleep in my hand. In fact, once you feed him, that little rascal will sleep just about anywhere you put him. But look at the size of his foot. It's no wonder they're so agile in trees and stuff. With a foot that big, you can run up and down any old thing. There. Okay. But I like to just watch him sleep like that sometime. He's so pretty. There we go. Now then, I'm just adding more and more trees in here, wherever you think they should be, or however many you want in your world. Completely and totally up to you. Tell you what, maybe over here one goes all the way to the top. Maybe it goes off the canvas right there. Wherever. But these old trees just live right here in your fan brush. Just sort of push them out. And once again, as you work down the tree, add more and more pressure to your brush. Make those bristles bend. Let's go back over here. Put one right there. Right there. Okay, just work down once again. Once again. Maybe this one's got a little crook in him. He didn't stand perfectly straight. And we'll just put a few indications. There we go. Something like that. Now then, let's take the old knife, a little bit of white, a little bit of the dark sienna, mix it together, cut off our little tiny roll of paint, very small roll. Now, here and there, and there and here, we'll just put the indication of a few little tree trunks. And not everyone has to have a trunk, and you won't see the entire trunk. But just a few here and there. You can even have a few that don't have a tree on it, because maybe the old tree passed away, but the trunk's still there. This old big one needs something here too. There. Now I have several fan brushes going. Let me grab another one here. And let's put some green and some of that same tree color. I mean some of that tree color with yellow. And we'll make green. There we go. Sometimes the old mind goes and I forget what I'm saying. But we'll get it back together here. Some nice green. Load both sides of the brush. We can go up here. And here's our light source. It's zinging right through there. There. And we'll just put the indication here and there of a few highlights on these. I want to keep this quite dark though. Don't want it to get too bright on me, because these are way back in there. But I see the light coming right through there. There. Okay, just a few things. And think about where your light's coming from. In this particular painting, it looks like it's coming from the right, so we need more emphasis on the right side than on the left. A few of these little rascals here, we don't want them left out. Nothing worse than an angry tree that's after you. A few there. A couple little on that little leaner there. There. Little leaner. That reminds me of horseshoes. When I was young, I used to play horseshoes a lot because we lived way out in the woods. And that was about the only thing there was to play. We didn't have any video machines or Pac-Man or any of those good things to play. So we would play horseshoes. I'm going to take a little white, just tap right in here. In fact, I became the champion of my school. There. I have to brag a little here. There we go. All I'm doing here is just creating the illusion of a little mist right down at the basement. The bottom. I'm really having trouble with the tongue today. There we are. Just tap in a little bit of that. Something like that. All right. Okay, now we have to make some more big decisions. What other kind of things can we put in here? I know. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's take a little white, maybe at least a little touch of yellowish green color in there. A little yellow and a little green, cad yellow. Yeah, maybe a little yellow ochre too. I like it. Oh, that's even better. Maybe I like the ochre better than the cad yellow. But it's still just about white. Just about white. And we'll take the fan brush and go right through there. And maybe right in here. If the light's coming through there, maybe it's hitting a few little bushes right in here. Just going to push upward with a fan brush. And they're just really sparkling out here in the sun. Just some beautiful little bushes that live in here. Wherever you think they should be. But push upward with a fan brush and you can create the illusion of all kinds of little things. I know, maybe there's one way up in here. Isn't that a neat way of making all kinds of beautiful little bushes? And you can do this in any color you want. There. Okay. I know what we need. Maybe let's have a big stone. I like to do big stones sometimes. Let's take some black and Van Dyke brown. Maybe even a little dark sienna in there. Cut us off a little roll of paint. Maybe. How about right here? Right here. Maybe we'll have us a little, maybe we'll have a big stone. We can have any size stone we want in our world. Maybe there's a big boulder that lays over here. This is no longer a stone. We just turned it into a boulder. There. Big healthy stone. And one of the neatest ways of making a very effective little stone. Let's take a little white, a little touch of the blue in there, a little Prussian blue. There. Get a little bit of color right on the end of the fan brush. Let's go up in here. Now by just tapping, you can sort of just create all the shapes you want on this. But just tap. And let the natural bend of the fan brush work for you too. Sometimes that works out very well. Very well. But just tap. Think about shape and form. Think about it. Don't just tap at random, because that's all you'll end up with. Think about what you're trying to do. There. And here and there on the edge we can see a little light coming down the side. Just wherever. This goes all the way out. Now then, with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, one hair and some air, gently, just blend that. Very gently. There we go. And it's one of the easiest ways of making just a happy little stone. And you can put a little highlight on there. We take a little bright red, a little white. Just a little bright red and white. Same thing. And pick out where you think that light would really strike. And you can put the indication here and there of a little highlight. Not much though. Not much. It'll overdo real quick. And then once again, barely touch it. Whisper. There. Okay, now let's have a little bush like that in front here too. I want a couple in front of that big stone. Right there, since we decided this was the basement down here. Basement of the painting, that's a new one. There, but that's the way new terms come about, is half the time they're mistakes. So. Oh, we don't make mistakes, we have happy accidents. Maybe right over in here, some little things that just live right in here. Some bright little rascals. Take our little liner brush, little touch of the paint thinner, a little brown, a little white mixed together. Make this paint very, very thin, very thin. Should literally run on your palette like that. See it dripping? Should be that thin. Now with that, we can come back in here and go right over the top of that firm paint and put in all kind of little sticks and twigs and little happy things that live back here in the woods. See them? There they are. And just wherever you think they should live. There's one right in front of our big stone. The big stone that lives down here in the basement. There. See, when you do your basement painting, you can have a big basement sell and sell all your works and start over again. There. Okay. Now then, I have to make some big decisions. What are we going to do with this? That's the first big decision. I tell you what, let's have some grass in there. We'll use some green, sap green, a little bit of cad yellow, Indian yellow, yellow ochre. Just make a variety of color right here on the brush. Push that paint so you get that little ridge, though. It's most important when you're loading a brush for this. Push it. Now then, think about how you want the land to flow. And with this black canvas here, it will show up so fantastic. It'll just jump right out at you. There. Leave some dark areas here and there, and it'll look like deep, recessed areas. There we go. But pay very close attention to the lay of the land. In other words, the way the land flows. There's a little hill here. There we go. Now then, just tap. All we're doing is tapping. And the more you tap, the more it'll mix with the color that's underneath. Now, in my mind, light's coming through there. That same color we made the bushes out of, I'm going to add a little bit to the tip of the brush here and there, just so we can show that strong, strong light that's just zipping right through there and sparkling all these little things. But don't overdo. The only thing that makes this effective is that there's very little of it in the painting, this very bright area. And this is where the eye will go when this painting's finished. There's no doubt in my mind that this is going to end up drawing your eye right there. No matter what you try to look at, you're going to see this. And that's good. That's what we want today. Let's take a little bit of titanium white. We'll just use it on the same old brush here. And maybe, yeah, why not? Maybe this is water. Okay, just pull straight down. Allow it to mix with the color that's already on the canvas. Okay, let me get a clean, dry brush. And we'll go right over the top of that. Really get in there and pull it down. See it mixing with that sap green and brown that's under there? There. Really pull firmly down. I want it to mix with those colors. You can even pick up a little dark and add it back in there here and there. So you have a variety of things happening. And I go across. Even though this goes uphill, go straight across. Otherwise it won't look right. Straight across. Instant water, that easy. Now, maybe, you know me, I like to get a little crazy here. Let's take some liquid white, dark sienna, Van Dyke brown, mix them together. I'm going to make a very thin paint here. Very thin. But you can see it's almost like liquid whites. Very thin. Let me get a brush. Let's use the old filbert brush today. And I'm going to take it through the Van Dyke brown and the dark sienna, both sides, and then I'm going to take and go down here and just pull one side, just one side, see, through the light color. So we have dark on one side, light on the other. Now maybe in our world, right up in here, lives all kinds of happy little stones and rocks and pebbles and shoot, maybe they live on out here in the water. We don't know. We don't know. This is your world. So you do it any way that you think you want it. But that's the nicest way of making a lot of little stones and rocks so easy. There, another one. Maybe some little ones back here in the background. All right. let's have some fun here. Let me find a fan brush. We'll put liquid white on it. Go into the titanium white. The liquid white's there only to thin it. Then I'm going to go into a small amount of phthalo blue. Very small amount. Let's go up here. I just see with all these rocks, it'd be a perfect place just to have a happy little stream. It just sort of flows and meanders along through here. It has a good time out here. There. Just plays through the rocks and falls over. There it comes. Right through those rocks. There. A little splash here and there. There. Got to make those little noises or it just won't work. I say that all the time, but I think it will work if you don't do that. It just sort of helps me. But maybe you don't need little noises. There we are. So it's funny when Annette and I go out teaching or demonstrating. Annette's one of my partners, and she travels with me. We do demonstrations and teach this. A lot of times, though, especially my young friends will come up and they'll imitate the noises that we've made. So we have youngsters all over going blip, things like that. I just did a demonstration for a class in New Jersey just recently of high school students. They were some of the nicest youngsters I've ever met. There we go. Okay, maybe, tell you what, let's get a little crazier. Take a little Van Dyke brown and white. Maybe there's a little, maybe there's a little sandbar right in there. Just a little darker color behind it, and then we'll sort of blend them together. There. Just a little something like that. And we can take our brush with the white on it, go in here and clean up the edges a little. Maybe we'll have a stone or two out here on this thing. Same way we did them before. There's some. Put another one right in there, and there, and there, and there, and however many stones you want in your row. A little bit of the blue and white. And once again, just clean up the base of the stones. Just something like that. Okay, we need speaking of stones, let's put a big stone here. Maybe. There he comes. Let's put some dark color in there. I'm going to have a huge stone over here. Maybe it comes all the way down to there. I don't care. Wherever you want it. Just a big old stone. Back to our brush with a little color on it. Fan brush, got a little of that blue and white. And once again, just sort of form the top of your stone by tapping. Just tapping. There. Sure hope you like seeing that little squirrel. Isn't he something, the way he lays up there in your hand and sleeps? He's just so special to me. And if you haven't been with us before in this series, his name is Peapod, the pocket squirrel. That's what we call him. Oh, Peapod. Now, clean, dry, 2-inch brush once again. Barely caress the canvas. Just barely caress it. There we go. All right. I tell you what, we got a minute left here. Let's get crazy. What the heck? Take some black, Prussian blue, crimson, sap green. We'll just mix all those together. And take a 2-inch brush. This is your bravery test. Take the old 2-inch brush, load it full of color. Bring it to a chisel edge, very sharp. Very sharp. Let's go up in here. And maybe right in here lives just a great big old tree. Stands here and watches what's going on. There. And all we're doing is putting in some dark. We'll come back and highlight it. Lives right there behind that rock. Okay, here comes another one. We'll give him a friend. But now I'm going to leave some of these little areas up in here where light's shining between them. Okay, let's have one on the other side. I don't want it left out. Maybe over here. Whew. Well, that one's going to really be a big one. There we go. And it really doesn't much matter because The highlights are where you bring this out. Right now, all we're doing is just putting in some base color. It's really the highlights that make this tree show up. Maybe we'll have it sitting on a little peninsula right there. So we'll put some dark in, like that. Shoot, we about got it there. Okay, got another 2-inch brush going here that's got a little green on it, yellow and green. So let's go up in here. And let's just begin putting the indication of all kinds of little happy things out here on these. There they come. See them? Just layer after layer. See, now you know why it didn't matter what the dark looked like. This is where you create the illusion of a big tree. Right in here. There he is. Here comes his friend. Darker, darker, darker down here. And on the other side, we need to give him some nice leaves. There we go. Just a few. All right. See there? But wherever you want them. Darker, darker, darker down here. Okay. Take that same brush, maybe down in here. We'll just put in a bush or two. There, just push upward. Create the illusion of some little bushes down here at his foots. Little touch of color into there so we have a reflection. And then we about have a finished painting. Go across. There, so it looks like it's reflecting in the water. I think with that we'll call this one finished. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today, for this is the last show of the 22nd Joy of Painting series. So I tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got planned for today. Today, as you can plainly see, I have a canvas here that's painted with the black gesso. I've allowed it to dry completely, and then on top of that, I've put a thin, even coat of liquid clear. And we put the clear on there only because it makes putting transparent color on top of this much, much easier. You really don't have to have it, but it makes your life so much easier. Then on top of the clear, I've put a mixture of sap green, phthalo blue, and a little Van Dyke brown to dull it down. And I thought today we'd just do a happy little scene, maybe that's deep in the woods. I've had a lot of requests for paintings that have big trees in them, so let me just show you an easy way to do just that. Let's take an old 2-inch brush today. Take the corner of it, just the corner, and go into a little bit of titanium white. And let's go up in here. Now once again, this has green and blue and a little brown on it. So color will just jump out at you. All you have to do is just take and put a little bit of white on there and watch what happens. It's beautiful. Beautiful. And this is a fantastic painting to do as a demonstration for friends or relatives or just people who are going to watch you paint. And don't let them see you put the color on. And they think you start with a black canvas and then you touch it with a little bit of white, and they'll absolutely think that magic is happening. And you don't have to tell them any different. Let them try to figure out how to do it. But these are truly a joy to do. And the black canvases might very well be my favorites. There. But just spin it and work it. Keep it going, move it. Just have fun with it. Just have fun with it. Let it go. There. Okay, I'm just keep adding a little touch of white here and there. And if we're going to have deep, deep woods, this is a nice way of making a background. And maybe we'll put some big trees in here. This is a nice way of making a background that you can see between the trees. And it looks like a lot of things that are happening, and you didn't have to hardly work at all to do it. And this is truly the lazy man's way of painting. That's why I'm here. There. All right. Now then, little bit more on this corner, and let's put a little over in here too. Be sure to leave some nice dark areas in here. Don't just cover it all up. Don't cover it all up. And the other thing is you can do this with any transparent color or semi-transparent color. It doesn't have to be totally transparent, but semi-transparent. And the way to tell if a paint is transparent, what I do is just take a little, put on my finger and touch the black. If it's transparent enough for this, it'll still look black. The canvas will still look black. You will know immediately whether it's transparent enough to do this. Some colors, like the cadmium yellow, the white, are very opaque. Other colors are semi-transparent, and some are very transparent. So test a little. You'll find exactly what you're looking for that way. All right. And we just sort of wind it up and play with it here and there. And when you're doing this, maybe it's a good thing to step back and take a look-see and see what it looks like. And if it needs to be blended more, just blend it a little more. Sometimes you need to go back and add some little light spots, or you could even go back with the original color, the green and the blue, and put dark back in here if you wanted to. If you overdo this light. There. Just sort of wind it up like that. Okay, down here at the bottom, I want it to be much darker, so I'm not putting much color here. I want it to really look like it's far away. Something like that. All right, and very lightly, just brush across it. And that'll take out the brush strokes and let you sort of look at what you have. And if you have one that you don't like or it's too bright, you can change it. Or you can move it, anything that you want to do. Anything that you want to do on here. All right. Now then, maybe let's find an old fan brush today. Let's go right into a little touch of the midnight black. Just load the brush full of color, and let's begin making a few trees in the background back here. In my mind, I see a tree. It is right there. Just pull straight down, applying more pressure as you work down the tree, and that'll give you a nice trunk. That easy. That easy. It's the easiest kind of tree to make there is. Let's take a little white, be right back, get a little touch of the bright red. Just a little. It's very, very strong. Eat up your whole world. Okay, now I'm going to get a little bit more paint, put right here, and in that one we'll put some of the phthalo blue. Maybe even add a little black to that to dull it. That's better. Don't want it too bright. Use black to dull. There, all right. Now then, let me clean the old knife. In my world, today I think the light is coming from the right. If you're right-handed, as I've mentioned before, you will probably find it is easier to have the light coming from the right side. So let's just start off here with a knife and just put the indication of a little highlight right on the edge here. There. Now then, a little bit of the bluish color I'll put on the back. Not a great deal. This is just to indicate a little reflected light. Okay. Now we can take a little bit of the pure black and just touch. All we're doing is just taking the knife and touching. Just touching. The canvas will pull off what it wants. And this way you can blend all those colors together, and it will actually give this tree texture. When this painting is dry, you can actually feel bark on it. Of course, you can feel it while it's wet too, but it's going to get all over your finger. So, suggest you wait till it's dry. Let's get some paint thinner. We'll go right into a little bit of the black. A little black, pick up a little of that dark sienna there, and once in a while even some of the Van Dyke brown, just to give it a little brownish flavor. Load that brush full of color. Okay? Now then, we can put just the indication here and there, a few little limbs. Just a few. Maybe these are evergreen trees out here, or whatever kind of trees you want. Shoot. Giant redwoods, maybe. I don't know. Just trees. Just friendly trees. There. Few little arms sticking out on him. Now then, we can take us here's one. We'll take us an old 2-inch brush. We'll put a little black on it. A little sap green, go right. Of course, the black and yellow will make green. The black is, once again, just used to dull. Just push. Tap a little color right on there. And maybe on this little tree up here, there's a few little limbs, leaves that are hanging out here. Just use the corner of the brush and sort of tap some of these little rascals in. There. Just think about where little arms would stick out and little leaves would grow. It's the easiest way I've ever found of making very effective and gorgeous trees. There we are. It's one of the things when we're doing demonstrations for charity groups and PBS stations and stuff around the country, when people see the paintings that we do up close, one of the things that I always hear is I never realized there'd be that much detail in it when I saw it up close. So this really does work quite well. There really is an exceptional amount of detail in it, believe it or not. Tell you what, shoot, I just had another idea. Maybe, I'll show you a couple of tricks. Maybe let's take, I get excited sometimes. I begin seeing things in here. I want to put, watch here. Put a nice little bush right back here. And I want this bush to be in front of this tree. Show you how to push that little rascal right back in the woods. This bush, or collection of bushes, lives right there. I can't. Maybe there's another old bush that lives right here. Just sort of let your imagination go. Wherever. He might even have a friend here. There. And maybe back here, let's get crazy. Maybe, watch it. See here? Begin putting in all kinds of little areas. There, just sort of blend them together. And all I'm doing is just tapping down here and there, adding a little yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow, a little bright red once in a while. There, but not much of the bright red. I think I'll keep this mostly in the greens. Use the red to dull the green. Just to dull the green. There we go. Okay, we got a whole bunch of bushes. And maybe coming right down here. There's a couple more. But see, already that tree is being pushed back. I want to push it back into the forest. You didn't know you could move trees, did you? Or maybe you did. There we go. There. Okay. Now, let's put some trees in the foreground and really push everything back. I'm going right back into the black here. Maybe, be brave, right there beside. But the bottom of this one, I'm going to bring further down. So everything's behind it. Everything is behind it. This is a stronger tree, bigger. And it may just be that it's closer to you. And that's the kind of impression that we're trying to make here. That it's just closer to you. Maybe he's got a friend. Whew. Well, we said we was going to paint some big trees. I think these are big trees. Big, strong trees. Maybe we have a forest. And when you're doing yours, you decide how many paintings or how many trees you want in your painting. How many paintings you want in your tree. There we go. Either way, it works for you. We can start a whole new kind of painting here. All right. And if you're really brave, you can put big trees in here. I mean, big, very strong tree. So wide as this. This is a number 6 fan brush, and as wide as that brush is, I'm going to make this one. Big old trees. Okay, put a little grass around bottom of that one. Now then, let's go back to our color that we had here. This is a little bit of bright red and white. And just let it float right down the tree. This is just like you laying snow on the mountain. Just let it break, grab. The canvas will literally pull off what it wants and give you back what's left. Just like a tax man when he does your taxes. There. But they're very nice looking, as I mentioned earlier. This will look like real bark when it's done. It'll feel like real bark. There. And you can make it as thick as you want. That's one thing that's so fantastic about oil paints. You can give texture to your painting. Of course, I guess you could do that with other paints. Just find it much easier with oils to do. There. A little hard to get watercolor to build up 1/4 of an inch. There. Mix up a little more color. And we'll give this old big tree here something like that. There. But isn't that a fun way to paint big, strong trees? And you can do this, even if you've never painted before. This is one of the easiest, most effective ways of making large trees. Just, it's a pleasure to make them this way, and they work. And people will never believe you've done this. Never believe it. They'll be looking for the numbers because they'll know this is a paint by number thing. There. Okay, now I'll take a little bit of that blue that we were using for reflected light, and I'm just going to let a little of that play down the back side. Just a little. Right down through there. There we go. A little bit here. Like so. And down. Ooh, shouldn't have done so many trees. This is too repetitious. There. Of course, when you do yours, you decide how many trees you want to have in your world. Maybe you want fewer, more, somewhere in between. Doesn't matter. As long as it makes you happy when you do it. If painting does nothing else, it should make you happy. Go right back into some black. There, let me clean off the spot to work. Back into the midnight black. And then once again, all I'm going to do, I'm just touching the canvas. That's all we're doing. Just touch. Get that little roll of paint and touch. It's so simple. I think just about anybody could do this with never practicing even this particular part of it. Some things need a little more practice than others. But this one is very easy and very effective. That's the nice thing about it. A lot of things are easy, but they don't look good when you're done. This looks good. This looks good. All right. There we go. As I say, this is the last show of the 22nd Joy of Painting series. It's almost unbelievable to me that we've done this many shows. With 22 series, that means there's almost 300 half-hour shows. Whew. That's unreal. That's a record that's absolutely unsurpassed in television history, and I'm very proud of that. And don't ever think that you do that many shows alone. There's been a lot of fantastic people that have worked with us to make it happen. People like my wife, Jane, Walt and Annette Kowalski, and the people here at the television station. It takes an effort on all of their parts to bring this to you. But most important is the fact that you watch the shows and you like them. That's what keeps us here. So if you hadn't seen all the shows, as I say, there's nearly 300 of them, and you want to, give your station a call. They're available to them. They're available. And if there's other things that you want to see in future series that we're not doing yet, drop me a line. Let me know what you want to see. And if I can't do it, I'll try to find somebody that can to bring them on as a guest artist. There. But we can get it. We can get it. Let's take a little bit of black on the liner brush, and let's just go in here and put the indication back in here and there and here. of some nice little limbs and branches that live back on these trees. There we go. And right in there. And in here. Now if you have trouble making this paint flow, add a little bit more paint thinner. I'm going to put a lot of leaves, I think, up there, so I'm not going to put every little stick and twig. Sometimes it's fun to not put many leaves and put a lot of little twigs. It makes an interesting painting. But it would be too boring for you to watch somebody sit here for 30 minutes just putting leaves and limbs on these trees. So we'll just put a few in, show you how to do it. And then when you do yours, you put as many in as you want. Good. Maybe here's an old one that hangs down and comes across. Don't have all of them just going right out from the side. Look like your tree has somehow been just cut off. Half of it's gone. We need branches that go in every direction. Some go behind the tree, some come in front. Some are broken, some are long, some are short. They're like people. Everyone's different. And that's what makes everyone wonderful, is the fact that we're different. The fact that we're different. There. Okay. A couple more in here and there. Something like that. A little more of the paint thinner. A little more color. And maybe we want this old big one left out. Maybe he's got a big old arm that comes out here. Like that. Like that. Let your hand wiggle and jiggle when you're doing this. Don't just make them all straight. Nothing's more boring than just perfectly straight tree limbs. Give them some character. There. There's another big old rascal. If these are a type of evergreen, evergreens seem to always have a lot of little broken limbs on them. That's where you always find little squirrels and stuff sitting. Speaking of squirrels, I really hope you've enjoyed as many times as I've showed you Peapod, my little squirrel in this series. I really hope you've enjoyed seeing him. It's my way of sharing nature with you and trying to make people aware that these little creatures are so fantastic, and they need our help and support if they're to survive. And you can really enjoy some of God's creations by just looking out your window, because it's unreal what's been done. And we have a tendency in our busy life to forget about these little creatures and to look over them. And my young friends tell me that they really like these little creatures. But I really hope that you enjoy them, because they're, as I say, they're very special to me. Very special to me. But anyway, you know, painters are sort of weird. They like things like that. All right. You don't have to be a painter to like little creatures. Let's put a little grass down here in the bottom of this. Maybe we'll take that right on through there. Wherever. A little yellow ochre, Indian yellow, cad yellow, sap green. Just mix them on the brush. Let all these little colors and things just happen. There we go. Wherever. Okay, put the least little touch of paint thinner on my brush. I just dip the brush into a small amount of paint thinner. Just to thin the paint a little bit more, so it really slips off there easy. Now sometimes it's fun and makes your painting look a little better. Put some roots out here on the tree. Just take a fan brush and a little black paint, brown, whatever. And you put the indication here and there, just a big old root that grows right out. But don't put one on every single tree, because you're not going to see every tree. Some of them are going to be covered up by grass or the things, little weeds that grow around here. Don't put one on every one, just here and there. There. Something about like that. Okay, and we can go up in here. We just use that same old brush. Take a little and begin thinking about where all these little pieces of foliage would live up in here. Things like this. But begin thinking about shape and form. There. Okay. If you have trouble making the paint stick, add a little touch of the paint thinner to your brush. Just a little. There. See, here goes one right across the tree. There. Now this is really where the paint that you're putting on top of all this on the tree has to be thinner. If it's not, it's just going to all mix together. And we don't want to do that. We want it to stand out there and look good. There. Wherever. And you put as many as you want in yours. I'm just going to put a few here and there and let it go at that. There we go. Come on back down here to the bottom. Drive the director crazy here running back and forth on this. All right. Little grassy areas. Nice little place. This would be just a fantastic place to come and walk. Take your shoes off and let your feet run naked through here. It feels good on the bottom of your foots when you run across all these little grassy areas. All right. But look at the amount of distance that's already in there. See, we got a big blank spot there. Let's do something. We got a minute left here. You know me. Yep, here we go. Another huge tree. Another huge old tree. We'll put him right in there. Right there. Maybe he comes right down to about like that. Give him a big old root hanging out there like that. Shoop. There he is. Come back in with a little bit of a bright red, white, same thing. Choom. Just let that drop right down like there. Something like that. Okay. A little bit of a bluish color. Excuse my arm there. Just drop that right on down. There. A little bit of our black. And once again, all we're going to do here is just sort of touch. Like that. All right. Let's drop a few little branches on that. Don't want him left out. He needs some arms on him too. There. See, if we'd have known he was going to be there, we could have just put him in when we were doing the other ones. I just decided there should be something over here in this spot too. There we go. Something like that. And we take our brush. Once again, let's just tap a few leaves in here. So big tree, it may not have many leaves down here. They're way up high somewhere where the little squirrel lives. All right. Okay. Now this would be, as I say, a beautiful place to take a walk in the woods. So let's have a little path. We'll take a little dark cyan, a little bit of white, go right up in here, and just take a knife and just rub. It'll pick up the color underneath, and it'll sort of all blend together and put you in a happy little path. Just rub very strongly. Very strongly. There we go. And that'll give us the indication of a little path that goes way back here in the distance. And with that, I think we're going to call this old painting finished. Once again, I really hope you've enjoyed this series. The next one's already under production, and I look forward to seeing you then. On behalf of the entire staff, happy painting. God bless, my friend. Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 23rd Joy of Painting series. First of all, let me thank you for inviting me back for another series of painting shows. And if this is your first time with us, let me extend a personal invitation for you to drag out your brushes and a few paints and paint along with us each show, and I'll teach you how to put some of nature's masterpieces on canvas. I tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, come on up here and let me show you what I've got started already. I have my standard old pre-stretched, double-primed canvas up here, and today I've covered it with a thin, even coat of liquid clear and liquid white mixed together because I want sort of a semi-transparent sky in this one. So I've put a little clear in there just so that will happen. So I tell you what, let's just start out today and do a beautiful little, maybe we'll do a winter scene today, and let's see what happens. So let's start, we'll use a little 2-inch brush. We'll go right into a very small amount of the phthalo blue. Very small amount. Don't need much. Just pull a little bit out and then tap the bristles into the color. See, that assures a nice even distribution of color all the way through the bristles. And that's exactly what we're looking for. So let's go up here. Maybe we'll have a nice light area right up here in the sky, and let's see what happens. Let's just take this and go right up in here with a little bit of the phthalo blue. And we'll just do something sort of like that. Sort of like that. We'll just do a very simple little painting today that I think you'll find very effective and a great deal of fun to do. There, maybe something like that. That's all we need. And I have it slightly off center. I don't want it directly in the center of the canvas. Slightly off center. But as you can see, the paint continually mixes with the liquid white and liquid clear that we have on the canvas, and automatically we get this beautiful blending effect. If we were doing this on a dry canvas, we'd be in Agony City already. But this makes it work. It's a lazy man's way of painting. Okay, now then, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go right into a small amount, and very small amount because it's strong, of the Prussian blue. I want a little darker blue this time. I'm going from the phthalo right into the Prussian. So we have a graduation of color into darker blues. Then we can go right up in here. And once again, we'll just add a little bit of that blue right around here, like so, and just let it blend outward. We want this to be the lightest area and get progressively darker as we work outward. Okay, add a little bit more of the Prussian blue, and we'll go to the other side over here and do exactly the same thing. Something about like so. There we are. But once again, this is mixing with the liquid white and the liquid clear that's on the canvas, and this beautiful blending effect will happen automatically. Now then, I want it to get even darker as it works outward. So I'll take Prussian blue and I'll mix that with a small amount of midnight black. So we have blue and black, or black and blue, whatever your preference. There we go. Then back up to the canvas. See, but see how much darker that is though, because we put that little bit of black in there. And we'll just finish filling up the sky. Just like it. It doesn't take long when you're using a big old 2-inch brush. Doesn't take very long. Okay, add a little bit more of the color, the blue and the black. Then we'll go to the other side and we'll fill it up. Just like so. Okay. Now then, now comes the fun part. Let me wash the old brush. And if you've painted with me before, you know this is the most exciting part of this whole technique, because this is where I get even with everybody here in the studio. We shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. And that's where you take out all your frustrations and hostilities, and that's the fun part of it. Now then, with a good clean dry brush, we can just begin blending this. I just want to blend it so you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. Just blend it till it's very, very soft. There we go. Now beat the brush just to take off the excess paint that you've picked up off the canvas. It's easier than going through the whole cleaning procedure. And it'll clean your brush right off. All right. Or you can just wipe it down in here, because if we have a little color down in here, I think I'll have a little snow down here, and that'll just end up being shadows in the snow. We're not really worried about it, because you know, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. You learn to work with anything that happens in this technique. We don't use any patterns. We don't do any drawing. We just sort of let it happen. Let it happen. And very quickly, you learn to create on canvas. Okay, let me wash the old brush again. I just like to wash the brush. Now then, I'm going to go right into some titanium white with the old 2-inch brush here. And just load a little color right on the brush here. And let's go right up in here. I want to make this very bright. Right here. If this is going to be our light area, let's start right in here. Putting in some of that titanium white and let it blend outward. Let it blend outward. It'll mix with all those beautiful blues and black colors that we have in there. Start in the light area and then work outward. Outward, outward, outward. Something like so. I'm going to beat the brush. Once again, just take off the excess paint and blend out this direction. Out like that. Now then, sometimes, let me wash the old brush again. I'll show you something that's really fun. Sometimes it's nice to load a little white, a little bit of the titanium white. Then I'll reach right over here, be right back, get at least, let me say it again, at least little touch of cadmium yellow. Just want to sparkle this, maybe a touch more. There, that's beautiful. Just want to put a little bit of yellow right up in here. Now, don't put too much yellow because the yellow against the blue will turn green. And in this particular painting, we're not looking for a bright green sky. I just want a little yellow flavor right up in here. There. And we, once again, will blend that outward. Now you can do this as many times as you desire to create a desired lightness. You can go over it and over it and over it. But I would recommend that each time you clean and dry the brush so you don't drag the dark color back into this beautiful light center here. Okay, just knock off that excess paint once again and we'll blend out in the other direction. There. That easy. That easy. That's all there is to it. And then very lightly, 2 hairs and some air. Just very gently go right across it. And we have a very nice little light area in here. And that'll be our light source in this particular painting. Okay. There we go. Get the old brush good and clean. Now then, let's have some more fun. Let's take a little white, a little bit of the black, a little bit of the Prussian blue. We just mix this color right on the brush. I'm looking for a blue-gray color, something about like so. And I'm going to tap the brush. So I'm sort of pushing forward like that and get a little bit of color right out here on the end of the bristles. Okay, let's go up here. Now maybe back in here there's some beautiful little foothills that live in here. And our world, maybe, yep, you're right. They live right along in here. And by just using the corner of the brush and tapping, we can put the indication of all kind of little things back in here. We just sort of let them blend right on out into, they just sort of fade away into nothing. Very soft, very gentle, quiet. Just beautiful little things that live back here, right under the sun. There we go. Now then, very lightly, lift it up. Little tiny short strokes. Tiny little short strokes. Just lifting upward, 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 like that. It'll give the indication of little trees that live way back in the distance, far, far away. Now then, let me grab another brush. I have several of each going. I'm going to take a little tiny bit of white. I want to create the illusion of a nice misty area right in here. So a little white, titanium white, and we'll just tap a little. Just tap a little. So we have a nice soft area in there. Then I'll take the same color, just black with a little Prussian blue in it, load it back on that brush, just like we did before. And maybe right in here, yep, maybe there's another little doer that lives right in there. See? But that little misty area in between is what separates your layers. It's all it takes is a small misty area. And as you know, as things get closer to you in a landscape, they should get darker and darker in value. There. Lift upward once again. I tell you what, let me show you. Let me show you. I get carried away sometime. Let's take a little more of that black, a little more of the Prussian blue, a little touch of white. Make that same color. I'm just putting it on the fan brush. As you paint like this, you begin seeing things. I just see a wonderful place here. Maybe there's some bigger trees. Yep, right there. Just tap with a fan brush and pull downward. Give it a little downward pull. And we'll make the indication of a lot of little trees that live right up here on this hill. That easy. That easy. Just tap them though. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Maybe they just sort of blend out over here into nothing. We don't know where it goes. Don't know that we care. There. Back to my old 2-inch brush that had that color on it. And we just sort of bring that down so it all comes together. Very soft. There we are. But see how easy that is? Don't be afraid of this brush because it's large. It will do wonderful, wonderful things for you. All you need is a little bit of practice, an idea in your mind, and off you go. It's really all it takes. There are no secrets here that we don't give you. You really can do this. Every day I get letters from people from all over the country that say, you told me that I could do this, and I tried it, and you're right, I can do it. I really can do this. All right, now then, time to start making some big decisions here. Let me wash the old brush again. I just like to wash the brush. There. Now then, maybe back in here we're beginning to have a little snow. We said we was going to have a winter scene, so I'll take white, just titanium white. Maybe we'll put the least little touch of that cad yellow into it. Since we had a little of that in the sky, maybe a little of that would be reflecting into the snow back here. But see, I just loaded the brush by pulling it through the paint. So there's a little paint on both sides. Now let's go up here. Now then, you have to make a major decision. Maybe our snow lives, yep, right there. And all you do is pull. When you're painting snow, angles are extremely, extremely important. So pay attention to the lay of the land here. How you want the snow to flow. There, and I want it to come slightly downward, but not a great deal, just so it looks like there's a little incline there. And by pulling those strokes in that direction, that will happen automatically. Automatically. You don't have to worry about it. Just think about the angle that you have in here. There. A little shadow right in here. Taking a little of that gray color and pulling back this direction. And I'll show you why here in just a second. Let them blend together. So you have a little shadow area. There. Now then, maybe in our world, go back to the plain white, maybe in our world we'll have, yep, how about right here? We'll change the angle and let it come right through, see? See, there it is. Just pull it. You can do anything in your world that you want to do. That easy. By changing this angle, we have a whole different plane in that painting. And it pushes that and that and that way back further. And planes in a painting, different planes. Each one of these is a plane, not an airplane going by. Each one of these planes helps create that illusion of depth and distance in your painting. And I like a lot of depth and distance in my paintings. I think that's what makes painting spectacular. Oh, I just had another idea. This little hill here, let's do this. Let's do this. Take a little of Prussian blue and the black, mix it together. I want this to be pretty dark. I'm only putting a small amount of white in this. I want it to be a little darker than the background color. A little bit more white. There we go. And you just mix these colors on the brush. Once again, don't worry about it. Just mix them on the brush. Let's go up in here. Maybe on this little hill, there lives a happy little tree right here. Right there. There. If you've painted with me before, you know I have a lot of little squirrels and other animals that live with me. And this would be a good place for my little squirrel to, he could sit up here and look all out over the countryside and see what was happening. And my little squirrel certainly is nosy. He'd want to know. Maybe later on in the show we'll show you some of those again. Right now I have 5 of them that live with me. There. Sometimes that's worse than having 5 children. We'll have another little tree over here. What the heck? But all you're using is a corner of the fan brush, and you just sort of push downward. Just push downward like that. And as you work down the tree, you push harder and harder because you want the branches and the limbs to get larger and larger. Now down here at the bottom, all you got to do is take a little touch of this white on the 2-inch brush, grab a little of that color. Intentionally grab the color because that'll make a shadow right underneath, see? And just pull it. It'll give that little tree a place to sit on there. You don't want him just sitting up here sort of floating. There. And once again, begin thinking about angles in your snow. There we are. See there? Now you can take, maybe there's a little bush or 2 little grassy areas down here at his foot. Take that same color and just sort of push upward a little bit. That'll help create that illusion. And you can grab and clean up the bottom of the little grassy area same way until you have it just as smooth as silk. There. And let's take our knife. We'll use the old knife here. We'll just put the indication of a little trunk here and there. I don't want a lot of detail. This is too far away in my world. Just some indication. See, we just pull through and you can turn a few trees into a whole forest back here. Scratch through the paint and it'll give the indication of a little trunk here and there, and maybe there's a little stick or twig, whatever. Shoot, let's get crazy. You know me. Shoot, this would be a wonderful place. If my little squirrel's gonna live there, I'd have to have a house too. So let's come right in here. Let's have us a little cabin lives right here. Now, one of the easiest ways, take your knife and I may not be able to see that, but scrape out a basic shape. It does 2 things. It allows you to lay out your little cabin without being committed, and it removes excess paint, so the next layer goes on easier. See there? But you can scrape out the whole basic little shape, and you're still not committed at this point. There we are. Now then, let's take a little Van Dyke brown. We load that little roll of paint on the knife by pulling it out flat and then cutting across it. Let's do a back eave back here. It's just Van Dyke brown, that's all it is. Pull down. There we go. Give him a nice little side there. Over here, just pull down. There. Now if you haven't painted with us before, one thing that I should mention, the paint that we use is extremely firm. It is much firmer than traditional oil paints. Much, much firmer. That's the only reason we can paint wet on wet. In other words, do the whole painting while it's still wet. If you put a very firm paint up here first, then you can put thinner colors right over the top of it without becoming a mud mixer. And if you've painted before, all of us have experienced a little mud mixing. It just comes with the territory. Nobody has a monopoly on mud mixing. We all get a chance at it. Take a little Van Dyke in white and mix it together. But see how flat you pull it out, flat as you can get it. Cut across, and then we have a tiny roll of paint. There you can see it, wonderful. Right out on the edge of the knife there. Lives right out there. And very lightly, touch, and just let it float, just so it's barely touching. I want this side to be lighter than the back side back here. Just barely touch. Barely touch. Maybe there's some boards here. We'll just take a little Van Dyke brown on there and just touch, make the indication of some little boards. Over here we need a few, something like so. There. And maybe we have a little window or 2 over here. We just take a small edge of the knife and just sort of scrape us out a little window indication. Then I'll use a little bit of the midnight black. Nobody's home today. Or he didn't pay his electric bill. Don't see any wires running to his house anyway, so there. Give him a little door so he can get in and out. But when you're painting, make up little stories like it. You know, your family and friends will look at you like you're a little weird, but that's all right. Artists are expected to be a little different. But it really helps you. If you make up little stories, then you can see these things in your mind. And anything that you can see in your mind, very quickly, you can learn to put on canvas. Here we're just doing a cabinectomy. In other words, we're cutting off whatever we don't want to get our perspective and everything right. Now, we have a roof that we need to put on. So we'll take the white, pull it out very flat. Here's a little trick. If you want to get your edges nice and straight, just lay the edges all in first using the straight edge of the knife. Excuse my arm for a second. There. And this will make it a little easier when you pull down. See, now everything will be straight on the edges. There. And there are no firm rules in this. I only want to show you ways that things will work. As you paint every day, you're going to find new ways that are much better than what I'm showing you. Use them. Painting is an individual thing. If it works for you, then it's wonderful. And that's really all that matters. If you're happy with it, and it's what you wanted, that's the only rule. The only rule is that you really should enjoy this. Let's take a little white, bring it right up to the cabin there, like so. We'll bring a little right down in here, like that, and go. All right, over in here, a little touch of that shadow color, a little blue, a little black, and just sort of blend them together. There. All right. Let's really have some fun now. I've got several little fan brushes going. I want to mix up a crazy color here. I love this color. We're going to take alizarin crimson and sap green in about equal parts. Mix them very well. Normally we don't mix color too well. For this color, mix it very, very well. Very well. And it makes a gorgeous brown. Just absolutely a gorgeous brown. Let me wipe the old knife off. I just wiped the knife on a paper towel here. Okay. And we just run the old fan brush right through it. Load both sides full of color. A lot of paint. Now then, maybe in our world there lives, let's start it right there. You know me, if you painted me before, I like these old big trees. Something like so. Maybe he's got another arm. Comes right down. Ooh, I said big tree. We're going to have a big tree. Maybe there's even an arm back here. Like that. Wherever you think they should be. This piece of canvas is totally your world, and you can do anything here that you want to do. Okay. Take a little bit of that brown we made, mix it with some white. That is just one of the most gorgeous brown colors. It sounds horrible when you talk about green and red mixed together. Ooh, a little roll of paint. There's our light. And in our world, maybe there's just a little light zinging right through here like so. I'm just touching the canvas with that little roll of paint. Just touch it. The canvas will pull off what it wants. Give you back what's left. There. Just wherever you think light would zing through here. Something about like so. Now you can make this entire tree with a knife if you wanted to. It's up to you. It's a little faster with a fan brush. There we go. A little bit over in here. Wherever. Now then, let's firm up this dark edge and just let the knife bounce and graze and barely touch. You want this to be rough. When it dries, this will actually feel like bark on there. If you just let it bounce and graze. There. Okay, something like so. There we are. Now then, let's go to our little liner brush. We'll use a script liner brush. Put some paint thinner on the brush. We want to thin this paint. Get quite a bit of paint thinner. I want this to be thin like ink. And roll the bristles in there. And pull it out so they come out very, very sharp. Okay, now then, let's go right in here and think about where some little tree limbs that live on this tree. But your paint should literally flow on here. Should literally just flow. And if it doesn't, add a little bit more of the paint thinner. If it's not flowing, normally that's the problem. Normally that's the problem. There. Maybe there's a big old arm here that comes right on across. Shoot. There we are. But you let your tree go wherever you want it to go. Just move it around and play and carry on. Something like so. There. Okay. Now we can just dip that clean brush right into a little bit of liquid white, put a little snow right around the bottom here. There, just sort of fill that in. Tell you what, let's do. Let's take a little more of that brown color. Let's have, maybe there's what remains of a little fence right here. Something like so. All we do is touch, come right across, put a little bar. Maybe there's a little thing there. A little bit of that white right along the edge. A little right on there. Okay, take a little touch. Maybe a little shadow right there in the snow. Something like so. And we'll just put the indication of a little path here, and with that, I think this whole painting will be about finished. Hope you try this one. It's very simple. You'll enjoy it. You'll have fantastic results. So with that, I think we're going to call this one finished. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today, because today I thought we'd do a fantastic little painting that I think you'll enjoy. So I tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this little painting that we're going to do today. And come on up here, let me show you what I've got done already. One of my favorite things in this painting technique is black gesso. And today, let's do one that has a lot of black gesso on it. And I've put this on using nothing but a paper towel. I just wadded up a paper towel and just sort of daubed it all over. And I wanted it darker at the bottom than at the top. So I've really put a lot down here, and up in here I've just sort of let it just play around and barely touched. Then I took a foam brush. I want a big tree in this painting. That's about all I know of. So I put the basic shape of a large tree. And now we're going to take, and we're going to do something a little different today. Today, I'm covering this, as you caught me doing, with a mixture of liquid clear and sap green. Now I've taken and made this till it's very thin, almost like liquid white normally is. It's not quite a liquid, but it's very, very thin. And instead of putting liquid white on the canvas like we normally do, today we'll put, well, let's call it liquid green. What the heck? And come on up here and let's finish doing that. And all we're looking for is, just like with the liquid white, a very thin, even coat all the way across the canvas. And just sort of scrub it in. It's that easy. And with this liquid clear, you can make any liquid color that you want. I think it's better to use sort of transparent colors, but you really can do this with any color that you desire, and you will not believe some of the effects that you can achieve with this. There. But because this sap green is so transparent, all the little things that we did with the black gesso show through, and already it's beginning to give the illusion of a lot of little bushes and trees that are far, far back in the distance. And I think I'll do a little scene that looks like we're deep in the woods. I really like those kind of scenes. There. And as I say, all we're looking for is a nice, thin, even coat. Now the black gesso, of course, is allowed to dry completely before you put the liquid color on. But we don't want the liquid color to dry before we start. There. All right. Let me wash the old brush. And we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. Be sure it's odorless. Otherwise, you're going to be the most unpopular person in the house. shake off the excess, and then just beat the devil out of it. All right, now let's really have some fun. Let's take that same old brush, we're going to a little titanium white. Be right back. Let me get a little touch of cad yellow maybe and put in there with it. Now this is just titanium white, a little bit of cad yellow mixed together. Not much yellow, just a little. Okay, let's go right up in here. Now you sort of have to decide what's going to happen where. I'm just going to take the corner of the brush and begin swirling in some little patterns. Now the sap green is very transparent. The white is opaque. So now things are going to start happening. Load a little more color on there. There. And just swirl this. I don't want to cover up every bit of the green though. I want some of it to show through. And in some places the white's going to be so thin that you literally can still see through it, even though it's opaque. And play with this. You'll be amazed at some of the effects that you can achieve. Absolutely amazed. This is one of the neatest things that we've ever come up with. There. But you can just make it look like the sun is zinging through there and all kinds of beautiful little effects are happening. Just sort of turn your imagination loose. Let it go. Let it go. That's what painting is all about. There. A little bit showing through the trees up here. Wherever. Okay. Now then, I have several of each brush going so I don't have to spend all of my time washing brushes. So we'll take a nice dry 2-inch brush and very gently, using just the corner, just begin blending all that together. And you can blend this to any degree of softness that you want. So as you're doing this, step back and take a look-see, because it's very hard to see your painting when you're right up against it. Just step back and take a look. See if it's blended as much as you wanted or not enough. And you can always add more of the titanium white to make it brighter if you want. So you're not committed. You can do anything here that you want to do. There, just gently blend it and leave some of these areas a little brighter. When it's all done, it will begin looking like light shining between trees way in the distance. And as oil paintings dry, they'll lose a little bit of their brilliance. They'll dull down just a little bit, not much, but just a little. So you make it a little bit brighter than you actually want it. And by the time the painting's dry, then it'll calm down. There. But isn't that a fantastic way of making just a background that's almost unreal? I love these kind of little things. My mother loves these things. She really likes these paintings that are deep in the woods. And right now she's not feeling too good. She's in the hospital while we're making this show. So let's dedicate this one to my mother. She's my favorite lady in the whole world. So Mom, this one's for you. I hope you feel better soon. There. Okay, now then, I'm going to take a little bit of the paint thinner. I'm going to take a little bit of, well, we'll use a little black, a little sap green. Be right back. Just mix them together on the brush here. Let me get a little more paint thinner. Need just a touch more of the thinner. There. You want this to be very thin, almost the consistency of ink. All right, now then, let's go up in here. Let's begin thinking about all kind of little tree trunks and sticks and branches that live way back in here. Now, if you have the paint thin enough, it'll flow right over the top of this, because the titanium white you put in there was very thick. It's very thick. It's very dry paint, much drier than traditional oil paints. And I know I hear this every day. People go to the art store to get some very dry paint, and they'll tell them it makes no difference. Just use whatever they happen to have. It does make a difference, really. If you have a soft paint, you just absolutely can't paint over the top of it because it just blends together and we become mud mixers. There. And if you have a little nervous twitch to your hand, it makes much nicer tree branches. So just sort of let them wiggle and jiggle and wherever you think they should live. All these little things. Wherever. And if it gets to where it doesn't want to slide easy, all you have to do Add a little more paint thinner to your brush. There. Okay. Now then, tell you what. Let me clean this. Let's just clean this liquid clear and sap green off so I have a place to work. We'll put a little of it over there. Maybe we'll use it in a minute. And let's take a little white, a little bit of sap green. This will be our highlight color when we get to it. And I'll just mix it and set it over here. A little cad yellow, yellow ochre. Ooh, we'll just leave it right there. That's our highlight color. Now then, for base color, I'll use black, sap green, and a little touch of yellow ochre into it. Just a little yellow ochre. Now we have two piles of color, our dark and our light. Let me clean the old knife off here. And I just wipe the knife on a paper towel. Today, let me introduce you to a brand new brush. Today we have a half-size round brush. This is a very small round brush. I've used other ones in the past, but they were quite large. This one's a half size. It's much easier to control. Tiny little brush. And we load it by just tapping. Just tap a little color right into it. And let's go up in here. Now then, maybe in our world there lives, just use the brush like so, tap in, maybe there's a happy little tree. He lives right there. Right there. There. Let a little of that trunk show through. Okay, and he's got a friend. There's his friend. You know me. I think everybody needs a friend. Everybody needs a friend. But look at that. Isn't that a fantastic little brush? Little rascal works, maybe. Yeah, why not? Let's have some nice little things that are living right over in here. There. Just tap them in. Think about general shape. And that's really all you have to worry about. The brush does the rest of the work. Just tap. Just tap. But do think about basic shapes. There. A little bit in here. And because we have the black gesso under here, we don't have to worry much down in here. Most of your dark color is already in. It's already in for you. Maybe we'll have a little, how about something like that? And these little paintings will just sort of happen. If you just start playing and looking at them, they just really sort of happen. Because you begin seeing little things that live back in here. And the more that you paint and the more that you practice, the more that you're able to visualize these. You really don't have to trace and have patterns and all that stuff on here. You really can learn to be creative as you paint. And it's like anything else. It takes a little practice. Chances are you didn't drive the car real well the first time you tried, but with a little practice, got very good at it. Of course, the other day I met a driver I think had never done more than that first time. He almost ran me off the road. All right, now then, we'll just use that same brush, and I'm going to dip it into a little touch of the liquid clear. That'll be our thinning agent. Because as you know, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. And the color that we put up there was very thick, very dry. Now then, by just pushing, see the edge of those bristles now has a little bit of that light color on there, and the liquid clear has made it a little thinner. So let's go up in here. Now think, if this is our light source right in here, think about light just zinging right through here. Just making all kinds of beautiful little things in there. Wherever you think they should live. There. Don't kill all your dark. This starts working well and you have a tendency to get carried away. There. Something like so. And this other little tree here, we'll give him just a touch of highlight right there. There. Okay, a little bit over in here. Think about shape and form when you're doing this. Don't just hit it random. You won't be happy with me. This one, we'll put a little bit on him. There we are. Something like so. This would be a fantastic place for my little creatures to live. I have all kinds of little creatures. Shoot, I got squirrels and crows and just everything. I'll tell you what, I'm going to put on a few more of these while they're doing that. Let me show you one of my little creatures. This is I want to have him bring up a little raccoon here that I played with. This came from one of our rehab ladies were close to where I live, named Carmen Shaw. And I borrowed him. He's a loner raccoon, but he's the cutest little devil. And he's so much fun to play with. But they do grow up and they get a little nasty sometimes. One of them little rascals can. So if you're raising a raccoon, be careful when they grow up. They're pretty tough little characters. But when they're babies like this, God's never made a more delightful little thing. And they're just like feeding a little baby. Or they just lay there and when they're done, you pat them on the back and they burp. I get sort of carried away with these little characters. Shoot. My mother lives with me, and her and I have all kinds of these little characters. Isn't that precious little devil, though? See the milk running out of his mouth? He's not very neat. There. Okay. There we are. We're just putting some little things here and there and working layers here. I'm just varying the greens back and forth. Little cad yellow, little Indian yellow, little yellow ochre once in a while, and now and then at least a little touch of bright red. And the bright red, believe it or not, is your duller. It will make the green turn brownish. So use a little bright red when you want to dull the color. There. But mostly greens in this particular painting, I think. And every once in a while I'll dip back into the liquid clear just to get a little more of the thinner, just to make it thinner. You could use paint thinner. I like sometimes to use this clear because when it dries, any place that you put the clear will have a nice shine to it. It's almost like the painting was glazed. There we go. But think about how the little bushes and stuff, I know, I see something here. Let's take, you know me, I get crazy. Let's take a little of the dark sienna and the Van Dyke brown and white and mix it together. And leave it sort of marbled like it. Don't over mix it, just leave it sort of like it. Get a little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Now then, in my world, there's going to be a little path here. Just a little path right through here, like that. There, just start, let it get wider and wider as it comes towards you. Look at that. But see how that color just jumps out at you against that dark background? That blank gesso is one of the neatest things we've ever come up with. I really love it. And the more you rub this, the more it'll pick up the green color underneath. There, and the darker it'll get. So you have to make decisions. Maybe, I don't know where this path's gonna go. Guess we better make a decision here pretty quick. Maybe it comes on out here, I don't know. Wherever you want it. And in your world, you decide where you want your little path to be. And maybe you want to paint a little raccoon sitting right out there on it. You can do that. You can do anything that you want to do on this piece of canvas. Absolutely anything. Let's mix a little more of our highlight color here. And all I'm doing, once again, is tapping, sort of give it a little push. So there's a little touch of paint right on the end of the bristles. And begin thinking about, well, maybe right here. Maybe there's a happy little bush that lives right there. Just think about the shape of that little rascal. Let it come right on out to the path. Get darker and darker and darker down toward the base. Use less pressure. Barely touch. Barely touch. Just let it graze down in there. There. Now then, maybe up in here. How about right there? This one is a little darker. A little darker. It's back here more in the shadows. So he's a little quieter. Just a happy little tree that lives back here, and he watches everything. And he's got a little friend right there. There he is. There he is. I like landscapes so much, I think, because when I was a kid, we lived way out in the woods. They had to pipe sunlight in where we lived. It was so far out. And I spent a great deal of time in the woods. And there wasn't many other kids around, and I had to learn to play with the creatures that were in the woods. That's why I like animals and little squirrels and raccoons and all those things so much, because they're very special. Very special. And when I got old, I guess I didn't lose that. Still like them. I wish I could take them all home with me. After a while, you have to sort of draw the line somewhere. Otherwise, your house looks like a zoo. There we are. Okay. Now then, we can take, we'll just take a little fan brush here. That's number 3 fan brush, doesn't matter. And you can soften these edges very gently, so it looks like you're in shadow underneath some of these little bushes and stuff. And it's a nice way to clean it all up and bring it together. There, very gently, just soften them. There we go. Okay. Now, we got to start making some big decisions here pretty soon. We'll put a couple more little sticks in and think about it for a minute. Use a little bit of the midnight black with paint thinner. Maybe there's a nice tree trunk right there that we can see. Paint should be extremely thin though. Very, very thin. There. Maybe there's a little tree right here that we can make out. And here and there, wherever. And you put a few in that are lighter color here and there if you want to. Just look at your particular painting, because every painting that's ever done is going to be different. No two will ever look alike. And that's what makes it so fantastic. You don't want your paintings to just look alike. There. All right, let's start on this old big tree. That's the fun part of this whole painting. I'm going to load a fan brush with just midnight black. Just midnight black. There. Okay, now then. With the black gesso, we have a basic shape in here. So all we have to do is just sort of fill it in good and dark. There we go. Maybe a little tree, maybe it goes right on off like that. There. This is going to be a huge tree. I want the edges to be sort of gnarly. Is that a word? Gnarly? You know what I mean, all bumpety. Maybe it comes down like that. Maybe there's, yeah, let's do this. Maybe there's a big old root that comes right out here in the path nearly. Because if you're walking down the path here and you get tired, this is where you'd sit and maybe you had a little picnic lunch. You could sit there and kick back, put your foot up, watch the little squirrels play. Yeah, I like to do that. I'm a big time hunter. I take my camera to the woods and shoot them with a camera. There. Okay, do the other side of the old tree. He comes down, maybe like that. Maybe like that. This tree's got a lot of arms. There. In your tree, you decide how many arms you want it to have and put them wherever you think they should be. And if you look around, maybe out in your yard, you've got a big tree that you'd like to put in your painting. You can get a basic idea and a basic shape just from that tree and drop that rascal in. And you're not committed. Trees grow, they're like people. They grow just about every way imaginable. Every way imaginable. And all are wonderful. There. Now then, I go back to my liner brush. Put a lot of paint thinner in it. A lot of paint thinner. I want to make this very thin. Very thin. Now then, maybe here and there, we'll just put the indication of a few more little branches and stuff that are just sort of dripping off there. They just hang around and have a good time. There we go. See, wherever you want them. Wherever. And when you're doing this, don't just try to copy. Do what you want to do. Art, painting should be very individual. Very individual. We all see nature through different eyes. And you should paint what you see, not what somebody else tells you is right or wrong. Paint what you want. Maybe there's a big old limb that lives right there. Got to make those little noises or it doesn't work. There we go. See? There he is. That easy. A little more of the paint thinner. Maybe we'll have, maybe there's one over here that just goes right on off the canvas. It doesn't matter. As I say, trees are so individual. Any way that you want them, that's the right way. Now then, we'll take a little dark sienna, Van Dyke brown, mix them together. About like so. We want it marbled. Pull across, get our little roll of paint. Now then, this is the fun part. Touch, no pressure, no pressure. Let it just float down the tree. Just float. Barely, barely touching, barely touching. Just float. This old tree limb out here. Let him come down. But see there? No pressure. I know you get tired of hearing me say that over and over, but that's the secret to it. That's what makes that paint break and look like that. Is the fact that there is no pressure on the knife. It's just like, well, if you've painted mountains with me in some of the previous shows, it's the same principle. No pressure at all. And if you learn to do that, then you can use this knife to do, well, you can do entire paintings. In some of the series we've done in the past, entire paintings have been done using nothing but the knife. Now we'll take a little white and Prussian blue. I want a very dark blue. And over here on this side, I'm going to put just a little hint of blue. And that's to indicate like a little reflected light that just plays through there. Just here and there. And go back, take our black, and then we can pull limbs over the top of other limbs. You have to make decisions, which limb's in front, which one's behind, and you can do that. See, that pulls that limb right directly in front, that easy. That easy. Now, back to our little half-size round brush, a little bit of the highlight color. And down here around his little foots, we can begin putting in some little grassy things that live in there. Back in here, very dark. This is behind the tree, it'd be in a lot of shadow. Very dark, oh, there. And just put in all kinds of things. This little brush works so well. I don't know why I didn't have it a long time ago. There. See? But just let all those little things happen. And this is what begins creating those illusions of depth and distance. There we go, something like so. And then we can take our liner brush, a little bit of that brown and white. Some of these larger limbs here, you can put a little touch of highlight on them. Something like that. Something like that. And sometimes you can get a little crazy. Maybe right up in here, we just draw a little silhouette, maybe. Little silhouette. There's my little squirrel. Put him a big bushy tail. And he sits up here and he watches the whole world go by in this beautiful little forest. See? Just a little silhouette. That's probably Peapod, the pocket squirrel. We showed him in one of the earlier series. All right, I think we're about to the point we can sign this one. Take a little red, come right down in here, and we'll sign it. Certainly hope you've enjoyed this painting. Try these black gesso paintings. I believe you'll find that they work so fantastic. Even if you've never painted, these will work for you. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you a happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad to see you today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. So I tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got done up here. I have my standard old pre-stretched canvas up here, and I've covered it with just a thin, even coat of liquid white. And the liquid white just makes the canvas wet and slick, and so we're all ready to go. So let's do a fantastic little painting day. Today I want to show you a very simple little painting that really works well. Just let's do something easy. Start with the old 2-inch brush and let's go right into a little touch of the phthalo blue. And just touch a little and pull it out, and then tap the bristles. That gets us a nice even distribution of color. See, all the way through the bristles. Okay, let's go up here. Because we have the liquid white on here, the color is continually mixing. So you start at the top, making little X's, little crisscross strokes, just like so. But see how it blends with that liquid white? If you had a dry canvas, ooh, it just doesn't work like that. The liquid white really allows you to blend color. It makes life easy when you're painting. There we are. And as we work down toward the horizon, we want it to get lighter and lighter in value. And that will happen automatically because, once again, the paint's mixing with the liquid white that's on the canvas, and so it gets lighter in value automatically. You don't even have to do a thing. There. Something about like so. Now maybe I want to darken the edges a little, so I'm going to add just a touch of the Prussian blue. Prussian blue is much stronger than the phthalo blue, so just a little bit. Don't want much. I'm going to go right up here, right on the edges, and I want to darken those so when the painting's finished, your eye is going to go up in this area. The light area will lead your eye right into it. And a little touch maybe on the other side. What the heck, we don't want him left out. There. And just very gently go right across. That just takes out the brush strokes and brings everything together. Okay, now while we have a little brush going here, we'll take a little more of the blues. I'll use both blues. What the heck, we'll start with phthalo, like we did on the sky. Let's go up in here. Maybe there's a little water in here. You know me, shoot, I love water. Now still water is always level, always level. So try to keep your strokes as straight as possible. There. A little more of the blue over on the other side, and pull from the outside in. That way this is a nice feathered edge here. You don't have a distinct line that you have to try to work out. Just pull from the outside in. And don't worry about it this time. Anything that we don't want to be water, shoot, we'll just cover it up. Just cover it up. There we go. Now then, fun time. Let me wash the old brush. If you've painted with me before, you know this is the highlight of the whole painting. There we go. Just shake it off. And just cover the entire studio. You should see our camera crew. Now then, I just want to brighten this a little. So I'm going to take the least little touch of cad yellow and just put right in here. Just a little yellow highlight. Not much. Not much. And then we'll work that in. There. And when that touches blue, it'll just make us a nice greenish color. And we don't mind it in the water. All right. And that easy. We have sky and water. See, I told you this was going to be a very simple little painting. That's easy enough that even if you've never painted before, you can do this one. You can do it. And you can clean the brush. Now then, let's build us a little cloud. Everybody likes to have clouds in the painting, so I'll show you a very simple way. We'll use the old 1-inch brush and just pull it through some color. Titanium white. Just pull it through. Let's go up in here. Maybe our cloud lives right here. Little tiny circles. Little tiny circles. There you go. And just let that brush dance and play. But think about a basic cloud shape. Don't just throw it up there and think that a cloud will appear. You have to have a basic shape to work with. Something about like that. What the heck? We don't care. Clouds are very free. Very, very free. Now with a good, clean, dry 2-inch brush, gently, 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 just using the top corner of the brush, blend the base of the cloud very gently. I'm just beating the brush to knock off the excess paint. Then we'll fluff it a little, like so, and very gently, one hair and some air, whisper light. Just go right over it. Tell you what, shoot, that was so much fun. Let's get crazy. Maybe in our world there's several little clouds. I'm going to add the least little touch of the bright red to that. And let me say least one more time because it's a very small amount. And once again, pull it in one direction. See, got a little color there. All right, let's go up in here. You probably noticed there, we put tape on the furrows of these brushes and stuff, just so they don't shine too much. There. I get letters sometimes that say the equipment that you use looks different than what I have. It's no different. It really is no different. All we do is we have to dull it. Otherwise, when all these lights in the studio hit it, it would shine and make big glares in the TV, and this mean old director would yell at me. So we just put a little bit of tape on there. And the knife, I spray paint it with just black paint. There. Shoot. Tell you what. It's such a nice little cloud. Maybe he's got another little friend right there. But do it in layers, finishing one cloud at a time. Don't get greedy. Sometimes it gets feeling good and you just get sort of carried away and try to do them all at once. Just do one little cloud at a time. One little cloud at a time. Blend it in, fluff it, tease it. There, very lightly. One hair and some air. Maybe. Shoot, we're having so much fun with clouds. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna put another one right here. Now, when you're doing your painting, you decide. Wherever you want a cloud, then that's the right place to put one. Don't put one here just because I did. Put one in your painting because you want it there. And then it's strictly yours. I just want to show you how to make a cloud. How many clouds you make or where you put them, strictly up to you. Painting should be very free. Maybe sometime you can just take and spin the brush a little bit and put in some little wispy clouds, little floaters. Just sort of spin the brush and let these little rascals just float in there. See how easy that is? Now, same thing again. Just blend the base of the cloud and use the top corner of the brush. So if you use the bottom corner, you can't tell where that's hitting. Use the top corner and you can see exactly where it's hitting. See, if you hold it that way, you can't tell where it's hitting. You're just guessing. And you want to be able to control this rascal and where it goes. Over here, these little wispies, I'm not even going to do anything but just blend right over them. These are little soft floaters that live way back in the distance somewhere, far away, far, far away. Okay. All right, isn't that easy? We have some happy little clouds. Now then, I'll tell you what let's do. Let's build us a little mountain. We'll take some black, Van Dyke brown, at least a little touch of Prussian blue. I don't want much blue in this. I want mostly black, but a little brown and blue, just to change the flavor. Cut across, and we get a little roll of paint. Lives right out there on the edge of the knife. See him out there? Now, come right up in here. Let's have a nice mountain that lives right here. See? Now, I've had some people say that it's hard to make mountains. I'm going to show you the easiest way imaginable. All we do is just put in a basic shape, and you decide the shape of your mountain. You decide. If you don't live someplace there's mountains and you want to paint a mountain, there are books and videotapes and all kind of stuff that show you all different shapes of mountains. Or just make one up. Just make it up. There. Be creative when you paint. Just let your imagination take you to worlds that exist only in your mind, but you can put them on canvas. There. I think I've mentioned in some other series. That's probably what initially got me interested in painting, is that I could create any kind of world that I wanted. Any kind of world that I wanted. No bad stuff here. That's why we have happy little trees and everything's happy here. Okay, now I'm just going to sort of pull that down. Grab it and sort of pull it down, just like we would normally do to make a mountain. See, it's getting lighter down at the base. And over here, we'll just go in this direction. And all we're doing is just pulling the color out so the next thing sticks easier. There, get rid of that excess paint more than anything else. All right. Now let's take a little touch of the, we take some titanium white, at least a little touch of dark sienna, maybe just a touch more than that. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. Little roll of paint, once again. Put a very small roll of paint. Now then, go up in here and just barely touch, and just let it sort of float down the mountain. See there? Okay, see how easy that is? Now if you do it fast, it works better than just barely doing it. For some reason it works better, but no pressure. You want this paint to break. And by break, I mean have all these little holes here in it. See there? And maybe a little touch right in here. Got to make those little noises. And sometimes those little noises really do help. For some reason, they just sort of make things work better. There. All right. We'll just use that same old brush. Shoot, we don't care. Take a little bit of the cad yellow ochre. Be right back. Get a little touch of black. A little bit of sap green. There we go. But mix these colors on the brush so you have a multitude of things happening on the brush. A little Indian yellow here and there, and I'm going to touch the least little touch of the bright red. All on one brush though. Look at all the colors that are in that one brush. And we're touching and pushing. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, I want to make little grassy areas that flow right up the hill. So all we do is touch and tap. Follow the angles. Always follow those angles. There. See them? But isn't that simple? All you're doing is just tapping. The most important thing is the angles here. You don't want your mountain to flow up this way and you put grasses going in a different direction. It will disturb you. I bet you've looked at paintings and your mind says, something's wrong with that painting. You might not be able to tell exactly what it is, but you know something's wrong with it. And sometimes it can be something as simple as that. So these little things that we talk about all the time, like lay of the land and following the correct angles, are most important. Most important. They'll make your painting special. Very special. Watch here. See, that one sort of went on over. So all you have to do, we'll take a little touch of black. Put right there. See, just give it something to stand on. Don't want it to just lay out there by itself. There. And very lightly pull that down. And I want it to remain a little darker. So it looks like it's closer in the foreground. There, very lightly. Just let it blend right into nothing. And you can do that with just a knife. That easy. Least little bit of color on the knife, and you can put the indication here and there of little things that are happening. But that's just a little black on there. Just to see how it makes it look like there's little things happening back here. And every time you have a little projection here, you need a little shadow underneath it or it won't play with you. Just, it'll just go home and leave you. There we are. There. See, and then with a clean brush, you can very gently just blend that up a little bit. But isn't that a neat way of making a mountain that really looks like it's far away? Now we go back to our brush that has the grassy colors on it. And we can begin just putting in all kinds of little things. And once in a while, you can hit a least little touch of titanium white and just put a little bright spot here and there. But don't overdo, or it will lose its effectiveness, like there's a little light hitting right there. Bing! Here it comes. It's going right over. There it is. See, well, just, I tell you what, let that go right on out there. And once in a while, you can hit a little sap green just to give it a little dark areas here and there, so it's not all the same identical color. There we go. There. Okay. But isn't that a fantastic and very easy way of making a gorgeous little mountain? Ooh, sometimes I get carried away. I see something here. Let's take some black, Prussian blue, a little crimson, and sap green. We'll just mix all those together. Okay, let me wipe my knife off. We just wipe the old knife on a paper towel. Yeah. I use number 3 fan brush, and I'm going to put some of that dark color on there. Both sides, load it full. And maybe right up in here lives, yep, maybe there's a little stand of evergreens that lives right in here. I think that's what you call a whole group. I know it's not a herd of evergreens, so I think it's a stand of evergreen. A whole family, what the heck. A bunch. There. Now, back to our brush we were making the little grassy areas with. Put a little grass right there in front. And see, that dark color will make an instant shadow underneath it. You don't even have to worry about it. There we go. Now then, let's get crazy. You know me. You know me. I like to play. Let's see, we had black, a little Van Dyke, a little Prussian. Mix that same color again. Once again, our little roll of paint. There it is. Maybe over here on this side. Yep. Let's have another one that lives right here. Another big old mountain. It comes down right there. Certainly does now. Maybe, I don't know, maybe this one's got a little bump right here too. And then comes right on out like that somewhere. There we go. But mostly black. I'm using a very dark color here, mostly black. All right. Now, grab that, and once again, just pull it out, just like we did the other one. This is just a repeat of the other side. You'll do it twice, and that'll give you a lot of practice. A lot of practice. There. Okay. And once again, we take a little white with a little touch of dark sienna in it. Maybe at least a little touch of black into that one, just so it has some variations. We come right up here, barely touch, whisper. Just whisper light. Let it go. Let it go. No pressure. I think I've mentioned before when I was teaching my son Steve to paint, I used to tell him just to pretend he was a whisper and floated right across the mountain. And he understood that. It made him understand what a gentle touch this is. A lot of times I absolutely drop the knife because I'm holding it so gently. All right. Now, we go back to our brush that had the little grassy colors on it. And let's just sort of bring all that together. There it comes. See, just let that grass float right up there though. Just sort of let it work its way right up there. And you have to decide how far up the mountain it lives. Since this is your world, you make that decision. There we go. Wherever. There. Okay, maybe here and there I'm going to touch a little tiny bit of the bright red, but not much, not too much bright red. But once again, and I know you get tired of hearing it, but pay attention to these angles. They're so important. These angles are what make it work. They make it work. There. Something about like that. And you can make this as bright or as dark as you want it, depending on your mood and what you see in your painting. Any way that you want it. Sometimes when you're not in such a good mood, paintings have a tendency to get a little darker because paintings reflect your mood. Sometimes you're not even conscious of it, it happens. Now then, I'm just going to take a clean, dry brush, and I want to tap the base of this to create the illusion of mist down here. Just the illusion of mist. There, right down here at the base. Okay, very gently. You can also grab and lift upward here and there to make it look like little distant tree shapes. Little trees that are poking up. There. Okay. Now then, let's tell you what, we'll just take that old dark color that we had, go right into it. This was the evergreen color. So let's go back in here. Maybe there's a little bit of land lives right here. There it comes. Just tap it in. The big thing I wanted to show in this painting is how to make very simple little mountains. And I think we've done some pretty nice little mountains there for little quickies. And you can do that. There, this is just dark color so we can put a lighter color on top of it later. And it'll stand out. Absolutely have to have dark in order to have light. Gotta have dark. Gotta have opposites, dark and light, light and dark, continually in painting. If you have light on light, you have nothing. If you have dark on dark, you basically have nothing. There we are. You know, it's like in life. You gotta have a little sadness once in a while so you know when the good times come. I'm waiting on the good times now. There. I'm mixing black, a little sap green, Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, alizarin crimson, anything that looks dark. Let me clean off my knife. Anything that looks dark. And we'll load up the old fan brush here, full of color, a lot of color. Let's build us a forest. Maybe back here, and all we're going to do is touch and pull down. Don't worry much about this. All you're looking for is some very basic little shapes back in here. Just some basic little shapes, wherever you think they should be. Something like that. Okay. Wherever. There, these are little background trees that are far away. Far away. They just live here and they look back at that big old mountain range and have a good time. And then here and there, and there and here, there's a few that are a little more distinct. There. So use the corner of the fan brush and put you some little arms and limbs and little hands, whatever. All kinds of little things out here on these trees. There we go. And you just decide how many live in there, wherever you want them. There. Okay, maybe over here they're a little bigger, maybe a little stronger here, a little more light hit them. There we go. We'll give him another friend, what the heck. Something like that. All right, let's go on the other side. Don't want him left out. We'll give him a nice big strong tree right there. There he is. But as you work down, push harder and harder with the fan brush. And it'll force the bristles to bend downward. And it'll make all those little hangy down things underneath your tree limbs. And evergreens always seem to have those little hangy downs. I don't know what you call them. Little limbs that hang down. So they have to be little hangy downs. There. And you put as many or as few of those in there as you want. Now, one of the most fantastic things that happens with this technique is reflections. Watch here. When I was a traditional painter, I used to agonize over reflections. In this style of painting, it's one of the easiest things that we do. Just easy. Pull straight down and go across. But it needs to come straight down. Straight down. And then very gently go across, like so. We go back to our brush. It had the grassy colors on it, sap green, yellows, all the yellows. Just mix them on the brush though. Okay, let's go up in here. And maybe there's a, look at there. Yep, you're right. Just a nice little area back here. Something like that. There, and all we're doing is just tapping. No big surprises here, just tapping. But follow the lay of the land. It's most important. You decide where it's at and how you want it to be. Okay, maybe over here it comes this direction. I don't know. It's up to you. You make the big decision. We just show you how, but you make the decisions. When you have this much power, you have to make big decisions. Oh, let's have some fun here. We'll take a little bit of liquid white. Let's put in just a little water, right? A little water line right into here. There. See, just sort of let that just go right around in there, wherever you want it. Wherever. There. On the other side over here, I have a little one right in here. But I want this one to look like it sort of curves around. So just do that like that. And I'll put it in there first, and then I'll put the dark so you can see it behind it. Pull a little reflection down, go across. Then all we have to do is put a little highlight on there. There we are. Then come back, our little water line. Drop that in. We take our fan brush, put a little dark green on it, and we can add just a few little highlights on some of these evergreens. Not a great deal. Want to keep them quite dark. Something like so. Just a few. Let's go on the other side and give it a few. And I think with that, we just about have a finished painting. I really hope you try this one, because as I said at the beginning, this is a very simple painting that you can do, even if you've never painted before. So, from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today maybe we'd just do a fantastic little winter scene. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got going up here today. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use whatever size is convenient. And today I've put a piece of contact paper on here and just cut a little oval out of it. And I thought we'd just do a little winter scene and see what happens. We've covered the inside of this with liquid white and it's all wet and ready to go, so let's just have a good time. Sometimes when you're doing winter scenes, they can get so cold they're almost distasteful. I mean, you have to put on a coat just to look at them. I thought today we'd do one that's very warm and very pleasant, and it makes you feel good. So let's start out and use some warm colors in this. I'm going to start with a little bit of the Indian yellow. Just a little on the 2-inch brush. Don't need much. Just a little. Okay, let's go right up in here. Maybe we'll have a little bright spot in our world. There it is, right about there, wherever you want it. Something like so. There. And we just sort of let it go out, about like that. While I have that color on the brush, maybe we'll have a little water. Let's just pull that straight down right there, or straight up, whichever, it doesn't matter. Now then, we'll take a little cad yellow and a little bit of the bright red and just mix them together. And you could mix these on the brush or you could pre-mix them. Either way, I'll just do it on the brush. It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I want to make a nice orangey color here. About like that. All right. Now then with that, we'll just lay in a little of that right around that first color of yellow that we laid in. There. Look at there, if you put 2 eyes and a big smile on there, you'd have a little orphan Annie. All right, a little bit more of the red there, and we'll just put that right in. Now, while we have that orangey color going, I'm going to add just a little of that right around the yellow that's down here. This is going to be water eventually. So we're just putting some color here. Something like so. Now then, let me grab another brush. I have several of each going here. Let's take a little touch of the Prussian blue. You need very little, it's so strong. A little Prussian blue, a little black, and just mix them together on the brush. Blue and black, or black and blue, whichever. Okay, and then right up here, I'm going to add just a little bit of that. Now we don't want to have to get into that yellowish color because, as you know probably, it will turn green on us, and we're not looking for green in that. All right, let's wash an old brush. That's the most fun part of the whole technique, is just washing the brushes. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. Now very lightly, let's begin blending this out. Start in the light area and work outward. Always working outward. You don't want to take the dark color back into the center. There we go. Just blend it on out. There. Okay. Now then, to really sparkle that, watch here. Let me wash the brush one more time. I want to start with a nice clean brush. And it's a way of getting even my camera crew for picking on me too. I'm going to take a little bit of the titanium white on the 2-inch brush, just plain titanium white. Just load a little on there. And let's just go in here and dance in a little bit of this white color. Just sort of dance it in. I'm going to let it swirl and have fun and wherever it wants to go. But start in the lightest area and work outward. Want it to get darker as it goes away from this light area. There. Then very lightly we can blend that together. Okay. And you can do that several times to make it as bright as you want it. It's up to you. You have to make that decision how bright you want it. You can make it very bright or leave it quite dark. Doesn't matter. Depends on the mood that you're trying to convey in your painting. Now then, while we got that white on there, right below here, I'm going to put a little white right into what's going to be the water. Just like that. And then very gently, we can begin going across. The color will remain in there, but that sort of blends it all together. Okay, good. And one more time we'll wash the old brush. Just wash it. Shake it off. And we're in business again. Now then, I tell you what, let's use the, we use a 1-inch brush today. I'm gonna take white, be right back, don't go away. Grab some of the bright red. I wanna make a nice pink color. That's pretty. Now then, with that loaded on the 1-inch brush, let's go up in here. We need something to bring these two colors together because once again, we can't mix them or we'll end up with green. So we'll let this pink be a little cloud that lives right here, and it'll be our barrier. It's our protector. It keeps our color nice and pure and clean in between these two. And we'll just sort of let it blend down. And you can have happy little clouds that just float all around wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. You know, maybe there's even some over in here. I don't know, wherever you want them. Okay. And then back to our 2-inch brush. And then very gently we'll blend the base of the cloud with just the top corner of the brush. The top corner of the brush. There. And I beat it just to knock off the excess paint. And then very gently we can fluff that up and bring it all together. And that gives us a nice little barrier between these two colors. And you just blend that till you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. But isn't that a very nice little sky? And it's so easy to do. So very, very easy to do. All right. Okay, we'll wash the old 1-inch brush and have it all clean and ready. Actually, I just like to wash brushes. There. That's not as much fun as a 2-inch brush. Now, tell you what, let's use one of our round brushes. And let's start, let's use, well, we take some black, little dark sienna, a tiny little bit of Prussian blue. I don't want much Prussian blue in there. Maybe even a little Van Dyke. Little touch of crimson. So we have black, dark sienna, Van Dyke, little crimson, blue, all of our dark colors. Now then, maybe in our world there live some nice trees right in here. And this round brush, I have the big round brush, and all you have to do is just tap. Just tap. And we'll put in some very basic shapes. Now I normally start at the bottom and work upward, because that way the darkest part of your bushes and trees and stuff is down here in the deep shadow, and as you work upward, automatically it's going to get lighter and lighter in value. And that's what we're looking for. Because underneath here there'd be all kinds of shadows that would hide everything. Be little sneaky things that live way down in there. And as you run out of paint, you can put some very light ones, I'm barely touching here, that'll end up looking like they're far away, but very light. Just barely can see them. There. And darker ones in front of it. See how that makes another plane there? There we go. Something about like that. Whatever. Totally up to you. You make the decision. Then we can take our script liner brush, use a little bit of black or brown, whatever you want. I'm going to use black today, I think. Make that paint thin like ink. And let's go up in here and put us in the indication here and there of a few little trunks and sticks and twigs and all these little things that make up the tree. Little skeleton of the tree. Got to have some bones in him. Don't want him to just fall over. There and there. And sometimes you just take the knife and just scrape through and allow some of the canvas to show. And it looks like little white sticks and twigs. And you have a lot of those in the woods too. They're not all dark. They're every shade there is. Dark, light, and everything in between. And that's the easy way to do that. Now then, in the last show I introduced you to a new brush. This little half-size round brush. So let's take it. We'll use a little bit of the yellow here, and let's get a little red. Let's make a nice orangey color. This is going to be a bright painting. Gorgeous winter scene. There. I like winter scenes. I grew up in Florida and was about 20 years old before I ever saw snow. And I joined the military, and I think our dear uncle found out, Uncle Sam, found out that I had never seen snow. And so he sent me to Anchorage, Alaska in January. And that's how I got introduced to snow. Before that, I thought ice was something that just grew in the refrigerator. I didn't know it actually grew on the ground. Had quite an indoctrination. A little more of the red. Now you can use any color you want. I just want to make something that's very bright and cheerful today. It's a fantastic day here. And it's nice to do scenes that reflect the way you feel. There. But work in layers. Those layers will create the depth in your trees and bushes. There we go. A little more. I'm just loading a little color on here. Something about like that. That's probably about all we need right there. Now watch. Let me find another brush. That one looks clean. Let's take just plain titanium white. Load some color right on that 2-inch brush. There we are. I've loaded it pretty sharp. It's almost a chisel edge. Pretty sharp. Okay, let's go up in here. Have to make a major decision. Where does your snow live in this world? And I think, yep, you're right. There it is. It lives right there. All you have to do is just pull. Just pull it. And allow it to pick up a little bit of that color so it looks like shadows in there. A lot of times we avoid picking up that color, and that little bit of color that it picks up is really what makes it so pretty. There we go. And the more you blend it, the smoother it'll become. And you can blend this till it looks like silk. It's just really up to you. Sometimes you want snow that looks quite rough. Sometimes you want snow that looks like, oh, it's just smooth as it can be, smooth as silk. I'm add a little more color here and there. Back on this. This is the little half-size brush again. And yep, there's a little bush that lives right there. But see, you put a layer of snow in, then put a bush. And let me grab, just stay right there. So now you grab the bottom of this and pull it out. And this is the way you create the illusion of distance. Now look at the layers. That's what makes all that work. You know, you can even put maybe there's even a little one over here. Who knows? We don't want that side left out. But you can just close that right in. Just that easy. There. Okay, now we have what looks like a big tree up here. So let's work on it. Take our dark sienna, black, little tiny bit of blue, not much blue, because we're using yellow there. We don't want much blue or everything will turn green. Now let's bring this, we have a shape here. Let's just bring it right on down. See how you can pull this tree right into the foreground? All you have to do is decide where it lives, and you can move it anywhere that you want it. It lives right there now. Because we said it does. And this is our world and we can do anything here. Now, our liner brush. Little touch of the black. And we'll give him a little arm in there, a little trunk. There. And just a few limbs. We're going to put some leaves on there, so you're probably not going to see most of them. But we know they're in there, even if they all get covered up. We know they're in there. Just to give him a little center. Let's see, let's use a little cad yellow. Let's have a nice bright color on this tree. Let me grab a little touch of that, a little bright red, maybe even a little alizarin crimson in that one. Ooh, I like it. Like it. Now, push the brush so it gets a little ridge of paint right out on the edge. And let's go up in here, start right above your shadow color. And then let's begin just laying in the indication of all kinds of little highlights there. There. Winter scenes don't always just have to be blue and white and cold colors. You could make winter scenes that are very warm and very pleasant. There. And if you're interested in selling paintings, and of course none of us are interested in that, but if you're out making a happy buck with your paintings, these are the ones that will sell because they go very nicely with about any decor, and they really brighten up a room. And people like these. They really brighten it up. There we go. Okay, maybe don't kill all that dark. Maybe right in there's some little dewars. Just vary your colors back and forth, whatever you think. We let that just disappear right back into there, because it'll be darker underneath that tree. There'll be a big shadow under that tree. Now, back to our brush that has the titanium white on it. And once again, allow it to pick up a little bit of that color, and it becomes your shadow. Pull it. There. That's all there is to it. And we can take a fan brush with some of those same colors on it and just push it upward. And here and there we'll make a little grassy area that comes out of there. Cleans up the edges and brings it all together. Just like that. And smooth it out. Now, let's get crazy. What the heck? Black, dark sienna, little Van Dyke, little crimson. It's already a little blue in there, so that's all we need. Load some color back into this old big round brush. Let's make a decision. In our world, there lives a big tree. And it goes, where does it go? Where does it go? Let's let it go. What the heck? Oops. Sometimes these things get away from you. Maybe, okay. All right, maybe it goes all the way to the top. What the heck? We can do that if we want to. Big old tree lives right up here. And maybe right down in front of here. But see, each one of these will make a different plane in your painting, a different layer. And that really helps create that illusion of depth and distance. I know I say that over and over, but it's so important. Now, back to our liner brush. We'll pick up a little bit of that black. And with that, let's put a trunk in this tree. We don't want it left out. If you have trouble making the paint flow, all you need to do is add a little more of the paint thinner. And there's little limbs and sticks and twigs that are growing back in here. Maybe you can't see the entire thing, but they're there. We know they're there. See, there's one there. There we go. One that comes right off the contact paper. Any adhesive back paper will work for this. And you can create any shape that you want. It doesn't have to be ovals or squares or, you know, just let your imagination go and make any old shape. One of the best ways I found to find different shapes, placemats have a variety of beautiful shapes that you can lay right on your adhesive back paper and make beautiful, beautiful shapes. I'm just loading this half-size brush back up again. And we'll go back up in here. Oh, there we go. There. So you can give it a little push sometime and just make them limbs look like you're hanging over. Just depends on the effect you're trying to get. Sometimes I hit straight. Sometimes I give it a little If you don't make that noise, it won't work. There we go. Just a little something. There we go. But think about some basic shapes and patterns in here. Don't just throw them on at random. Don't just throw them at random. There we go. There's another one. And we'll add a little more color. Ooh, that's nice. Each one of these would be a different limb on your tree. Different little projection. It just jumps right out at you. Once in a while you can add the least little touch of titanium white to your color. Just to sparkle someplace where you think the sunlight would really strike. But don't overdo or it'll lose its effectiveness. Will totally lose its effectiveness if you do too much. There. Little bush there. Maybe. There's one. All kinds of little doers that live in there. Wherever. Now some of these I want to leave almost black, almost dark, because it'll really enhance it. Now, back to our white, and let's just pull across. See, let's picking up that color once again. Don't fight that when it happens. Don't fight it. Let it work for you. There. Now then, anything that you don't like, you grab the bottom of it and just pull it down. It just becomes part of the reflection in the water. So you don't ever have to worry much about this, because all you do, just pull it down. I add a little bit more of the same color on the brush so we'd have a little more of a reflection. Like that. Now I'll show you a little trick. We put that on with a knife, or with a brush. Now take the knife, barely touching, and just let it bounce and graze. But don't cover up all of that you did with the brush. It makes just a wonderful and beautiful effect. And people will go crazy trying to figure out how you done it. And don't you tell them that's our secret. Shh. That's our secret. There we go. There. See, there's another little doer right there. Take a little bit of the liquid white. Come right back in here. And now we can just cut in a little water line or a little snow that's laying right along here. Something like that. Just something to cover up the bottom. And that brings it all together, smooths everything out. There. Okay, maybe in our world, maybe, yep, let's do this. Let's have that come right across here. Something like that. There. Now, back to our knife. Barely touch it. Let me get a little more paint on there. Just sort of let that just float across there, allowing that paint to break once again. Allow that paint to break. That's what makes it look good. Now, tell you what, let's do. Shoot, we're having so much fun, let's really get crazy. Maybe over here there's another one. Just put in a very basic little shape to start with a little shadow color in it. Something like so, a little shadow underneath, pull it across. And back to our titanium white. Now, very lightly, once again, just sort of let that float right along on there. Just let it float. Back to our liquid white. Now we can put a little water line in there. Like so. There. And then let's go back to our old fan brush. It has the colors on it. And we can put in little grassy areas and little things all over wherever we decide they should live. I think there should be one right there. It comes right out. There we go. And maybe, yep, you're right. There's another one right there. But this helps form all these little shapes. Maybe over on this side, there's, yeah, there he is. Comes right along in there. Something like that. We can take our knife, pop in all kinds of little sticks and twigs and little things that live down here. And all you're doing is just scraping through the paint and allowing a little bit of the canvas to show through. And we go back to our liner brush, get a little bit of the, use a little bit of the black still. Want this paint to be thin as ink, so it flows very nicely. And here and there, and there and here, we'll put a stick and a twig, all these little things that just living out here and having fun. There. And it's these little details that'll make your painting special. And don't be afraid to add these. Enjoy them. There. Maybe there's even, yep, you're right. One or two out here and one about here. Something like that. Sometimes it's fun. Tell you what, let's take a little of the yellow color, maybe a little white on it. I'll dip in here and get the least little touch of liquid white to thin it because we're getting quite a few layers of paint on there. So I have liquid white, a little yellow and white, something like so. Just quite a bit of paint. Maybe we'll put just a few little, oh, look at there. Just push it upward. Like a few little doers that live right out there on that little stick. Look like a little happy bush. I think now is the moment of truth. So tell you what, we'll bring the camera right up here. Let's take the contact paper off and see what we have. This is fun time. Isn't that something? This contact paper is one of the neatest things that we've ever come up with. And I think everybody likes that. It really works well. As I mentioned earlier, we're not interested in selling paintings, but if you should be out selling paintings, this is one that will really sell. These ones with the ovals and the different shapes and stuff like that. And I think this one's about done. So I'm going to take a little paint thinner, a little bit of red, and let's sign this one. We'll sign him right down here. I really hope you've enjoyed this little painting because it's an easy one that you can do. We're going to call that one finished. Enjoyed being with you today. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless, my friend.